Chapter 23:14. That's impossible. Qin Shao shook his head firmly and said, "We have to be confident. It must be like this. It's impossible to eliminate a person by choosing one of the two. If we choose one of the two to eliminate a person at the beginning, let's not talk about how much strength we have left after eliminating the opponent. Even if we don't consume any strength, it's impossible for a person to pluck the demonic fire from the ancient monster's mouth. So, it must be like this. It must be." Qin Shao firmly believed in this speculation. If they really had to choose one of the two, it would be a very cruel thing to do. Qin Zhao's conscience would not be at ease if he accepted Zhang Yang's concession in vain. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's belief had a result. 2 celestial badges flew out, exuding a holy light. Seeing these 2 celestial badges, Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang suddenly looked at each other and smiled happily at the same time. Their hope was not disappointed in the end. This feeling was very wonderful. The two reached out and took the celestial badges in their hands, quickly reading the information in the celestial badges. They had passed the 5th test. Only the last test was left to complete the 2nd round of the test and become a student of the Holy Academy. For the sake of this supreme glory, this supreme opportunity, this final test must be passed. The further they went, the stronger their belief in success would be. Break gold with strength. Seeing the information in the celestial badges, Qin Shao could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There were only 4 simple words: break gold with strength. Besides these 4 words, there was no other hint. "Qin Shao, what's the information in your celestial badges?" Prince Zhang Yang asked. Qin Shao said, "Break gold with strength." "Your celestial badges also said, break gold with strength, and mine also said, break gold with strength. In that case, we will still have the same task in the 6th test." Prince Zhang Yang frowned with a thoughtful look. "In that case, in this test, the test of the Tao still requires cooperation. It's just like how we plucked the devil fire earlier. Once our first impressions are the strongest, we will directly fall into the wrong trap. Even if we don't fall into the wrong trap, if we can't completely trust each other, it's impossible to succeed. The final test is strength. Without great strength, it is impossible to pluck the demonic flame from the ancient demonic creature's mouth. Only when all these conditions are added together can one possibly complete the 5th test. The 6th test is the last one, so it will definitely be much more difficult than the 5th one. From the information of this mission, the 6th test has a higher requirement for cooperation. And I think it might not be just the 2 of us. There might be other people who want to join us." Qin Shao nodded and agreed, "Yes, I think so too. Since the 5th trial put us all together, the 6th trial should have more people on top of this foundation. But if that's the case, the 3rd test will be similar to the 2nd test. Although I don't want to judge whether this test is good or not, I always feel that there is a lack of interaction with the other seed geniuses. I feel that this way there will be less excitement and there won't be a strong sense of urgency. Breaking through one's own path, walking one's own path, and not seeing the situation of others. Victory or defeat, it seems that there is no power in it." Yes, Prince Zhang Yang also nodded in agreement. This situation was indeed a little strange. Originally, they thought that this test would let all the top geniuses of each territory collide, and then there would be a vigorous and fierce competition between the geniuses. It would be an earth-shattering battle, and in the end, the best of the best would shine brightly, making the students of the Sacred Institute stand at the top of the clouds. However, if this was the test, there was no way to change anything, and they could only accept it. The 6th test they would know after going to take a look. The 2 of them continued to move forward together, and soon, they arrived at the edge of the land. As soon as the 2 of them arrived at the edge of the land, they were pleasantly surprised. They saw 2 familiar figures walking over from another area. "Haha, Miss Yuan, Wu Fengqing, you 2 are actually together. Interesting." Prince Zhongyang immediately laughed happily. The two people they saw were actually Yuan Yuan and Wu Fengqing. Seeing the two of them, they were naturally overjoyed. Haha, Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, it's you too. That's great. Looks like we have to face the 6th test together. Wu Fengqing also laughed happily. Yuan Yuan saw Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing, and the smile on her face became wider. Hee hee, this is fun. I was thinking about you two just now, and I didn't expect to run into you two. I wonder how Sister Xiao Yu and Sister Ru Xin are doing right now. If I can run into the two of them again, that would be for the best. That would be a happy ending for everyone. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. I hit the nail on the head. Look over there. Hearing Miss Yuan Yuan's words, Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, they saw two beautiful figures walking over. The gorgeous colors of the peach blossoms were so obvious from afar, allowing people to see them clearly and recognize who they were with a single glance. Speaking of Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xin, they really did appear immediately. The two people walking over were none other than Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xin. That peach blossom only bloomed for you. Seeing Qin Shao, Princess Ru Yu, who was originally expressionless, immediately bloomed like a blooming flower. Just for a smile that could topple cities and enchant all the people in the world. Princess Ru Yu's smile was as beautiful as a peach blossom in full bloom. She was so beautiful that she was born with an irresistible charm. Princess Ru Xin followed Princess Ru Yu, and her radiance was completely overshadowed. As the two of them walked together, Princess Ru Xin felt like a maidservant. I can't look too much. I have to maintain a pure and untainted heart. I can't be infected. For someone as outstanding as me, I definitely can't lose my sense of propriety because of a woman. That'd be far too humiliating. Prince Zhongyang turned his head to the side. As he did so, he muttered something to himself. The 6 of them gathered together again. They understood the circumstances of everyone's journey. Sure enough, everyone's test was slightly different. However, they were all mostly the same. They were just not completely the same. The 5th test was more or less the same. Because everyone trusted each other and was familiar with each other, they did not try to eliminate anyone out of preconceived notions. There were people who were misled like that, but they all recovered very quickly. In the end, they all passed the test very successfully. As for the 6th test, everyone was the same. The information they received was that they could break through metal with their combined strength. However, how they could break through metal with their combined strength was another unknown. It looks like it's just the 6 of us. No one else has joined us. That's for the best. The 6 of us can all trust each other, and we can hand everything over to each other without holding anything back. I think the most important aspect of this test is that we need to work together. If we can't do that, we'll definitely fail. Once we fail, the 6 of us will probably all be eliminated. That's why we're a whole right now, which also forces us to only succeed. Failure is not an option. But I believe we'll definitely succeed. Qin Shao analyzed the situation before reaching a conclusion. This conclusion was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Based on the current situation, this was the most likely possibility. However, Prince Zhongyang was rather doubtful. That should be the case. However, if it's a whole right, then there's quite a lot of uncertainties and unfairness involved. If that's the case, the nature of chance will play quite a role. That's why I feel like this test is a little unfair. If the 6 of them participated in the 6th test together, then there would indeed be quite a lot of uncertainties. In terms of strength, they would clearly be pulled to an even level. For example, Wu Fengqing and Princess Ru Xin were clearly weaker, while Qin Zhao's group was slightly stronger. However, if they became a whole, then their strength would be evenly divided. Qin Zhao's group would have to take care of Wu Fengqing and Princess Ru Xion's group. As a result, this was not a good thing for Qin Zhao's group. However, it was an extremely good thing for Wu Fengcheng's group. Of course, Prince Zhang Yang's words were not directed at Wu Fengcheng and Princess Ru Exin. Instead, he was referring to the overall situation. If they were in such a situation, then the others should be in such a situation too. As a result, there would definitely be some weaker people who passed the test with the help of some stronger people. There would also definitely be some stronger people who would be dragged down by some weaker people and be eliminated. And to achieve this, one would need luck, and luck would play a very important role. The higher-ups naturally have their reasons and intentions for making such arrangements. We don't really understand. We can only say that what we see is still shallow. We just need to listen to the arrangements. Whatever mission is given to us, we'll complete that mission. We don't need to consider anything else for now. I think talent, potential, and strength should not be the only criteria to measure a person. Luck is very important. A person's nature is also very important. A person's wisdom is also very important. A person's character is also very important. Actually, there are many aspects that are very important. They're just usually overlooked. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and nodded. That was indeed true. But what exactly is our mission? It's just that we have to use our strength to break gold. But which gold are we supposed to break? Wu Fengcheng asked. This was also the question that everyone had been searching for. Yuan suddenly pointed in a direction and said weakly, Is it there? Everyone looked in the direction Yuan pointed, but nothing happened. They did not sense anything either. This caused everyone to be confused. What did Yuan mean by that? Miss Yuan, you're being naughty again. Are you joking with us? Where's the thing over there? Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips. Yuan shook her head and said with a firm expression, No, there's something over there. And it's a very, very scary thing. It's over there. You can see it after crossing the mountain range over there. It's not too far from here. I've already sensed it. I can feel its terrifying aura. Aura? Something very scary. Chapter 23:15. Hearing Yuan's words, although everyone was still confused, they didn't doubt Yuan's words. Since Yuan said so, it should be true. It seemed that there was indeed something terrible over there. Princess Xiaoyu quickly nodded and said, Yes, there is indeed a terrible aura over there. I feel that it is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it is not a simple thing. The last test should be over there. After Qin Xiao carefully observed for a while, he finally found something. Indeed, he vaguely felt a trace of a terrible and powerful aura coming from afar. That terrible aura seemed to be deliberately restrained, so it was difficult to detect it if one did not pay attention to it. Since they had found the test, Qin Xiao and the other 5 people did not hesitate and approached it. Of course, they also approached it cautiously. The closer they got, the clearer they felt it. Qin Xiao and the others frowned slowly. The aura was getting stronger and more terrible. What was there? After Qin Xiao and the others crossed the mountain range, they finally saw a strong and tall figure sitting on a huge rock with a lazy look. Under the light, the bronze skin looked particularly shiny, as if it was coated with a layer of copper oil. His long hair was loose and fluffy, looking very messy, as if he had never tidied it up. His upper body was bare and his feet were bare. He only wore a pair of pants made of animal skin. His muscles were taut, and he looked like a human-shaped fighter plane. He gave people a strong sense of power. That thick and solid arm was like a stone pillar. He looked very rugged, like a gorilla that had not fully evolved. This was an ancient life form. It was rugged and ferocious by nature. It was very aggressive. However, the person in front of them seemed to be gentle and did not show much madness. He crossed his legs and supported his head with one hand on the stone arm. In his other hand, he seemed to be playing with a small toy. It's the immortal medallion. He is playing with the immortal medallion. Young Master Zhang Yang raised his eyes and looked at the ancient race's hand. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Seeing the immortal writ was like seeing hope. Now, if they wanted to pass the test and become a student of the Sacred Institute, that immortal token was the last thing they needed to get. This was the reason for his success and also the reason for his failure. Therefore, the immortal writ was very important to Qin Shao and the others. It was precisely because it was very important that everyone acted cautiously and did not dare to be careless. Qin Shao also noticed that the ancient life form did not seem to be interested in their arrival. It did not even raise its head to look at them. To put it nicely, he was not interested, but to be honest, he was completely disdainful, right? He didn't even bother to look at it, as if it was a waste of time and energy. Qin Shao, Prince Zhang Yang, what should we do now? Wu Fengqing asked. That powerful aura had already caused him to feel a bit of fear, so he asked this question very worriedly. This team was naturally led by Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang. This important decision naturally had to be made by the two of them. Qin Shao frowned and pondered. This question was really worth thinking about. Did you feel it? I'm afraid that it is an ancient sage. Princess Xiaoyu suddenly said. What? An ancient sage? Hearing Princess Xiaoyu's words, Qin Shao and the others were really shocked. An ancient sage? Qin Shao also looked at that existence just now. He did feel that its aura was very, very powerful, but it did not completely release its holy power. Therefore, it was difficult for Qin Shao to judge whether it was an ancient sage or not. In terms of aura, it was indeed a little stronger than that of the ancient demon just now. However, it was only a little stronger, not much stronger. Therefore, from this point of view, it was really difficult to determine whether it was an ancient sage or not. However, Princess Xiaoyu's words also made Qin Shao and the others re-examine this question. This was a major problem. Yes, it is an ancient sage. Although its level should be relatively low, it is still an ancient sage. After looking at it, Yuan immediately said with certainty. Qin Shao looked at Yuan with some surprise in his eyes. He couldn't be sure whether that person was an ancient sage or not. However, Yuan was able to say that he was an ancient sage. This was incredible. However, Yuan had always been a mysterious and unfathomable figure. Therefore, it was not surprising that she was able to see through these things. Was it really an ancient sage? Since Princess Xiaoyu and Yuan said so, it should be close to the truth. Ahem, are we really so unlucky to meet an ancient sage? Why is the sixth path test so difficult? How are we supposed to win? Zhang Yang felt helpless as well. Haha. Qin Shao also shook his head helplessly and sighed secretly. He was really helpless. If they really met an ancient sage, how could it be possible to snatch the immortal token from the hands of an ancient sage? Qin Shao and young Master Zhang Yang had almost been suppressed by the fighting strength of a semi-sage expert a moment ago. However, they had escaped quickly. Therefore, they had been able to escape. In theory, the sixth test should be much more difficult than the fifth test. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao did not expect that the sixth test would directly pull out an ancient sage. A semi-sage was already enough to make them choke, let alone an ancient sage? Even if the six of them joined forces, there was certainly no way to deal with an ancient sage. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, we can't avoid it. We are now taking part in the test, and this is something we have to face. Even if it's a disaster, we have to face it and solve it. There is no other way. What else could Qin Shao do? They could only fight. The pressure of an ancient sage was so strong that it made Qin Shao and the other five feel a little suffocated. Suddenly, a solid golden light swept over Qin Shao and the other five. Being swept by this eye, Qin Shao and the other five also involuntarily looked over. At this time, the ancient sage was looking at Qin Shao and the other five with a playful face. His eyes only paused for a moment on Yuan Yuan and Princess Xiaoyu, and the others only glanced over. Being swept by this eye, Qin Shao could not help but shiver. It was a kind of tremor that came from the depths of his heart. It was a feeling that made him shudder. This feeling was too terrible. That I had a powerful penetrating power, which could frighten people's souls. So powerful. This was definitely an ancient sage. Although Qin Shao had seen a lot of ancient sages, the ancient sages he had seen before were actually hiding their auras and would not actively release their attacking power. However, the ancient sage in front of him released an extremely powerful attacking power from his eyes, which could frighten people's souls. This feeling made Qin Shao and the others feel that it was very difficult to pass this test. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang also secretly looked at each other and exchanged a feeling. Obviously, Prince Zhongyang had the same feeling as Qin Shao and could not help but feel a little worried. Would the 6 of them really be able to deal with an ancient sage? That was absolutely impossible. It was completely impossible. How powerful was an ancient sage? An ancient sage was an existence that had transcended the restrictions of the laws. An ancient sage was an existence that could control the laws and was immortal. It was difficult for an ancient sage to even commit suicide. Unless he was killed by an even more powerful existence, he would be immortal, and extremely powerful. A sage was the world. A supreme was the supreme power. A saint venerable was the ruler of the world. An ancient sage was enough to rule over a part of the world and control a part of the reincarnation cycle. After the ancient sage swept a glance at Qin Shao and the others, the corners of his mouth curled up even more playfully. He continued to play with the immortal badge in his hand and even waved it at Qin Shao and the others. He said playfully, "If you want to get this immortal badge, then you have to do it. Let's see if you little guys have the ability to do so. I hate geniuses like you the most. You're just people who have a golden spoon in your mouth." But there's an exception. As he said that, the ancient sage's eyes swept over Qin Shao. "You're not bad, kid. You were born in a very humble place. It's not easy for you to climb step by step from a humble place to where you are now. Back in the day, wasn't this ancient sage the same? Only you, kid, are slightly more pleasing to the eye. But I won't give this immortal badge to you so easily. If you want it, come and snatch it. Let's see if you have the ability." Hearing this, Qin Shao and the others wanted to complain. Snatching something from an ancient sage, wasn't that courting death? An ancient sage, this was an ancient sage, an incomparably powerful existence. Snatching something from his hands, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about it, they all felt that it was impossible. "What should we do?" Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengqing both looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. How could he have a good idea? What else could he do? In this situation, they could only fight. It was not an easy task to obtain the immortal token from that ancient saint. It would definitely be extremely difficult, and it might even be very difficult to succeed in doing so. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao was confident that they would win. They would win. This belief was incomparably firm. However, they had to have a head, a direction, and a good plan. They couldn't act blindly. The current situation was already very, very difficult. If they still acted blindly, then the possibility of winning was not big. On the surface, there was basically no chance of winning. But it was precisely because there was basically no chance of winning that they needed a good plan and countermeasures. Only in this way could they find a glimmer of possibility in the impossible. It was definitely not so easy to pass the last test. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, everyone was pondering about this problem. The task given to us is to use strength to break gold. So it must be the combined strength of the 6 of us, and we have to exert our strength to the strongest effect. Only then can it be possible. Even though we're facing an ancient sage, I believe that there should be a limit to what he can do. The biggest possibility is that there will be a small area like the fifth test, restricting the ancient sage so that he can't leave that area. Chapter 23:16. If they wanted to get the immortal token, they had to fight. The problem was how to fight and how to arrange the battle tactics well. A good tactical arrangement was half the battle won. The ancient sage was not in a hurry. He looked at Qin Shao and the others playfully, waiting for Qin Shao and the others to discuss how to deal with him. It was like a giant elephant looking down on ants. No matter how strong the ants were, even if there were more of them, it would be difficult for them to pose any real threat to the giant elephant. Therefore, the ancient sage was naturally very calm. He was thinking about how to play with Qin Shao and the others, and how to control Qin Shao and the others. Our problem now is how to get the immortal badge from that ancient saint. From the looks of it, we don't need to defeat that ancient saint to get the immortal badge. If we have to defeat the ancient sage to get the immortal token, then it's obviously impossible for us to do that. We'll definitely lose. So the rules of the test must not be like this. The ancient sage has been playing with the immortal token, so my guess is that the immortal token will always be in his hands. We just need to snatch the immortal token from him. We don't need to defeat him. But it's very difficult to snatch the immortal token from him. So we have to figure out the key points of the problem and then take the right medicine to deal with it. We just need to be able to stun the ancient sage for a moment, then we'll have a chance to get the immortal token. But the current problem is that we don't know the strength of the ancient sage, and we don't know what means he has. We don't know anything about him. So it's difficult to work out a corresponding strategy. Therefore, our first step should be to test him. We need to understand him first. We need to know ourselves as well as our enemy. Let me and Zhang Yang take on this probing quest. Everyone else, get ready first. You can act at will and pretend to fight. The four of you should be ready to support us and act at any time according to my command. Understand? At this time, Qin Shao was no longer modest. He directly took up the leadership position. Of course, they were able to come together because they trusted each other and were as close as brothers. So they naturally had complete trust in Qin Shao. Qin Shao also had complete trust in them, so he did not stick to those small details. This was not the time for modesty, nor was it the time for modesty. Instead, it was the time to stand up. So, Qin Shao was the first to stand up, and the others naturally did not object. They followed Qin Zhao's command with Qin Shao as the center. I have no problem with it. Prince Zhang Yang was the first to nod in agreement. I have no problem with it. We have no problem too. I'll listen to Qin Shao. Everyone expressed their stance one after another and reached an agreement. Since everyone was of one mind, this matter would be easy to handle. The most frightening thing was that they couldn't be of one mind, they couldn't reach a consensus, and they couldn't quickly unite their forces. At this point, every decision was of utmost importance and could affect the outcome. And success or failure for everyone was very, very significant. At this point, no one wanted to be eliminated. If they passed this test, it would be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, reaching the sky in a single bound. The victory this time would be the supreme light, and they would be able to become the first batch of students in St. College. Unparalleled glory, unparalleled opportunity. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. For this kind of victory, it was enough for people to risk their lives. It was needless to say how significant it was. No one wanted to put their life and fate in the hands of others. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to unite the hearts of the six of them. If Yuan and the others in Wufeng City were replaced by others, even if Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang wanted to unite, it would be difficult to do so. Even if they could do it, it would take a long time. The human heart was the most mysterious, the most complicated, the most profound, and the most unfathomable thing. Since they had decided, let's do it. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh! Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang took the lead, and the other 4 people followed closely behind. However, the 4 of them were just pretending to fight, and they were not really going to fight. Their main purpose was to attract attention, and then they could support Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang at any time. Because these 2 were the main force, Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. He performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength. The brilliant sword light seemed to come from the 9th heaven, and it slashed down heavily, splitting the sky. The invincible sharpness seemed as if it was going to cut the world apart. However, such sharpness was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the ancient sage. He just glanced at it casually, and the light smile on his lips deepened. A little sharpness, but it's just a small trick. You're just a 4th step celestial venerable. You're just an ant. In front of me, you're just a tiny firefly. The ancient sage flicked his finger gently, and it directly hit Qin Zhao's supreme sword. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9th heaven. A powerful force came back, and Qin Zhao's hand felt as if it had exploded. He almost lost his grip on the heaven-splitting sword, and it almost flew out of his hand. Qin Shao was shocked. His expression changed slightly, and he tightly grasped the heaven-splitting sword with both hands. His whole body was sent flying. The powerful force poured into his body, as if a volcano had erupted in his body, and it wanted to destroy and shatter his immortal body. Even with the protection of the flowing light wings and his powerful immortal body, Qin Zhao's qi and blood still flowed backward after taking this blow. It was very uncomfortable. On the other side, Prince Zhang Yang's sword soared to the 9th heaven, and he attacked with a supreme momentum. However, he was soon sent flying in a sorry state, and his fate was the same as Qin Zhao's. They were directly sent flying, and several of them were about to vomit blood. It was very uncomfortable. Moreover, it was obvious that the ancient sage did not use any power. It was just a casual blow, but it was enough to make Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang somewhat unable to bear it. If the power was just a little bit stronger, the 2's immortal bodies would have been severely damaged, and they would have been seriously injured. Wu Fengcheng and the other 3 were originally fainting, so they were not implicated. They did not dare to get too close, and they were waiting for Qin Zhao's order to act. When Qin Shao suffered a setback, he had already transmitted a message to Wu Fengcheng and the other 3, telling them not to get close to the ancient sage. He is indeed an ancient sage. His strength is really, really strong. I never thought that I would be able to fight with an ancient sage so soon. Alas, it's really an ant against an elephant. But what can we do? Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. He felt very bitter and helpless in his heart. This battle must be fought. It must be fought. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how dangerous it must be fought. There was no other choice. Humph, you little kids. With your little strength, you want to snatch this immortal token from my hands? Aren't you being too whimsical? Come. Continue to attack. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Don't let me down. The ancient sage was still sitting there lazily. Just now, Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang had attacked, but they could not even force him to sit up. Brother Qin Shao, it seems that it's impossible for us to test his strength. If that's the case, then we might as well bite the bullet. Let's attack together, use all our means, and strive to snatch the immortal token in one blow. For the time being, the ancient sage is still very disdainful of us. His disdain is not necessarily a bad thing for us. On the contrary, I think it's a good thing. We can take this opportunity to make him lower his guard against us. In this way, we will have a chance to take advantage of him. Therefore, I think we can't test him anymore. We can't drag it out. We have to end this quickly. If we drag it out, it may make him more vigilant against us. At that time, we will be shaken. If we attack with all our strength will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the ancient sage is deliberately guarding against us. our chances of winning will be even smaller. Therefore, I think it's better to bite the bullet now and directly attack with all our strength. Anyway, we don't have to defeat the ancient sage. We just need to stun him for a moment. As long as we can snatch the immortal token from him, it will be a great achievement. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and analyzed the situation in detail. Then, he told Zhang Yang his thoughts. In fact, Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. After listening to Prince Zhang Yang's analysis and combining it with his own ideas, he felt that it was very reasonable. The possibility of this should be very high. Therefore, Qin Shao was also deeply analyzing and thinking about this problem. This was a matter of success or failure, so naturally, he couldn't be careless. Since Qin Shao stood out to command the overall situation, he had to be responsible for everyone. Okay, then let's discuss how to attack and what kind of arrangement is the most reasonable, Qin Shao said. Prince Zhang Yang had also thought about this problem. He said, "Me, Qin Shao, you, and Princess Xiaoyu, the three of us will be the main attackers and attack from three directions. Don't hold back anymore. Once you attack, you must go all out and use all your means. No matter how many methods and strength you have, just throw them all out and fight at all costs. Wu Fengqing, your speed is pretty good. That's your specialty. So, you're in charge of snatching the immortal token from that ancient saint's hand when we're dealing with him. Your task is very important. You can't be careless. This is the most important part of the task to you. I believe you can succeed. As for Princess Ru Xian and Yuan Yuan, give us support. You act according to the situation and become the strongest fighting force. The two of you stay together and don't separate. If you see any of the three of us is a little weak, go and support him with all your strength. We will set out from this point and besiege the ancient sage. I believe there is still a great chance of success. Man can do what he wants, but God can do what he wants. Let's see if this plan works." After hearing Prince Zhang Yang's plan, everyone nodded. It was indeed very thorough. Qin Shao also agreed with it very much. His plan was also the same. He had the same idea as Prince Zhang Yang. Since everyone agreed, Qin Shao said solemnly, "Okay, it seems that no one has any objections. Then let's act according to this plan. The six of us will work together to break gold. Therefore, we must keep the same pace. We must cooperate with each other. We must trust each other. We must use all our strength without holding back." Chapter 23:17. Attack. 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew out in unison, whistling through the 9 heavens and piercing through the firmament. The holy light was swift and fierce, blooming with endless sharpness. Li Sheng's flying daggers were the strongest and sharpest flying dagger Dao. They formed their own Dao and were naturally powerful. At the same time, the heaven-opening sword technique burst out. The heaven-opening sword technique was like a suspended river, instantly cutting the world into 2 halves. Not only that, but the berserk art was also unleashed. In an instant, the immortal energy exploded several times. The power of the inner world was also fully unleashed, causing the power of the heaven-splitting sword to reach an astonishing level. Boundless sharpness and boundless light blasted toward the ancient saint. This was Qin Zhao's strongest move. At this time, he went all out, not holding back at all. A ray of green light shot up to the 9 heavens, sprinkling holy light from the 9 heavens. Prince Zhang Yang turned into a ray of green light and rushed up to the 9 heavens. The green light spread out, illuminating the world. It was as if the firmament was cut open, bursting with endless green light. The green light sprinkled down. Wherever the green light touched, it turned into a piece of land. The green light shrouded everything, forming a domain. One after another, those sharp blades slashed out at the ancient saint. The entire firmament was already under the control of this boundless green light. Prince Zhang Yang's strength was indeed powerful to the extent that it was frightening. With this move, people could see his terrifying strength, which was extremely shocking. Qin Shao could not help but be secretly shocked. He thought that if he faced this move, it would be difficult for him. He felt a sense of danger. But at this time, Qin Shao was naturally very happy with Prince Zhang Yang's move. On the other side, Princess Xiaoyu also made her move. Peach blossoms grew out of thin air and danced in the sky. The peach blossoms turned into swords. They were incomparably beautiful swords, but they contained terrifying power. The sky full of peach blossoms completely enveloped the ancient saint, trapping him in the sharpness. The sword had a supreme lure, and the flowers had endless fragrance. The sword flowers fell, blooming in the sky. Princess Xiaoyu's methods were extremely unique. This was a divine ability bestowed upon her by the peach blossom body, and it was her most powerful technique. At this moment, Princess Xiaoyu seemed to have transformed into a flower fairy. She stood alone under the 9 heavens, facing off against all her enemies. Flowers blossomed and fell. Flowers bloomed and bloomed one after another. Their power was boundless. The power of flowers seemed weak, but it had its own Tao, its own power, and its own divine abilities. Qin Shao, Prince Zhang Yang, and Princess Xiaoyu were all extremely powerful. At this time, the 3 of them attacked the ancient saint from 3 different directions. He went all out, using his strongest move without holding back. At this moment, there was no need for them to hold back at all. They had complete faith in the other party. They wanted to stun the ancient sage for a moment. This was an extremely difficult mission. Although it was difficult, there was still a chance. After all, Qin Shao, Zhang Yang, and Princess Xiaoyu were all extremely strong among 4th-step celestial venerables. If the 3 of them joined forces, they would be able to threaten a semi-sage. Right? However, there was still a gap between a semi-sage and a real ancient sage. As soon as Qin Shao and the other 2 attacked, the ancient sage raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he felt a little threatened. However, he still did not stand up. He was still sitting there, but compared with his previous laziness, he seemed to be more serious. Such treatment was enough to show the demeanor of an expert. In his eyes, they were just 3 slightly stronger ants. They weren't worth him using too much strength on. However, such an attitude made Qin Shao and the others happy. Qin Shao wondered if this was part of the restriction. Could the ancient sage not stand up to deal with them? Could he only sit on the top of the mountain and fight with them? If that was the case, then his chances of winning would be even greater. This gave Qin Shao even more confidence that he could snatch the celestial medallion and come over. When the ancient sage attacked, a mighty holy aura surged out. Just the pressure of this holy aura was enough to make people's minds tremble. Wu Fengqing followed closely behind Qin Shao and the other 2, ready to snatch the celestial token at any time. Princess Yuanyuan and Princess Ru Xian were ready to slow down Qin Shao and the other 2. Qin Shao and the other 2 were the main force. Whether they could suppress the ancient sage for a moment or not depended on the strength of Qin Shao and the other 2. A strange bright luster flashed in Princess Yuanyuan's clear and bright eyes. She already had another plan in mind. When the ancient sage attacked, it was indeed terrifying. The supreme holy aura was unleashed. It was as if nothing could get close to him, and he was invulnerable. This was the ancient sage. Qin Shao had no choice but to admit defeat in his heart. The strength of an ancient sage was indeed far beyond his imagination. Fighting with the existence of the ancient sage was like hitting a rock with an egg. And this was the ancient sage not using his full strength. If he used his full strength, what would the situation be like? Most likely, there was no way for them to get close to the ancient saint, right? Even so, Qin Shao could feel that under the mighty holy aura, under the impact of the laws and the power of the heavenly way, he was greatly hindered, and the power of his attack was rapidly weakened. There was no way he could get close to the ancient sage. The mighty holy aura seemed to have formed an unbreakable protective barrier, and he could not penetrate it. It was too difficult to break through this holy aura barrier. Dual body technique. Qin Shao shouted in his heart. A Qin Shao rushed out from his body, holding the berserker sword. At the same time, the true mantra of Lin was unleashed. The seal of Akalanatha fell from the sky, blooming with golden light. The seal of heaven and earth was cast with the power of metal, like a terrifying wave. Freeze! Child Zhongyang let out a loud cry as well. Then, he unleashed his special skill, Dimensional Domain. Once the space-time domain was unleashed, everything within this domain would come to a standstill. Time, space, and power would all come to a complete standstill. Qin Shao had seen this skill before, and it was indeed very powerful. Even the ancient demonic creature of the half-saint level was frozen for a moment by Prince Zhongyang. At this time, Prince Zhongyang once again displayed the space-time domain to freeze the ancient sage. Naturally, it was much more difficult to freeze an ancient sage than to deal with the ancient demonic creature before. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Princess Xiaoyu were working together to restrain the ancient sage. Peach blossoms bloom with a thought, the sovereign descends to silence. 3 lives, 3 generations, send you peach blossoms for thousands of miles. Peach blossom tribulation, come. Countess Xiaoyu muttered some incantations and made a hand seal. The peach blossoms that filled the sky also formed a domain and rushed towards the ancient saint. She cooperated with Zhongyang. With a thought, the peach blossoms bloom and the monarch descends to silence the world. How domineering was this? This was the supreme power, descending to the world with the bearing of a monarch. Qin Zhao's 2 bodies attacked the ancient sage head-on. The 3 of them cooperated very well, and their power arrived in front of the ancient sage at the same time. Perfect cooperation, powerful power, and a sharpness that could dazzle everything. This was the supreme power. It seems that I have underestimated you. You really have some skills. The ancient sage's expression changed again, and he became a little serious. He was no longer as disdainful of everything and contemptuous of Qin Shao as before. At this time, he also smelled a trace of threat. Of course, no matter how powerful Qin Shao and the other 2's skills were, it was almost impossible for them to hurt him. It was just that he was under a lot of restrictions, and there was no way for him to exert much of his strength. Moreover, his body was restricted there. He couldn't move or stand up. He could only sit there and fight, which had a great impact. Under the efforts of Qin Shao and the other 2, the ancient sage was really restrained. Yuan, Princess Ruexian, hurry up and give us a hand. Wufeng City, seize the opportunity and grab the immortal badge. Qin Shao hurriedly said to the 3 of them. Yuan and Princess Ruexian had been waiting for Qin Zhao's order for a long time. As soon as they heard the order, they did not hesitate at all and immediately attacked with all their strength. A powerful force was released. They attacked the ancient sage with all their strength. Princess Ruexian's strength was ordinary here, but Yuan's strength was very strong. As soon as she attacked, it was earth-shattering. She performed an extremely powerful secret skill and formed a powerful sword formation, which forcibly trapped the ancient sage. Good move. When Qin Shao and Zhongyang saw it, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. In fact, they also knew that Yuan's strength was probably not inferior to theirs. It was just that Yuan's character was not suitable for fighting. Moreover, it was very difficult for her to show her true strength in a battle. Even if she attacked with all her strength, the effect would be limited. Yuan was such a kind girl. She was not good at fighting at all, so the effect would naturally be weakened by a lot. However, her attack at this time was sharp enough. With Yuan's help, Qin Shao was even more confident. They should be able to restrain the ancient sage for a moment. The hope of victory was getting bigger and bigger. Qin Shao even believed that there was no problem at all. Victory should belong to them. And the result was indeed so. With Yuan's help, the restraining force became even stronger and stronger, which made the ancient sage's expression become a little gloomy and cold. From the change in his expression, it could be seen that he was also a little afraid of this restraining force. Here's the chance. Wu Fengqing seized a good opportunity. His speed suddenly burst to the limit, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the ancient sage. Before the ancient sage could react, he had already snatched the immortal token from the ancient sage's hand. Haha, I finally got the immortal token, I got it. As soon as he got the immortal token, Wu Fengqing suddenly laughed happily. His heart was incomparably happy. Success. Got it. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang also smiled in their hearts. Finally, they succeeded. It seemed that their plan was very good. With the immortal token in their hands, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was basically a success. Wu Fengqing, retreat quickly. However, Qin Shao did not completely relax. Instead, he immediately shouted at Wu Fengqing. There was no need for Qin Shao to shout. Wu Fengqing did not dare to stay there any longer. Instead, he directly retreated with the fastest speed. When Wu Fengqing retreated, Qin Shao and the others were also ready to retreat. You want to leave with the immortal token? Is it that easy? But at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. After the ancient sage snorted coldly, the atmosphere suddenly sank and changed greatly. Chapter 23:18. Sure enough, there was a sudden change. An invisible hand caught Wu Fengqing firmly in its hand at an incomparably fast speed, like a cat catching a mouse. What? As soon as Wu Fengqing was grabbed by this invisible big hand, he immediately felt that his strength was also imprisoned. He actually directly lost the power to resist. Such a situation made Wu Fengqing's face suddenly change, and his heart was filled with horror. How could this be? What kind of strange power was this? His strength was completely sealed, leaving him without the slightest ability to resist. At this moment, he was like a little chick, allowing others to trample on him. Qin Shao, catch! At this critical moment, Wu Fengqing did not forget the immortal token. Using the last of his strength, he threw the immortal token to Qin Shao. A flying knife flew by and snatched the immortal token away. That flying knife naturally flew towards Qin Shao. Retreat quickly! Qin Shao shouted, and everyone retreated. The immortal token was also in Qin Zhao's hands. But the worst thing was that Wu Fengqing had fallen into the hands of that ancient saint. The situation became very awkward. The immortal token was in their hands. It was already a success, but Wu Fengqing became a sacrifice and fell into the hands of that ancient saint. At this moment, he was in the hands of that ancient saint, and could lose his life at any time. The immortal token was in their hands, but no one was happy. Qin Shao stared coldly at that ancient saint with a solemn expression. The pitiful Wu Fengqing had completely become a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. He looked very miserable. A few little dolls, it seems that this saint has really underestimated you. I didn't expect you guys to be so capable. You can actually restrain this saint for a moment, and even let this little guy take the immortal token away from my hands. Not bad, not bad, your strength is worthy of praise. You are also very united, and your strategy is also good. Basically, it can be said to be impeccable, and your strength has been maximized to the maximum extent. What a pity, you are still a little too inexperienced. A little doll is a little doll. You want to take away the immortal medallion smoothly? It's not that easy. The ancient sage looked at Qin Shao and the others and praised them generously. However, such praise did not make Qin Shao and the others happy. Wufeng City had fallen into the hands of the ancient saints, and its fate was unknown. Senior, you flatter us. The immortal medallion is indeed very difficult to obtain, but we still manage to obtain it. We are indeed too inexperienced, so we haven't considered things so thoroughly. However, Senior, since we've already obtained the immortal badge, we should be considered to have passed this battle. Senior, you are a dignified holy venerate. Why lower yourself to the level of us little fellows? We were just completing our mission and taking part in the test. We had no choice but to offend Senior. We didn't mean it. Therefore, Junior dares to ask Senior to release my friend. There's no need for a supreme existence like Senior to make things difficult for a brat, right? Qin Shao said with a sincere expression. Logically speaking, since they had already obtained the immortal badge, they should not be considered to have passed this test. They should have won by now. Therefore, the ancient sage made things difficult for Wufeng City a little too much. That's right, Senior. If you weren't restricted by so many things, how could we little fellows even get close to you? Aren't we forced to do this because we had no other choice? That's why we attacked you, Senior. We also have some small tricks up our sleeve. However, we definitely have no intention of offending you, Senior. Senior, you are a magnanimous person. Don't lower yourself to the level of us little fellows. Let him go. Now that the immortal badge is in our hands, the test should be considered to be over. Senior, please be magnanimous. Prince Zhang Yang also said with a fawning look. Fawning on an ancient sage was not shameful. In front of power, how could one not lower their heads? If that ancient sage was displeased, then Wufeng City was extremely likely to lose their lives. Miss Yuan blinked and smiled sweetly at the ancient sage. Her voice was like a silver bell as she said, Senior Grandpa, just let Wufeng City go. He didn't mean to offend you. The test is already over. Senior, please don't make things difficult for us. It really wasn't easy for us to take part in the test. Senior Grandpa, I'm already calling you Grandpa. Can't you just do me a favor? When Yuan spoke, she sounded a little coquettish. Her voice was very lethal. It was as if she would cry if he did not agree. Therefore, when he heard Yuan's words, he could not bear to reject her. This was the lethality of her voice. Of course, such words would only come out from Yuan's mouth. If it were Princess Xiaoyu or Princess Ru Xian, they definitely would not have such an effect. Heh. The ancient sage sneered and said, You're right. The test is indeed over. You've already obtained the immortal medallion, so you've passed the test. There's no mistake about that. I can forgive you and let you go, so the 5 of you can leave. When they heard the first part, Qin Shao and the others were happy, thinking that the ancient sage Senior was going to let them go. But when they heard the last part, something was wrong. What did he mean by the 5 of them could leave? What about Wufeng City? He was actually not letting Wufeng City go? Qin Zhao's face darkened and he said, Senior, since the 6 of us came together, we naturally have to leave together. The 6 of us are an inseparable whole. Let's not talk about our personal feelings. Even if we didn't have any personal feelings, since we're already a whole in the 6th test, we naturally can't be separated. When one is honored, one is honored. When one is defeated, one is defeated. If we just take the immortal medallion and leave Wufeng City behind, wouldn't that be immoral, shameless, and heartless? Forgive us for not being able to do such a thing. So, I'm willing to ask Senior to let Wufeng City go. Otherwise, even if we can't defeat Senior, we won't hesitate to fight. Ha ha ha! Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the ancient sage was not angry. Instead, he laughed happily, as if he had heard the funniest joke. The ancient sage looked at Qin Shao with interest. After sizing him up, he said, Are you sure you want to fight with me? Although I did praise you just now, it doesn't mean that you have the ability to fight with me. Even if I'm restricted, I'm still far from being someone you can defeat. You want to save someone from me? Aren't you being too whimsical? And now that the quest is over, there are no more restrictions on this sage. This sage can attack without restraint. Do you little dolls really have the courage to fight this sage? Qin Shao shook his head, but his belief was incomparably firm. With a determined face he said, "It's not about courage. There are some things we must do. Since it's something we must do, even if we die, even if we lose our lives, we must do it. Wu Fengqing is our comrade, our brother. We absolutely cannot abandon him. And speaking of which, didn't we also snatch the immortal medallion from you just now? So, it's not necessarily impossible. We haven't even fought. How do you know it's impossible? It's absolutely impossible for us to retreat without a fight and directly admit defeat. Abandoning my partner and ignoring the life and death of my brother, I, Qin Shao, will never do it. Even if I have to fight with my life, I'm not afraid of today's battle. Why wouldn't I dare to fight?" Qin Shao had always been a man of his words. He had always had his principles and bottom line. He would never give in easily. He was really not afraid of this battle. Even Qin Shao knew that if they really fought, the possibility of winning was infinitely close to zero. "Qin Shao, don't worry about me. You've already gotten the immortal medallion and completed the 6th test. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Ha ha ha, it's not a big deal. Isn't it just losing a doppelganger? What's there to be afraid of? No, I can voluntarily admit defeat and give up the test. The Holy Emperor's messenger will save me. So, I won't lose my life. At most, I won't pass the test. This is nothing. I want to become a student of Saint Academy, but I know my limits. I came to participate in the test prepared. I didn't think that I would definitely become a student of Saint Academy. It's enough to be able to come this far. It's worth it. Even if I can't become a student of Saint Academy, it's not a big deal. After all, there are very few people who can become a student of Saint Academy. Even if I can't become one, I won't die. It won't cut off my holy road. Brother Qin Shao, thank you for protecting me. But it's really not necessary. You can go. Who didn't want to become a student of Saint Academy? As long as one came to participate in the Saint Academy selection, they should all be scrambling for it. It should be a dream come true. Who wouldn't want it? But no matter how much they wanted it, everyone had their own choice. Sometimes they were forced to make a choice. Wu Fengqing naturally didn't want to see Qin Shao and the others fight with the ancient saint because of him. That might harm them instead. This was not a situation he wanted to see. So, he wanted to take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the selection. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The ancient sage chuckled playfully. "You kids are quite loyal and selfless, aren't you? But I don't like to see such a scene. So, I'll give you a chance to choose. Or, the 5 of you can leave with the immortal token. Then the 5 of you can directly pass this test and become a student of Saint Academy. Or, return the immortal token to me and I'll let this kid go. Then, you'll be eliminated. Of course, if you have the ability you can snatch it again. But the premise is that you can snatch it again. Humph, this time I won't be as careless as before. I won't give you any more chances. So, if you choose the latter, you're basically eliminated. Okay, you have 2 choices. Make your choice." After that, the ancient saint looked at Wu Fengqing again and said, "Little guy, don't try. You can't crush your immortal token. It's not that easy to give up the selection and leave. Hee, you'd better play this round with this saint. Aren't you brothers very affectionate? Aren't you generous and selfless? Then I'd like to see how affectionate you are." Chapter 23:19. Choice. One choice was for Wufeng City to die, and the other choice was to give up on Wufeng City. The 5 of them could pass this test and become students of Saint Academy. If they returned the immortal badge to that ancient saint, would they still have a chance to snatch it back? Qin Shao and the others were very clear about the answer. It was basically impossible. Just now, they managed to snatch the immortal badge. Firstly, that ancient saint might have been a little careless, and it was all thanks to Wufeng City. But now? Firstly, that ancient saint had learned from his mistake. Naturally, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Secondly, without Wufeng City, they would have to find someone else to snatch it. Who would do it? Princess Ru Xian? That might not necessarily succeed. Yuan Yuan? Looking at Yuan Yuan, he didn't look like someone who could snatch the immortal badge. So after thinking about it, it would either be Prince Zhang Yang or Qin Shao. If either of them were to be distracted by this matter, then there would be no good result. In the end, both of them would definitely fail. So, if they had to do it again, it was basically impossible to snatch the immortal badge. In other words, once the immortal badge was returned, it would be impossible to get it back. Then all 6 of them would be eliminated. How should they make a choice like this? Sacrificing one person could help 5 people. To save one person, they had to sacrifice the chance of 6 people. How should they choose? Qin Shao looked at Prince Zhang Yang and the others. The 4 of them also looked at Qin Shao. Everyone's face was sullen. They looked at each other without any expression. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. What do you all think? Qin Shao asked in a deep voice. He had already made a decision in his heart. Or rather, he had never wavered from the beginning. He always had his own principles and bottom line when doing things. No one should think of trampling over him at any time. Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, "Actually, I think Wufeng City is right. If we return the immortal badge, don't even think about snatching it back. It's definitely impossible. So if we return the immortal badge, we will be eliminated. And in exchange, it would only be the safety of Wufeng City, but being eliminated would still be eliminated. I've already come this far. If I were to be eliminated, I'd feel really indignant. If we don't return the immortal writ, then at most, Prince Zhang Yang will give up on the selection, and the Holy Emperor's envoy will definitely save him. The final result is actually the same. In exchange, the 5 of us passed the test and became students of the Sacred Academy. I feel like it's worth it. Pooh, pooh, pooh." Yuan Yuan rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang and spat a few times when she heard what he said. Yuan Yuan snorted disdainfully at such words. Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xian said nothing. Instead, they looked at Qin Shao. Clearly, they wanted to hear what Qin Shao had to say. Qin Shao asked, "Then what do you think?" Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, "Although I also want to pass the test and become a student of the Sacred Academy, there are some things that can't be sold or exchanged. So, I choose to save Wufeng City. Even if I think the final result is actually the same, the Holy Emperor's envoy may not come to save Wufeng City. There is indeed a hidden danger here. Secondly, the meaning is different. There is a fundamental difference between being eliminated and admitting defeat. We are brothers first and then a team. Logically, we should be honored together. Either we succeed together or we fail together. There is no reason to abandon someone. If we are destined to fail, then I have no complaints. If we are eliminated, then so be it. It's no big deal. No matter how much you desire something, you shouldn't be too attached to it. That will only mess up your sense of propriety and lose your heart. The gains don't make up for the losses. With our talent and potential, even if we don't become students of the Sacred Academy, I believe that in the future, we won't be worse than the students of the Sacred Academy. It's just that we lack cultivation resources and opportunities, but what's the big deal? Time is the best thing. It can make up for everything we lack. Entering the Sacred Academy will only make us grow faster. But we have free time. If we don't have such good cultivation resources and opportunities, then we will make up for it with 10 times the time. That should be fine, right? Besides, I also have a master to protect me. I don't have to worry about anything. If it's my fate, if it's not, it's my fortune. Just take it lightly. Brother Qin Shao, what do you think? Qin Shao laughed. He already knew that Prince Zhang Yang wasn't that kind of person. It was indeed so. If Prince Zhang Yang really proposed to give up Wufeng City, then Qin Shao would definitely not be his brother anymore. Some things you can't completely look at the outcome. The final result may be the same. But it only looked the same. In fact, there was still a big difference. Oh. I thought you were going to give up Wufeng City. That's more like it. I misunderstood you. Miss Yuan was relieved. She had just snorted at Prince Zhongyang. Now she understood that Prince Zhongyang wasn't that kind of person. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "Seeing that you are so cute, I will forgive you. But you are really too much. After being together for so long, you don't trust my flamboyant character? You are looking down on me too much, aren't you? Do I look like the kind of person who would betray a friend? Although I haven't known Wufeng City for long, Qin Zhao's brother is my brother. How can I give up on my own brother? I have my own principles and bottom line, okay? I won't sell things out so casually." Miss Yuan nodded, expressing her agreement. She opened her mouth and said, "Anyway, I don't know any great principles, but I don't want to give up Wufeng City. He is with us." Previously, in the 5th trial, he also tried his best to protect me. Although his strength is indeed a little weak, I can see that he is a good person. Wufeng City really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at such a praise. "I am also a good person, okay?" Prince Zhongyang said with a little jealousy. Okay. You are also a good person," Miss Yuan said. Only then was Prince Zhongyang satisfied. Qin Shao looked at Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xen. Princess Little Yu naturally didn't need to say anything. She would listen to Qin Shao. She would do whatever Qin Shao did. Princess Ru Xen didn't say anything and also agreed with Qin Shao. Qin Shao was very gratified to be able to get everyone's unanimous support. This was the result he wanted. In that case, he didn't misjudge or trust the wrong person. Everyone being able to walk together was not only a kind of fate, but also a congenial spirit. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Many times, this was indeed the case. If you met the right person, your whole life would be bright. Since everyone had decided, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately threw the immortal badge in his hand back to the ancient Saint Senior and said, "Senior, I have returned the immortal badge to you. Can you let my brother go now? I believe that with Senior's identity, you definitely won't do anything that goes back on your word." The ancient Saint Senior took the immortal badge and played with it in his hand. He also looked at Qin Shao and the others with a little surprise and said, "Are you really sure you want to give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy? You 5 little guys are all extremely outstanding seed heavenly sons of heaven. You are the best of the younger generation in the immortal region. Your future is limitless. If you can become a student of the Sacred Academy, it will be like heaven is helping you. You actually want to give up such a great opportunity? Do you really not regret it? I will give you one more chance to regret. Are you sure you want to give up?" Qin Shao nodded very firmly and said, "Yes, Senior. We are sure to give up. There is no such thing as whether it is worth it or not. If we think it is worth it, then it is worth it. We understand the benefits, but this is not a bargaining chip that will make us go against our conscience. So we choose to give up. We will not regret it. Senior, please help us and let my brother Wu Fengqing go. This junior thanks you in advance." "You guys sigh." The ancient saint shook his head at Qin Shao and the others with a look of pity. Then he waved his hand and said, "Forget it." The ancient Saint Senior casually tossed Wufeng City over. Finally, he let Wufeng City go. Qin Shao hurried forward to catch Wu Fengqing. At this time, Wu Fengqing also regained his freedom and was unscathed. As soon as Wu Fengqing landed, he became anxious and said anxiously and self-reproachfully, "Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, what are you doing? I already said that I will be fine. I have already prepared to give up and even sacrifice this clone. Why did you give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy for me? Such a great opportunity, and you're giving it up just like that? We originally came here to fight for this opportunity. Even if we have to sacrifice this clone, we will not hesitate. I have already prepared to sacrifice this clone. You guys, Wu Fengqing really did not know what to say. From the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to Qin Shao and the others. After all, at this time, they were willing to give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy to protect him. This was enough to show the deep brotherhood between them. This was something that touched him very much. However, he sincerely hoped that Qin Shao and the others would not give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy for him. This would make him feel that he was a sinner. He had harmed Qin Shao and the others. He could not forgive himself. But things had already come to this point. No matter how much he said, it was useless. Everything had already happened and settled. Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang coincidentally patted Wu Fengqing's shoulder heavily. Qin Shao said, "We are brothers. Don't say anything more. We have already made a decision. That's it. There is no need to say anything else. Everything is in our hearts. If it were you, I also believe that you would do the same. It's okay to give up. It's nothing. As Prince Zhang Yang said, it's my fortune to get it, but it's my fate to lose it. Just take it that we don't have the fate to become a student of the Sacred Academy. Alright, it's already over. Don't think too much about it. Just face everything calmly, and it's fine." Prince Zhang Yang also comforted him. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Wu Fengqing, don't say so much. This is also good. It's not a big deal. You just can't become a student of the Sacred Academy. You won't die. Really, why do you have to do this? Why are you so emotional? Let's go and have a drink or two. We won't go back until we are drunk. Isn't that pleasant? Why think so much? Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Wu Fengqing smiled bitterly. Alas, this was the only way. Chapter 23:20. Congratulate us? Hearing this voice, Qin Shao and the other five could not help but be stunned. After looking at each other for a while, they looked at the source of the voice, the ancient Saint Senior. At this time, the ancient Saint Senior was looking at Qin Shao and the other five with a smile. The playfulness just now was gone, and there was more interest and appreciation. He played with the immortal token in his hand, and then casually threw it to Qin Shao. Qin Shao reached out and caught the immortal token. Only now did he believe that the ancient Saint Senior was not lying. It was indeed true. The immortal token was returned to them. Did that mean that the 6 of them had passed this test? The 6 of them could all become students of the Sacred Academy? If that was really the case, it was simply a big surprise. Qin Shao frowned slightly. A thought passed through his mind, and he finally understood some of the problems. His mind was suddenly enlightened. He understood what was going on. The ancient Saint Senior smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have passed this test. You have completed the 3rd round of the test, and passed the selection of the Sacred Academy. You are already a prospective student of the Sacred Academy." Miss Yuan, Wu Fengqing, and Princess Ru Xian were confused. They looked at the ancient Saint Senior with puzzled faces. They did not understand what was going on at all. Didn't the situation change a little too fast? It was so fast that it was a little hard to accept. For a moment they did not react at all. What exactly was going on? "Senior, you were not joking with us just now, were you?" Wu Fengqing said with a wry smile. He was still deeply guilty just now. How did the situation suddenly change? Although it was a great thing, he really did not come back to his senses. What was going on? The ancient Saint Senior smiled and said, "Yes and no." Yes and no? What did he mean by yes and no? Was it a yes or no? I said yes. Just now I was indeed joking with you. I said no, because what happened just now was the real test for you. The message given to you by the immortal writ is break gold with strength. These 4 words are the core content of the 6th test. However, I believe that none of you knew how to interpret these 4 words before. Now, some of you might have already understood. After saying that, the ancient sage senior looked at Qin Shao as if saying, "You should understand." Qin Shao said, "Yes, I understand. Working together means that the 6 of us need to work together. Only by working together can we break gold. As for this unity, it means that no matter what, we have to work together and never abandon anyone. The test of performance is that we need to snatch the immortal medallion from the senior's hands. Only then will it be considered a success." But senior captured Wu Fengqing and used him to threaten us, to make us give up on him. This is the true test. If we really gave up on Wufeng City, then we would be violating the 2 words Qi. In that case, even if the 5 of us get the immortal badges, we will still be eliminated. On the other hand, we need to give up the immortal badge and save Wufeng City. Only then can we pass the test. It seems to be giving up, but in fact it is victory. This feeling is a bit like coming back from the brink of death. The true test is hidden within, and no one can imagine it at all. As for us, we are still acting according to our hearts, which is why we are like this. But we didn't expect that the true test was precisely this, so we also passed the test by accident. Ha ha ha. The ancient sage senior laughed loudly. However, he waved his hand and said, "No, no. You guys didn't pass the test by accident. You all passed the test by relying on your true abilities, true strength, and true temperament. Only by meeting the requirements in all aspects can you pass this test. No matter which aspect you are weak in, it is impossible to pass this test." The Sacred Academy's requirements for students are not only top-notch talent and potential, but also top-notch character. Within the same sect, there must be mutual trust. You must not have the heart to harm others. When others are in trouble, you must be able to disregard everything and give up. You must do everything to help and save them. You must have noble qualities and a strong character. These are the qualities that the Sacred Academy values. Without these qualities, no matter how great your talent and potential are, the Sacred Academy will not accept you. You must be bright, upright, and have a strong sense of righteousness in your heart. Qin Shao smiled faintly. What he said was right. However, this was indeed their nature, and they did not deliberately do anything. Therefore, this success was inevitable. Prince Zhang Yang also laughed happily. Ha ha, this is really a big surprise for us. Interesting, very interesting. There is a hidden test within the test. The trick is really not ordinary. But fortunately, we are all outstanding people, people with incomparably strong moral qualities. So, we will definitely have no problems. In all aspects, we are the best candidates for the Sacred Academy. Without us, the Sacred Academy will definitely lose its glory. This unexpected surprise made everyone react completely, and a few smiles appeared on their faces as they rejoiced. They really did not expect that they would be able to pass this test. The twists and turns of the road were indeed gratifying. A ray of light fell, and an irresistible force wrapped Qin Shao and the others up. Like a gust of wind, Qin Shao and the others were swept away. When they reappeared, Qin Shao found that they had already left the landscape map and returned to the Emperor ruins. They were out. Phew! Qin Shao could not help but sigh in relief. It was finally over. Everything was over. Thinking back, he couldn't help but sigh. He had finally passed all the tests and successfully passed the selection of the Sacred Academy. Soon, he would officially become a student of the Sacred Academy. His radiance would be boundless and his name would shake the entire immortal realms. Such a glorious thing? Of course, Qin Shao did not care much about this false reputation. He cared more about the cultivation resources and opportunities. These were the real things. Everything else was false. Only strength was real. Ha ha ha, I really did not expect this. What a surprise. I really did not expect that I, Wu Fengqing, could actually pass the selection of the Sacred Academy. Now I still feel like I'm dreaming. Qin Shao, do you think I'm dreaming? Wu Fengqing's face was full of excitement and disbelief. He was overjoyed by this outcome. Slap. Prince Zhang Yang was not polite. He directly slapped Wu Fengqing's face. After being slapped by Prince Zhang Yang, Wu Fengqing was also a little stunned. His face was burning with pain, and he stared at Prince Zhang Yang in a daze. Prince Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders and curled his lip. You know the pain, right? That means it's true. No need to thank me. As a brother, I should help you. Don't look at me like that. Although I am indeed very handsome, you are still envious. Jealousy will not come. These words made Wu Fengqing speechless for a moment. Of course, he knew it was true, but, forget it. Wu Fengqing also knew that Prince Zhang Yang was joking with him, so he did not dwell on it. Like Wu Fengqing, Princess Ru Xian also had a look of disbelief. This indeed greatly exceeded her expectations. To be honest, she really did not expect that she could pass the selection of the Sacred Academy so smoothly and become a student of the Sacred Academy. In the beginning, she really did not have much hope. After all, almost all the top geniuses in the human world had gathered this time. With so many geniuses gathered, how fierce would the competition be? And in the end, only a few people could pass the selection and become a student of the Sacred Academy. The number was pitifully small. On average, a territory would only have 5 or 6 people. The southern wasteland, although its territory was larger than a territory of the kingdom of Huaxia of the 9 provinces, it was useless. The southern wasteland was too weak. This time, there were only 6 seated geniuses in the southern wasteland. Even the smallest territory of the kingdom of Huaxia of the 9 provinces was twice as many as the southern wasteland. Therefore, the 2 most promising people in the southern wasteland were Tianjiao and Princess Xiaoyu. She, Princess Ru Xian, had never held much hope, and her belief was not particularly strong in the first place. If she could pass the selection, it would naturally be for the best. If she could not pass, it was no big deal. She had already prepared for it. But the final result still made her wild with joy. She really passed the selection. Something she did not think too much about actually came true. It could be considered an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Qin Shao looked around and immediately discovered that there were 12 figures standing on the side. There were 6 people in a team. There was Hu Luanwu in one team and Tianjiao in the other. However, in the other 5 people in the team with Tianjiao, there were no other people from the southern wasteland. They were all Hu Ling's geniuses. Seeing these 2 teams, Qin Shao knew that they must have also passed the test and completed the selection. And they had completed it before them. If that was the case, then they were the 3rd batch to complete the selection? This result could be considered very good. Qin Shao could accept that Hu Luanwu's team was ahead of them. After all, they were led by 2 top geniuses of the Hu clan. Naturally, they were extraordinary. It was normal for the first batch to complete the selection, so it was acceptable. But Tianjiao's team had actually completed it before them. This made Qin Shao secretly astonished. In this situation, Tianjiao's strength was indeed terrifying. Qin Shao observed for a while and discovered that Tianjiao's team was clearly led by Tianjiao. The other 5 were all Tianjiao's. This layer of relationship was very easy to see. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on the Sacred Emperor's envoy. He was standing not far away. The Sacred Emperor's envoy also looked at Qin Zhao's team and nodded slightly. There was some praise in his eyes. Qin Shao, Prince Zhang Yang, Miss Yuan, congratulations. Hu Luanwu suddenly congratulated them. Qin Shao had interacted with Hu Luanwu's team before. Receiving the congratulations, Qin Shao replied, "Thank you, Brother Luanwu. Congratulations to you too." Hu Luanwu smiled and nodded. "Yes, congratulations to you too. From now on, we will be brothers of the same sect." There will be plenty of opportunities to get along. Tianjiao's gaze swept over Qin Shao, but he did not say anything. Soon, he withdrew his gaze. Tianjiao obviously felt very uncomfortable that Qin Shao had passed the selection. Qin Shao also sensed Tianjiao's strong hostility towards him, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. He was no longer the Qin Shao of the past. He was no longer the Qin Shao who could be bullied by Tianjiao. He was no longer the Qin Shao who could not get rid of Tianjiao and was forced to leave Fuyu Immortal Palace. He was no longer the Tianjiao who could not lift his head and was powerless to fight back. He was Qin Shao. Today, Qin Shao was not afraid of Tianjiao at all. Chapter 23-21. The area around the Saint Emperor's emissary was filled with the top geniuses who had passed the selection, which meant that they had become students of the Saint Academy. They had climbed to the top of the clouds and shone brightly, making others jealous. Around them, there were still some eliminated seed geniuses who were unwilling to leave, or rather, unwilling to leave so easily. They were still hovering there. From time to time, they would look at this area and their gazes would fall on Qin Shao and the other victors. Qin Shao also looked over and found many familiar figures among those who had been eliminated. There was Yunlu Shangqi who was eliminated by him, Huoli who had a conflict with him in Wind Cloud City, people from the Pin clan, and people from the Yeha clan. There were many familiar faces, or people who had a conflict with him before. There were also those from the southern wasteland. Qin Shao felt a lot of hostility from those people's eyes, but of course there was more envy. Damn it, damn it, damn it, why did he pass the selection? Why was I eliminated? I can't accept it. Yunlu Shangqi roared angrily in his heart. He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. But so what if he couldn't accept it? He had already been eliminated, he was already a failure. And what about Qin Shao? He stood there with a supreme posture of victory, shining brightly. His name Qin Shao would definitely be famous in this immortal domain. The gap between him and Qin Shao would be widened, and in the end, he could only look up to him. How sad was that? He hated, he was angry, he couldn't accept it, but there was nothing he could do. This pain was enough to drive him mad, enough to drive him crazy. But now, in front of Qin Shao, he was nothing. He was just a defeated opponent. There were also many voices of discussion in the crowd. TSK, that Qin Shao really has a good life. Previously, he was in the limelight in Taihao City, and this time, he passed the selection smoothly. I have no choice but to accept it. Isn't that so? It's said that Qin Zhao's background is extremely humble, and he even ascended from the universe. It's incredible that he could walk to such a height step by step. Yes, I've also heard about it. He was born in an incomparably lowly place, without any status or background. He'd completely relied on his own hard work and karmic luck to arrive at this point, and it was truly not easy. Moreover, his character was also very good and worthy of admiration. He to be able to pass the selection, I am convinced. I'm also convinced. I rarely admire someone, but I really admire Qin Shao. As for the others, I'm not that impressed. How did Wufeng City pass the selection? He was really lucky to have followed Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, and that Princess Xiaoyu with the peach blossom body. Originally, with his talent, potential, and strength, I didn't think that he could pass the selection. Yeah, and there's also that Princess Ru Xian. Although her father is an extremely powerful ancient saint, according to what I know, that Princess Ru Xian's talent, potential, and strength aren't particularly great. She's pretty lucky to have passed the selection. It's heaven-defying. Alas, it's a pity that my team members are all uneven. Otherwise, I could also pass the selection. I'm really unwilling to accept this. I also think that this selection rule is too unfair. I don't think I'm any worse than Wufeng City, but I was eliminated. This is all fate. You can't not accept it. You can only accept it. Forget it, forget it. Let's go, lest we get upset. Comparisons are odious. Let's go. Qin Shao had already become famous in the entire Taihao city when he became the champion of the arena. He was also noticed by those seated geniuses. This time, Qin Shao had successfully passed the selection. This had caused Qin Zhao's reputation to soar. And this time, it was obvious that his name would spread throughout the entire mortal realm, and even the entire immortal realm. Those who could pass the selection and become a student of the Sacred Academy were enough to become famous in the world. Feeling many envious gazes, Wufeng City couldn't help but feel a little excited. This feeling was very wonderful. The selection continued. In the entire Taihao city, the news had spread like wildfire. Especially those who passed the selection. Everyone's name shook the entire Taihao city. Countless people were talking about it. The news spread to the entire mortal realm. The news quickly spread to other places. The selection finally came to an end under the attention of thousands of people. In the end, only 102 top geniuses passed the selection. 400 to 500 seated geniuses took part in the third round of the selection. In the end, only about 20% passed. This time, the performance of the Southern Wasteland was particularly eye-catching. 6 seated geniuses took part, and 3 of them passed the selection. It was indeed very dazzling. However, Tian Jiao and Princess Xiaoyu were more popular in the beginning. These two were really too outstanding. Needless to say, Tian Jiao was already very famous in the Southern Wasteland, and Princess Xiaoyu had the peach blossom body. She was favored by the heavens and seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It was also expected that she could pass the selection. The biggest surprise was probably Princess Ru Xian. Of course, Princess Ru Xian was able to pass the selection mostly because of her luck. But luck was also a part of strength. Since the Sacred Academy set up these selections, there must be a reason. Haha, it's over just like that. I really feel like I haven't had enough. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said. Wu Fengqing said, What else do you want to do? You still haven't had enough? This round of selection is so terrifying. Do you still want to go through another round? Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said, No, that's not it. It's just that I feel like this round of selection isn't exciting at all. You see, from the beginning to the end, we had to pass all the tests by ourselves. We didn't fight with other seated geniuses. So, I can't feel the competition at all. Without that kind of strong competition, it naturally doesn't seem intense and hot-blooded enough. If you can fight with other seated geniuses, think about it. You can eliminate one seated genius after another. Only then will the feeling of satisfaction completely erupt. Just thinking about it is an extremely beautiful thing. This round of selection is difficult, but it's not satisfying enough. How can restraining those difficult problems be as satisfying as defeating seated geniuses one by one? I've always wanted to torture more people and eliminate more people. This wish has completely fallen through. Alas, it's not good. Wu Fengqing was immediately speechless towards Prince Zhongyang. But thinking about it, it did make some sense. This round of selection was indeed not intense enough. It was not hot-blooded enough. Thinking about it, it did indeed feel that it was not exciting enough. It was not satisfying enough. But who cares? The final victory was already in their hands. The result was good. That was enough. As for everything else, that was secondary. The most important thing was this reward. Qin Shao, don't you think so? Prince Zhongyang tugged at Qin Shao again. Qin Shao glared at Prince Zhongyang and said, I don't like fighting. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips speechlessly. Boring. You're all too boring. You don't even want to cooperate at all. Forget it. I'll go and talk about life with Miss Yuan Yuan. However, as soon as he finished his words, Miss Yuan Yuan acted as if she was afraid of him. She hid behind Princess Xiaoyu and stabbed Zhongyang in the back. Not cute. Prince Zhang Yang glared at Miss Yuanyuan gloomily. I don't want to talk about life with a hooligan like you. Miss Yuanyuan lifted her delicate nose. Ahem, Miss Yuanyuan, you misunderstood. I'm pure. I don't believe it. The selection was over. The top geniuses who had passed the selection also gathered. The sacred emperor's emissary spoke. Everyone, congratulations on passing the third round of selection. Congratulations in advance. You are already prospective students of the Sacred Academy. You only need to hold the opening ceremony and issue the identity token to you. Once you receive the official registration of the Academy, you'll be considered true students of the Sacred Academy. At that time, you'll have unparalleled glory, unparalleled power, and unparalleled status. You'll have all the light in the world. You'll overshadow all the geniuses in the world. You'll be the true strongest of the younger generation in the immortal region. You'll represent the strongest of the younger generation in the immortal region. Hearing the sacred emperor's emissaries' inspiring words made everyone's blood boil. They were incomparably overjoyed. That's right, this was indeed a supreme honor. This was a source of pride. It was enough to make them proud. Their light would shine on the forces, clans, and families behind them. This honor would definitely be recorded in the annals of history and become a legacy of glory. Now, I'll take you to the Sacred Academy, the Sacred Emperor's emissary said again. They were going to the Sacred Academy. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. The Sacred Academy, the place they yearned for endlessly. Now they could finally go there. Although the Sacred Academy had just been established, it was jointly established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had bestowed upon it the most supreme and most sacred light. Once the Sacred Academy was established, its glory was destined to illuminate the entire immortal region. It was destined to be worshipped by everyone and be regarded as the supreme Sacred Academy. Even those with the best state of mind couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Qin Zhao's mood was also somewhat excited. Success, they finally succeeded. Although Qin Zhao had the ambition to achieve this success, he still needed to go through a series of efforts to achieve it. Fortunately, he really did it. He didn't disappoint, and didn't fail to fulfill his mission. The Sacred Emperor's emissary waved his hand, and an irresistible force swept Qin Zhao and the other 102 people away. The Sacred Emperor's emissary took Qin Zhao and the others to the Sacred Academy. This glory was completely left in Taihao City. Discussions about the selection had already filled every corner of Taihao City. Everyone was talking about it and spreading the light of the selection. Those 102 names had long been enthusiastically discussed and engraved in people's mind. Among these 102 people, the most talked about were probably Fu Zhongshuan, Qin Shao, Prince Zhang Yang, Princess Xiaoyu, Heaven's Pride, Xia Dongho, and a few others. Qin Shao was completely the image of a dark horse. Countless people remembered this name. The victors laughed while the losers cried. Many of the eliminated geniuses were unwilling to accept this. Those young masters who had previously provoked Qin Shao were also regretting their actions. They really shouldn't have left such a troublemaker behind. Now that Qin Shao had become a student of the Sacred Academy, he would definitely have a high position and powerful strength in the future. If he was a vengeful person, leaving such a troublemaker behind would probably bring about a fatal disaster in the future. But it had already happened, and there was no turning back. There was no medicine for regret. No matter how much they regretted, it would be useless. Chapter 23-22. In a place of cultivation in the Fu De Immortal Palace. A handsome young man was sitting cross-legged there, cultivating. The young man's face already had many traces left behind by the passage of time, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. Suddenly, a big meatball rolled over. It was very fast, so it looked like a rubber ball rolling at high speed. From afar, the delicate-looking young man felt a familiar aura and couldn't help but look over. Xiao Dao, I have good news." His voice sounded even before he arrived, and he sounded a little excited. "Fatty Kai, why are you so excited?" Xiao Dao stood up and looked at the meatball. It was none other than Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai hugged Xiao Dao, and almost half of Xiao Dao's body was wrapped in his meat. "Ha! This time our Fuda Immortal Palace is going to be famous in the whole southern wasteland. The whole southern wasteland is going to be jealous of us." Princess Xiao Yu and Tianjiao both passed the selection of Saint College. They are going to officially become students of Saint College. This is a great honor. This time, our Fuda Immortal Palace can finally hold our heads high. The whole southern wasteland will have to look up to us. One day, the whole southern wasteland will be led by our Fuda Immortal Palace and push us to the top, to the supreme throne. Tisk tsk, there are only 3 top geniuses in the whole southern wasteland who passed the selection of Saint College. Our Fuda Immortal Palace has 2. The other one is the daughter of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. However, this is not as good as our Fuda Immortal Palace. In the future, our Fuda Immortal Palace's disciples will be able to hold their heads high. Just thinking about it makes me proud. Hearing that his sister passed the selection of Saint College, Xiao Dao was naturally very happy and proud of his sister. However, when he heard Tianjiao's name, Xiao Dao was very unhappy. "Don't compare Tianjiao with my sister. He is not worthy, far from worthy." Thinking of Tianjiao, Xiao Dao clenched his teeth. He hated Tianjiao. It could even be said that he hated Tianjiao. It was Tianjiao who kicked Big Brother Qin Shao out of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Fatty Kai also understood Xiao Dao's mood. He nodded and immediately said, "Xiao Dao, in fact, other than this, I have an even bigger piece of good news. According to the information I received, Qin Shao also participated in the selection of the Sacred Academy this time. Furthermore, he also passed the selection successfully. His name is known all over the world, and he shines brightly." Hearing Fatty Kai's words, Xiao Dao subconsciously froze. After a long while, he suddenly reacted. "What? Fatty Kai, you said that Brother Qin Shao also passed the Saint Academy selection? Is this true?" Ever since Qin Shao left the Fuda Immortal Palace, they had no news of Qin Shao. Tens of millions of years had passed since then. They still cared about Qin Shao very much. This time there was finally good news. Fatty Kai smiled and nodded. "Of course it's true, the news of the Saint Academy selection is so big, it can't be fake. Now that the news has spread throughout the entire Immortal region, it will definitely reach Lin Fu City soon." Ha ha ha! Xiao Dao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was really happy, very happy for Qin Shao. That's great, that's great. Fuda Immortal Palace, Sacred Palace. A flame suddenly fell from the sky, landing in front of a particularly handsome man. This man had a supreme aura. He could make the heavens and the earth bow down to him. 2 powerful auras collided. It was as if they had already transcended the heavens and earth. "Master, the selection of the Saint Academy has ended. Heaven's pride and that girl Xiao you didn't disappoint and passed the selection. This time, our Fuda Immortal Palace shone brightly. We are destined to be famous all over the southern wilderness. In the near future, our Fuda Immortal Palace will be able to command the entire southern wilderness. How great would that be? Master, this has been your dream for a long time. There is finally a good start," Phoenix said excitedly. Hearing Phoenix's words, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master's expression suddenly became a little excited. Naturally, his mood was beautiful, it was needless to say. "Yes, how many years has it been? This is our goal from the beginning, the grand goal we set. This is what we have been chasing in our hearts, a long-term dream, the motivation to strive. After working hard for so long, after planning for so long, there is finally a good response. My efforts all these years have not been in vain. With such a result, everything is worth it, worth it. A small Fu-2 Immortal Palace was able to produce 2 students from the Sacred Institute. Let alone in the southern wasteland. Even in the entire mortal world, this was something that was extremely rare. It was enough to shine brightly. Such a thing. However, this was where luck, great luck came from. The Fuda Immortal Palace Master was extremely confident about his future and the future of the Fuda Immortal Palace Master. Fuda Immortal Palace would definitely become incomparably powerful in his hands. He even had a great ambition in his heart. He wanted to develop the Fuda Immortal Palace into the strongest force in the southern wilderness, the dominant force. As the Fuda Immortal Palace Master, he wanted to become the supreme overlord of the southern wilderness in the future. The southern wilderness was not like the 9 continents Huaxia country, it was not like the few holy lands. The southern wilderness had always been extremely chaotic, there was never a unified force, there was never a particularly strong force, it was always a situation of thousands of mountains. But now, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master saw hope. However, Phoenix suddenly dragged her voice, her tone changed a little. Hearing Phoenix's voice, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master's face darkened a little. He looked at Phoenix and said, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Phoenix nodded and said, "Qin Shao also participated in the selection of the Saint Academy, and he passed the selection and became a student of the Saint Academy." Qin Shao? Hearing Qin Zhao's name, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at Phoenix with a slightly serious expression. This news did make the Fuda Immortal Palace Master slightly stunned. He was a little surprised. Qin Shao also participated in the selection of the Saint Academy? And he passed? This news made the Fuda Immortal Palace Master very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look a little serious. Qin Shao could also reach such a height? This was somewhat unexpected. Although Qin Shao was indeed very talented and had a lot of potential, it was the Sacred Academy. It was the Sacred Academy. Those who could enter the Saint Academy were all top geniuses, they were enough to look down on the entire immortal region. He also thought highly of Qin Shao, but he didn't think so highly of Qin Shao. It doesn't matter, he passed the selection, so be it. Some things, if missed, are missed, it's no big deal. But soon, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master felt relieved. He didn't think so much, after all, his goal was already a good start. Fuda Immortal Palace Master and Princess Xiaoyu, it was enough. Even if he was given another chance to choose, he would still do the same. Since he had already done it, there was nothing to say. A stretch of sacred light, a stretch of glorious, a stretch of sacred mountain, bathed in endless immortal qi, manifesting a supreme sacred brilliance. The golden light was like waves, the colorful clouds were like satin, in a stretch of green water, there were immortal palaces. Spirit birds in the water, in the clouds, and above the immortal palaces, they let out a series of crisp chirps, playing a cheerful tune, creating a supreme immortal atmosphere. Even Qin Shao and the others who had seen many sceneries couldn't help but feel a little shocked when they saw this scene. They had arrived at the Saint Academy. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 23:23. There might not be anything visually shocking, but the shock in one's heart was indescribable. It made one's emotions surge involuntarily, giving birth to a sense of reverence. Sacred Institute, just the word sacred, was enough to show its supreme brilliance. An institute founded by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it was majestic. Landing on the open ground of Sacred Institute, everyone looked at the surrounding scenery in shock. Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every bird, every brick, every tile. There was also a patch of clouds, a wisp of celestial light. "You all take a rest here and wait for the other groups of people to arrive," the Sacred Emperor's messenger said to everyone, then left. The shock in one's heart slowly calmed down. Soon, Qin Shao withdrew his gaze. Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said with a somewhat emotional expression, "I became a student of Sacred Institute just like that?" Thinking back, it was really easy. I didn't even have to think about it. I just used a little bit of strength and it was over. Sigh, boring. I thought it would be more intense and exciting. I had to use my real strength and give it my all. I didn't expect it. I didn't even use my hands or fight with the other seated geniuses, and it was over. It's still a pity. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have participated in the selection. Qin Shao, Yuan, and the others expressed serious disdain for Prince Zhang Yang's shameless words. He was too shameless. How could he say such words? Prince Zhang Yang looked at the others, then said with a relieved expression, "But there will always be opportunities. As students of Sacred Institute in the future, there will always be opportunities to interact. Although I'm a little disappointed in the selection test this time, I guess the Sacred Academy can still accept it." Qin Shao and the others looked at Prince Zhang Yang with disdain and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Qin Shao and the others didn't want to talk to Prince Zhang Yang, but Prince Zhang Yang came to them himself. "Brother Qin Shao, do you think I'm right? Isn't it a pity? For people as outstanding and powerful as us, there's actually no room for us to display our talent. I want to make a name for myself, but I don't even have the chance to do so." Qin Shao rolled her eyes at Prince Zhang Yang and said grumpily, "Since there is still time, go and challenge the others." "Well, Fu Zhongshuan is over there. You should go. It's suitable for you to make a name for yourself." Forget it. We're all from the same sect in the future, so let's not kill each other. Besides, there's no point in bullying others." Prince Zhang Yang shook his head. "The second batch is here." At this moment, someone spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Shao also quickly looked over. Sure enough, he saw a powerful figure descending. That supreme aura made Qin Shao realize at a glance that this was an ancient saint. Moreover, it was definitely not an ordinary ancient saint. This ancient saint was not the same as the Saint Emperor's emissaries. Their emissaries concealed their aura very well, so they did not give people any pressure. However, the one in front of him did not conceal his aura, so he gave people a great sense of oppression. As soon as he arrived, it felt as if a piece of blue sky was pressing down on them. The sacred and inviolable might of the saint was there, making people in awe. They did not dare to look at him more than a few times. This was obviously the Saint Emperor's emissary, a supreme and powerful existence. With a wave of his hand, nearly 200 people flew out and landed on the open ground. "Haha, Brother Chanzi, you're here too!" Du Qiming also passed the selection? He's really lucky. It was so difficult for me to pass the selection, but he actually passed? Fellow Taoist Lien Tian, congratulations. Although I've heard about it, I still have to congratulate you. As soon as this group of people arrived, the atmosphere immediately became lively and clamorous. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on a familiar figure. That figure also saw Qin Shao, and the smile on his face suddenly bloomed. "Brother Qin Shao, Brother Fengcheng, haha, I finally get to see you. This is great, this is really great. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Meng Dali walked over with a face full of excitement. It had been thousands of years since they last met. However, it was obvious that Meng Dali had already received the news from Wufeng City and knew that Qin Shao had passed the selection. Meng Dali came up and gave Qin Shao a strong bear hug. Wufeng Cheng looked a little envious as he muttered, "Only hugging Brother Qin Shao, not me. Am I not a brother?" Meng Dali naturally knew that Wufeng Cheng was just joking. Meng Dali also quickly gave Wufeng Cheng a strong bear hug. Although Meng Dali and Wufeng Cheng both lived in the 9 states of Huaxia, the distance between them was not close. Therefore, they had never seen each other again. Now that the 3 of them had gathered here, They were naturally in a very good mood and excited mood. Such a thing was truly too rare. Old friends gathered together, there were naturally many topics to talk about. Meng Dali was also the type who liked to talk. Besides, they had not seen each other for thousands of years. There were indeed endless things to talk about and talk about. The three of them sat at the side and chatted freely. Qin Shao had already received the news from Wu Fengqing that Meng Dali had also passed the selection. Therefore, Qin Shao had been looking forward to meeting him. Ha, great! This is really great! This is really great! Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that such a day would come. The three of us can work together again and fight side by side in the future. We will strive to not be bullied by anyone in the Sacred Academy. I'm looking forward to the Sacred Academy more and more now. This is really great. Meng Dali immediately sighed again. Yes, he was indeed looking forward to it. The joy of life was to be able to do something with the people close to you. The road of cultivation was also long and boring. It was good to have something to adjust one's mood. Time flew by quickly. Soon, the third and fourth batches of top geniuses were sent over. Only the last batch was left. Now, they were just waiting for the opening ceremony of the Sacred Academy. They were also full of curiosity and anticipation for the future cultivation of the Sacred Academy. Of course, they were even more looking forward to it. Hey, Qin Shao! Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from behind, and a jade-like hand gently patted Qin Shao's body. Qin Shao, Wu Fengqing, and Meng Dali were engrossed in their conversation. This sudden interruption made Qin Zhao's brows involuntarily furrow slightly. However, when he heard this voice, Qin Shao immediately perked up. His expression suddenly changed. This familiar voice was too familiar. Qin Shao turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a celestial aura standing there. The familiar face appeared in front of him again. This time, it had been nearly 10 million years since they parted. Ming Yuexin! Qin Shao shouted with a smile. This was Ming Yuexin, who was known as the Saintess of the Jade Lake. Ming Yuexin was smiling very brightly at this time. She was very happy and blooming. She looked at Qin Shao as if he was not there. However, he did not look at her affectionately. He just looked at her happily, like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. That was the feeling. Haha, Qin Shao, it's really you. I just came here and saw you from afar. I felt that you were very familiar. I didn't expect that we would meet here. It's really great. Yes, this feeling was really good and wonderful. It was like something that he had been looking forward to for a long time had suddenly succeeded. Of course, he was very happy. After meeting again after a long time, the two began to chat. Princess Xiaoyu looked at them calmly, so calm that it was a little cold. Chapter 23-24. Are you the Saint of Jade Lake? Zhang Yang looked at Ming Yuexin with a strange look, with a suspicious expression on his face. Qin Shao also had some doubts about Ming Yuexin's identity. He didn't think that Ming Yuexin was really the Jade Lake Saintess. Meng Dali also looked at Ming Yuexin curiously. Meng Dali had always wanted to be the Jade Lake Saintess. Previously, during the Holy Prince Consort selection, Meng Dali really wanted to be the Holy Prince Consort. It was a pity that his wish was not fulfilled. Of course, now it seemed that he had to thank his previous failure. Otherwise, if he really became the Holy Prince Consort, he wouldn't be able to participate in the Holy Academy's selection. That would be a great loss. Others wanted to be the Holy Prince Consort only because they could absorb the Jade Lake Saintess's blood essence and holy power. However, Meng Dali was different. He wanted to be the Holy Prince Consort purely because of the Jade Lake Saintess's beauty. Meng Dali was naturally curious when he heard Ming Yuexin say that she was the Jade Lake Saintess. He had always been drooling over the Jade Lake Saintess's beauty. However, Meng Dali looked at her and scratched his head. You don't look like it. Ming Yuexin shrank back as Prince Zhongyang and Meng Dali looked at her and questioned. She pouted and said, I am the Jade Lake Saintess. Why don't I look like it? You don't look like it at all, Prince Zhongyang and Meng Dali said in unison. Ming Yuexin puffed out her chest and asked, Why don't you look like it? I think you look like it. This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning to it. Prince Zhongyang shook his head and said, As far as I know, the Jade Lake Saintess didn't participate in the Holy Academy's selection. If you say that you are the Kunlun Saintess or the Saintess of the Jiuhua Immortal Sect, it would make sense. As far as I know, the Kunlun Saintess and the Jiuhua Immortal Sect did send talented disciples to participate in the Holy Academy's selection. Therefore, there is a possibility. If you say it's the Jade Lake Saintess, then it's impossible. Meng Dali nodded in agreement. He understood this situation as well. His intuition was telling him the same thing. The Jade Lake Saintess was different from other women. She was very special and had a unique aura. Although Yu Yuexin also had a unique aura, it was different from that of the Jade Lake Saintess. Ming Yuexin suddenly felt a little guilty. After playing with her fingers, she pretended to be confident and said, You all only heard about it from others. I secretly ran out to participate. Can't I? Who said that the Saint of the Jade Lake can't participate in the selection of the Saint Academy? Why do you care? All right, let's not talk about this. Everyone should be here, right? Seeing Ming Yuexin like this, Qin Shao also knew that Ming Yuexin really wasn't the Jade Lake Saintess. Then what was her identity? However, this wasn't important. Since she wanted to hide her identity, she naturally had her own difficulties. Qin Shao didn't want to get to the bottom of this. The selections for the 5 districts had already ended. In the end, there were only about 800 people who successfully passed the selections and became the first batch of students of the Academy of Sacred Arts. In the 9 continents of Huaxia, the 100 schools of thought had 100 territories. In addition to the 100 schools of thought, there were also Kunlun Holy Land, Jiuhua Immortal Sect, and the Southern Wasteland. On average, only 7 or 8 people passed the selection and became a student of the Sacred Academy. It could be seen how cruel the competition was this time. Just like the Southern Wasteland, there were only 3 geniuses who were selected. This time, the Saint Academy could be said to have gathered all the top geniuses in the immortal realm and the human world. The 5 Saint Emperor's envoys suddenly descended together. Their mighty saint aura fell, and the crowd quieted down immediately. They looked over respectfully and orderly. The 5 Saint Emperor's envoys were 5 Saint Venerables. It was the first time for many people to see 5 Saint Venerables at the same time. This kind of pressure was indeed powerful and terrifying. However, everyone's mood was somewhat surging. They knew it was about to begin. The Saint Academy's opening ceremony was about to begin. Under everyone's excited mood, a Saint Emperor's envoy walked out. It was the envoy who gave Qin Shao the bronze ball. Later, Qin Shao also knew the title of this Saint Emperor's envoy, Envoy Zui Wu. Envoy Zui Wu took a sip of wine from his wine gourd. His eyes looked at everyone and he said, Little guys, congratulations on becoming the students of our Saint Academy. You are lucky, incomparably lucky to be able to become the first batch of students of the Saint Academy. I believe that this will change your life. However, your brilliance didn't shine too much. This old man has received an imperial edict from Emperor Xianyuan to tell everyone a piece of good news. What? An imperial edict from Emperor Xianyuan? Good news? Was there even better news? Even Emperor Xianyuan personally issued an imperial edict? Hearing Envoy Zui Wu's words, everyone's mood was surging. It was really exciting. We're rich, we're really rich. Even Emperor Xianyuan is so concerned about us. Our future will definitely be bright. Ha, this is too awesome. Us brothers have successfully passed the test. Meng Dali was very happy. He was so excited that he seemed to be dancing. Meng Dali's gaze swept over Qin Shao and the others. He said, "Haha, as long as our small group works together in the future, we won't be bullied by anyone in the Saint Academy. Who knows, we might even be able to create a big force that's famous in the immortal domain. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Qin Shao looked at Meng Dali and shook his head with a smile. Although he didn't have any intention of forming a group, Meng Dali's words were actually very reasonable. Even if they were from the same sect, there would definitely be many open and covert struggles in the future. Therefore, it was not a bad thing to have a powerful force supporting him from behind. On Qin Zhao's side, the number of people added up was already very considerable. There were Qin Shao, Meng Dali, Prince Zhang Yang, Wu Fengqing, Princess Xiaoyu, Yuan Yuan, Princess Ru Xian, and Ming Yuexin. There were a total of 8 people. This number was indeed not small. Students, hear the imperial edict. Envoy Zui Wu's aura suddenly surged, becoming incomparably powerful and divine. His immortal aura was vast and mighty, pressing down on everyone. His voice was stern, causing everyone to jump in fright. They immediately became incomparably respectful. Even the other 4 envoys behind Envoy Zui Wu bowed respectfully, showing sufficient respect. To be able to make such a powerful ancient sage so respectful, it was clear how powerful the imperial edict was. Once the imperial edict was out, heaven and earth would submit. Who would dare to disobey? Qin Shao had also heard of the imperial edict before. It was a supreme holy aura, representing the Holy Emperor's holy aura. It was as if he had personally descended to the world, and no one dared to disobey. However, this was the first time he was going to see an imperial edict. Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but tense up. Envoy Zui Wu stretched out his hands, and golden light suddenly burst out from his hands like a volcanic eruption. It was as if golden water had been poured, forming a golden soup. The holy aura was vast and mighty, causing everyone to involuntarily kneel down. Their hearts were also filled with incomparable sincerity. In the golden light, ancient golden characters flew out one by one, shining with boundless golden light and supreme holy aura. It was as if a heavenly thunder had struck everyone's hearts, shocking them beyond belief. An illusory yet intimidating voice resounded through the world like a clap of thunder. It poured into everyone's minds and imprinted itself on their souls. All of you, listen up. Rest for 1,000,000 years, and then convene a challenge for all students to determine the winner. At that time, we will invite the senior elders of the 100 schools of thought, Kunlun, and Zhihua Immortal Sect to participate and test you. I also intend to choose a personal disciple, and the other emperors also intend to choose a personal disciple to cultivate. All of you must work hard and prepare for a great battle. Those who perform well will be treated and nurtured. Everyone's conditions will be different. Survival of the fittest, and all things are blessed by the heavens. Sacred Academy is a sacred place for cultivation, but it will also be a place of intense competition. It will stimulate your strongest fighting spirit. Everyone's potential is limitless. It all depends on whether you can be stimulated. Sacred Academy does not nurture idlers. If you can't reach the pinnacle in all aspects, you won't be able to stay in Sacred Academy for long. All of you must also have a sense of crisis. If your performance is not satisfactory, you may be expelled from Sacred Academy. Therefore, all of you must not think that after entering Sacred Academy, you will be able to become a dragon overnight and have no worries. Sacred Academy was established to cultivate the most elite, the most outstanding, and the most potential geniuses to reach the pinnacle. It is better to have nothing than to have something substandard, and the elimination rate is very strict. The voice of the imperial edict lingered in everyone's minds like thunder. These words were indeed incomparably inspiring, causing many people to become abnormally excited. Emperor Xianyuan was actually going to choose a personal disciple? This was enough to make everyone fight for it with their lives. If they could become Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple, their future would be immeasurable. Just thinking about it was enough to make people go crazy. Even Qin Shao, who had always been calm and steady, felt his blood boiling. He felt like he was going crazy. Just this point alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. However, it also gave everyone a heavy sense of crisis. If they performed well, they would be given special treatment. But if they didn't perform well, they would be eliminated. If they were eliminated, wouldn't it be a great humiliation? Wouldn't they be ridiculed by the world? Therefore, just the presence of this sense of crisis was enough to make everyone muster all their strength and work hard to cultivate so that they wouldn't fall behind others. Even if they couldn't be the best, they couldn't be eliminated. Envoy Zui Wu clasped his hands together. The golden light dissipated, and the imperial edict was read out. Everyone subconsciously bowed respectfully before they stood up. The divine aura dissipated, and the sense of oppression disappeared. But the invisible pressure in everyone's hearts appeared. Of course, for Qin Shao, this sense of crisis was nothing. He had full confidence in himself. To him, this was not a crisis but a great opportunity. The title of Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple may only be possible if he wins first place in the student competition. At the very least, he should be in the top 3. The most likely way is to win first place. How could it be so easy to take first place among these 800 or so geniuses? With my current strength, I'm afraid it is almost impossible. Chapter 23-25. After announcing the imperial edict, Envoy Zhu Wushuang helped everyone settle down. Everyone had their own small independent area, which was their own student territory. This area wasn't very big, only about 100 miles in radius. And this small area would be the place where every student would cultivate in the future. However, the other areas of the Sacred Academy weren't open to the students yet. They would probably have to wait until after the student competition to make a detailed arrangement. Now, many of the immortal rules and regulations hadn't been made public, and the entire academy hadn't been completely opened. Some of the institutional settings of the Sacred Academy hadn't even been announced yet. Everything seemed to be blank, showing the incompleteness of the Sacred Academy. Qin Zhao's cultivation area was bustling. After everyone settled down, they all went to Qin Zhao's cultivation area, as if to discuss something important. So we're considered to have entered the Sacred Academy and become its students? He thought that there would be a grand opening ceremony for the academy. Then, during the opening ceremony, a bunch of big shots would appear and let us broaden our horizons, shocking our souls. And then, very grandly, they gave us the Sacred Academy's sacred token and this set of Sacred Academy uniform. This holy token and the uniform of the Sacred Academy are good stuff. They are comparable to the most powerful treasures, the best high-grade immortal equipment. But they just casually gave it to us. There's no sense of ceremony at all. I feel like this selection is going to end so easily. Now that we're in the Sacred Academy, we're sent away so easily. There's no sense of ceremony at all. Isn't it too plain? How is it worthy of the Sacred Academy's supreme glory? Zhang Yonggong said. Zizi pursed his lips, looking very dissatisfied. Meng Dali, on the other hand, was like-minded. He immediately agreed. Yes, that's right. I also feel that this journey is too simple and ordinary. There's no style at all that the Sacred Academy should have. Those who don't know would think that we've entered a small faction. It's also possible that this momentum will only appear during the student tournament. Didn't you complain that you didn't have a chance to spar with other seeded geniuses during the selection? You'll have a chance to show off your skills during the student competition. Qin Shao shook her head and said, You guys are still in the mood to talk about these boring things. Since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. Those empty titles are nothing. They're not important. The most important thing is our own cultivation. Although they didn't give us much for the time being, I believe that the Sacred Academy isn't like this. I think what Dolly said is right. We should wait until after the student competition, then Sacred Academy will be on the right track. Once you're on the right track, everything will be revealed. So, don't think about those things. Ah. Prince Zhongyang laughed out loud. He smacked his lips and said, I was just nagging. How can I not understand these principles? Let me tell you. I've heard a lot of good news this time. It's definitely exciting news. Do you want to hear it? You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and say it. Qin Shao didn't hold back and directly kicked Prince Zhongyang. Prince Zhongyang glared at Qin Shao and said, It's related to the student competition. It's said that there will be a ranking, and the final round number of 800 will be kept. So, there will still be about 20 people who will be kicked out. Although the number is very small, the probability is also very low. The vast majority of people are already very stable. Those 20 people who will be kicked out will depend on who is unlucky. I guess luck will play a large role. When saying this, Prince Zhongyang looked at Wu Fengqing and Princess Ruexin. This action seemed to have a deeper meaning. Zhongyang, why are you looking at me? You don't think I'm in danger of being kicked out, do you? Wu Fengqing rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang. Do you have to look down on me like that? Even if you really think so, you don't have to show it like that, right? But Prince Zhongyang just chuckled and didn't say anything. The more he didn't say anything, the more it seemed like he understood. It was thought-provoking. No, do you really look down on me like that? Wu Fengqing said gloomily. Prince Zhongyang smiled slyly and said, I didn't say that. You said it. Princess Ruexin shook her head and sighed softly. She said, I was able to pass the third round of the test because of you guys. You guys gave me a lot of help. That's why I'm like this. Luck played a huge role in it. I know my strength and I know my potential. Without luck and without you guys, I wouldn't have been able to pass the selection and become a student of the Academy of St. I originally thought I could rest easy, but I didn't think there was still the danger of being kicked out. Forget it. I'll leave it to fate. At the very least, I still have 1,000,000 years. I'm already very satisfied. Cough, cough. Hearing Princess Ruexin's gloomy words, Prince Zhongyang knew the joke had gone too far. He also felt a little embarrassed. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang in exasperation, then said to Princess Ruexin, Princess Ruexin, don't say such gloomy words. Luck is also a part of strength. Although your talent and potential aren't at the top, it's still pretty good. You don't have to belittle yourself like that. You have some luck, but there are others who also have luck. If you believe in yourself, you'll definitely succeed. Not to mention, you still have 1,000,000 years. We'll all help you. We believe in you. We won't abandon you. But you must first have great confidence in yourself. Prince Zhongyang also immediately said, That's right, that's right. Princess Ruexin, I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Your talent and potential are actually pretty good. I believe you definitely won't be kicked out. Princess Xiaoyu and Yuan also came up to persuade Princess Ruexin. Only then did Princess Ruexin calm down. Prince Zhongyang immediately changed the topic. Oh right. Let's get back to business. Where were we just now? Oh right, I remember now. Let's talk about some of the generous rewards for the top students in the student assembly first. You guys better listen carefully. Hold your chin. Don't drop it. Speaking up to this point, Prince Zhongyang seemed to be deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. He paused and did not continue. Instead, he looked straight at everyone as if he was saying, I'm going to kill you with greed. However, such a despicable way of doing things was naturally met with Yanzheng's protest. Yuan very impolitely kicked him. Only then did Prince Zhongyang continue. It's like this. According to what I know, if you can rank in the top 100 in this student assembly, you'll be given 100 extremely powerful fourth-step celestial venerables to choose from as your followers. If you can rank in the top 10, you'll be given 2 half-sages and 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to choose from. If you can rank in the top 3, it's said that you'll be given an ancient sage, 2 half-sages, and 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to be your followers. If you rank first, TSK, you'll reach the heavens in a single bound. It's said that the first place will be taken in by Emperor Xianyuan as a personal disciple and become a ray of light. What? Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, everyone widened their eyes in shock and stared blankly at Prince Zhongyang. Really? This was too shocking, wasn't it? Just thinking about it was enough to make people go crazy. This reward, this extravagance, there was really no way to describe it. Just looking at the rewards for the top 100, it was indeed nothing much. Choosing 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to be your followers was also nothing much. At most, you could go out and show off your prestige. But as a student of the Sacred Academy, you'd have supreme prestige. Wherever you went, wouldn't you be dazzled by the world? Therefore, it seemed that 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to be your followers was really, really extravagant. It represented supreme glory and the noble status of a student of the Sacred Academy. Looking at the rewards for the top 10, it was enough to make people palpitate with eagerness. 2 half-sages as followers? That was a semi-sage. A semi-sage? How powerful was a semi-sage existence? How could a half-saint be a follower of someone else? Speaking of this, it was very inconceivable, right? It was simply unimaginable. Moreover, all of a sudden, there were 2 half-sages as followers. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was too crazy, really too crazy. Even for Qin Shao and the others who passed the selection and became students of the Sacred Academy, they probably hadn't reached the level of half-sage yet. Therefore, to be able to have a half-sage as a follower, just thinking about it would be a very exciting thing. The most unbelievable and surprising thing was the rewards for the top 3. Zhongyang, are you sure you're not joking with us? It's crazy enough to have a half-sage as a follower. An ancient sage as a follower? Is this crazy? Meng Dali was the first to express his doubts. Wu Fengqing immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I also think it's crazy. It's too impossible. The existence of an ancient saint is a supreme existence. What kind of existence is that? How could such an existence be a follower of a fourth-step celestial venerables? Isn't that a great humiliation? How could an ancient saint possibly submit to something like that? I can't figure it out. Qin Shao was also speechless. It really made him feel very shocked. For a moment, he really didn't dare to believe it. However, with Qin Zhao's understanding of Prince Zhongyang, he shouldn't be lying. Since he dared to say so, he should have a clear understanding of it. The real situation should not be far from the truth. Crazy. Too crazy. Think about it. What would it feel like to have an ancient sage as a follower? You would feel like you could do whatever you want in the immortal realm. But this was just a reward. Just from this generous reward, it was enough to see how generous the Sacred Academy was. In terms of other resources, needless to say, this was what attracted people's attention. Prince Zhongyang, is this true? Princess Ru Xian couldn't help but ask. Prince Zhongyang grinned and said, Hey, you don't believe me, do you? If I, Zhongyang, say it, can it be false? I must be honest with the old and the young. I must be responsible for my words. So, don't doubt anything. It's not far from the truth. It's basically impossible to escape. So, brothers, we have to work hard to get into the top 10. Haha, as for Qin Shao and Princess Xiaoyu, work hard to get into the top 3. Tisk tsk, it's so impressive just thinking about it. Chapter 23-26. Top 3? Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. It's not easy to be in the top 3. Not to mention the top 3, even the top 10 is more difficult than reaching the sky. Qin Shao was confident, but there were some situations that needed to be recognized and dealt with head-on. Among the people that Qin Shao knew, there were many that made him feel pressured. For example, Fu Zhongshuan, the geniuses, Xia Dongho, and even Xia Dongqi could not be underestimated, not to mention the other outstanding figures of the 100 schools of thought. Which one of them was easy to deal with? How difficult was it to be in the top 10? Not to mention the top 3. But the temptation of being in the top 3 was too great. Of course, for everyone, no matter how great the reward was, it was far less than the chance to become Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple. This was what could really make everyone go crazy. Qin Shao had this ambition, but he also knew that this was definitely a tough fight. He might not be able to win this tough fight, but no matter how tough the fight was, he still had to fight. He still had to have a dream. What if it came true? Qin Shao, let's go to the Holy Road. In a million years, you can still make some progress. The Holy Road of the Saint College should be a very good place to cultivate. If you can grasp it well, in a million years, you can definitely make a breakthrough and improve a lot. Prince Zhongyang suggested. The Holy Road was the only place in the area that they were currently in for all students to cultivate. It was said that this road was a road that led to the Saint Plain. If you could walk out of this road, you could immediately break through to the Saint Plain and achieve immeasurable success. That was why this path was called the Path to Sainthood, which was why it was called Sainthood Path. Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. Prince Zhongyang took the initiative to mention it. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I'm also preparing to go to the Holy Road. Who else wants to come with me? Haha, although I know that I have no hope, I'll be lucky to not be kicked out. This Saint Road, I guess I'm just going to join in the fun. I'll join in as well. Anyway, there's still a million years. I'll be idle anyway, Wu Fengqing said with a smile. Yuan was a curious baby. If there was something new, she was naturally willing to go. It should be said that women were all curious, so in the end, everyone agreed to try the Saint Road. On the other hand, the Saint Path was very lively. Many students came to the Saint Path. Firstly, they had to prepare for the student competition a million years later. Those who were ambitious would fight for the top 100, while those who weren't had to ensure that they wouldn't be kicked out. As soon as he arrived, he could smell the smell of gunpowder. The two students were facing off against each other, their swords drawn and bows bent. It looked like a battle could break out at any time. Qin Shao didn't know these two students. They weren't top geniuses from the same selection area. From the discussions of the people around, he could understand some of the situation. These two were top geniuses from the same territory. They had a lot of conflicts before. They were very close to each other and didn't see eye to eye. There was always a fight. Just now, when the two met on the Saint Path, they didn't see eye to eye. Then, because of a small matter, it led to a quarrel between the two. It became more and more intense, and in the end, they were going to fight. For the time being, the Saint College didn't issue any rules, so there were no restrictions in this area. These people really have nothing better to do. They just entered the Saint College, and they want to fight. Don't they think it's beneath their dignity? Prince Zhongyang curled his lips, but he was happy to watch the show. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Who cares? Meng Dali was also happy to watch the news. Rebellious people were everywhere, especially in the group of geniuses. If they want to fight, then fight. Don't be so wishy-washy. Both of them don't look like good birds. At most, it'll be a dogfight, Prince Zhongyang said again. A big fight was about to break out. Finally, in the midst of a shout, it was completely ignited. The two of them started to fight. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a figure suddenly rushed out and rushed between the two of them. He gestured for them to stop and said with an embarrassed smile, "Students, why don't you give this Zhao some face and turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Wouldn't that be better?" Someone Zhao? Seeing someone Zhao, Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but be a little surprised. When did this guy become a student of the Saint College? They didn't notice this guy before. At this time, he suddenly jumped out. At least in Qin Zhao's opinion, this someone Zhao shouldn't have any strength, but now it seemed that he was greatly mistaken. Someone who could become a student of the Saint College couldn't be simple. He must be not simple and must have very strong strength. Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly. Even Qin Shao didn't expect this. As for someone Zhao, how to put it, could be said to be a weirdo. Qin Shao had some appreciation for him. It was just that many times when he appeared, he looked quite funny. This sudden disturbance made many people talk about it. Who is this? Who is the leader? Why don't I have any impression of him? I don't know. I didn't seem to see this guy just now. When did he come out? This guy is too funny, isn't he? Who is this someone Zhao? Give him some face? Is he so influential? The Zhao family? Which Zhao family? I don't know such a person in the Zhao family. Bah, we don't have such a person in the Zhao family. Don't misunderstand, everyone. The two students who were going to have a big fight were already in the mood, and the fight was about to start. But because of someone Zhao's disturbance, their fighting spirit suddenly dissipated a lot. Fighting also required fighting spirit and hot blood. Sometimes it was also an impulsive idea. Who the hell are you? Get out of here. Why are you meddling in other people's business? A young man pointed at someone Zhao angrily and scolded. The other person also said angrily, "Do you also want to stir up trouble? If you don't scram, I'll beat you up too." Someone Zhao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't, students, calm down. Don't be so impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. We're all students of the Sacred Academy now. We're all important people with status and face. Our every move will be watched by the entire immortal region and the human realm. You just entered the Sacred Academy, and you two already started fighting. If word got out, wouldn't you two lose face? Moreover, if the great emissaries found out, it wouldn't be too good, right? So I think it's better to give this someone Zhao some face and let this someone Zhao be the host. I'll treat you two to a drink. Let's get drunk and forget about this matter. How about it? The two young men were also stunned by someone Zhao's words. They looked at each other and then looked at someone Zhao together. For a moment they didn't know how to continue. This is just a troublemaker. Let's beat him up first. Right, I'm just about to do this. Let's settle our accounts later. The two young masters came up with a plan and targeted Zhao Yu as if they had a common enemy. This scared someone Zhao quite a bit. He hurriedly retracted his hand and said weakly, "Students, don't be like this. We're all students, we're all on the same side. We all entered the Sacred Academy together. There's no need to be like this, right? Cough, cough. I'm just here to mediate. If you two really don't want to listen to this someone Zhao, then forget it. You two continue. With that, someone Zhao quickly retreated. Soon, his gaze fell on Qin Shao and the others. He immediately ran over to Qin Zhao's side as if he'd discovered a new continent. However, someone Zhao's appearance wasn't in vain. The two young men no longer had the fighting spirit from before. After a few curses they dispersed. As a result, the battle was settled. Haha, it seems that this someone Zhao's face is still useful. This avoids a battle. Seeing that the two young men had used his face, someone Zhao immediately became happy. Prince Zhang Yang punched someone Zhao's chest and joked, "Someone Zhao, you're really something. How did you sneak in with your little strength? Tell me honestly, how did you pass the selection? I seriously doubt this. I don't think I saw you just now. How did you suddenly appear? Someone Zhao immediately made a shushing gesture to Prince Zhang Yang. Then, he carefully looked around and made a shushing gesture to everyone else. Seeing this, everyone felt that it was somewhat amusing. Someone Zhao lowered his voice and said softly, "I'll tell you secretly. You must keep it a secret for me. You can't tell anyone. Let me tell you. Actually, I sneaked in secretly. I didn't even participate in the selection. But fortunately, they didn't discover me. I successfully sneaked in. Maybe I'll be discovered soon. But before I'm discovered, I have to sneak in. You must keep the password strictly for me. Otherwise, you'll lose me very quickly." "Ah? You sneaked in? So experienced? Really?" Miss Yuan naively believed someone Zhao's words. She asked with a face full of curiosity and surprise. Qin Xiao and the others couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps only Yuan would believe him. Qin Xiao and the others naturally knew that it was impossible for someone Zhao to sneak in. He must have passed the selection. Under the watchful eyes of the envoys of the 5 Saint Emperors, it would be strange if someone was able to sneak in. There was absolutely no possibility of such a thing happening. Zhao nodded seriously and said to Yuan, "Of course it's true. This Zhao still has some face. With this face, it's not difficult to sneak in. There's no need to make a fuss about it." Miss Yuan nodded, a thoughtful look on her face. She blinked and thought for a while. Then, she said, "But it seems like you don't have much face. I don't think they'll give you face. I heard them talking about you just now. It seems like they don't know you. I don't know where you came from. We haven't heard of your name either. You're not lying to me, are you?" Miss Yuan was very naive, but she wasn't stupid. She would naturally find the problem if she thought about it. Someone Zhao immediately said, "Why would I lie to you? Didn't those 2 students give me face just now? I just keep a low profile. It doesn't mean that I don't have much face. Those who don't know me are just too ignorant. It's normal. But I don't know you either." "I'm not ignorant," Miss Yuan said. Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "All right, Yuan. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just joking with you. This guy, it's obvious that he's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He's so smart that he needs to sneak in. But speaking of which, he's indeed a little low profile." Chapter 23-27. The 2 green peaks formed a canyon. 7-colored celestial light turned into a waterfall, covering the canyon. On a stone tablet, a few flamboyant words were carved. 900 miles of the Holy Road, one's journey. From Prince Zhang Yang, Qin Xiao also learned some basic information about the Holy Road. As long as one could complete the 900 miles of the Holy Road, they would reach the 9 levels of heaven and immediately enter the Saint Plain. The 900 miles of the Holy Road was a journey of 10,000 miles. Just these words alone were enough to make people's blood boil. They were full of anticipation for the saintly road. Who in this world did not want to become a saint? The Holy Road was difficult as reaching the sky. For cultivators in the celestial venerable realm, it was even more difficult than reaching the sky to set foot on the Holy Road. The Saint Plain represented true immortality. It was a level that all cultivators pursued. Looking at the stone tablet, Prince Zhang Yang could not help but sigh. Those who are not in the Saint Plain are nothing. Those who are below the Saint Plain are all ants. Qin Xiao had heard of the saying that those who were below the Saint Plain were all ants. But only those in the Saint Plain would dare to say such bold words. In the eyes of the Saint Plain, those who were not in the Saint Plain were indeed ants. No matter how powerful a 4th-step celestial venerate was, if they couldn't break through and were trapped in the celestial venerate realm, then their true deity heart might collapse and they might die. Or they might fall into the demonic Tao and do evil to the world. In the end, they would die. The Saint Plain was the level that Qin Xiao and the others were working hard to break through. Let's go in," Qin Shao said. Everyone nodded and stepped onto the holy road. After passing through the curtain of celestial light, they entered the holy road. As soon as they entered the holy road, they felt a supreme holy light descend, enveloping everyone. Under this holy aura, it immediately made people feel as if they had entered a place of pilgrimage. The holy light was everywhere, and the essence of the laws seemed to be clearly visible. Everywhere they looked, there was holy light and celestial light. Saintly might was everywhere, and the laws were everywhere. The heavenly way was everywhere, leading to the saint plane. So, as soon as they entered, Qin Shao also felt like he had entered a wonderful state. He would immediately be immersed in it, comprehending and cultivating. Walking along the path of the celestial path's laws. Walking in the sea of Zhindi, one could perceive the laws of the immortal Tao more clearly and comprehend the great Tao. However, it was not an easy task to walk in this sea of laws. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. There was an extremely strong resistance that hindered Qin Shao's advance. He had to comprehend it thoroughly before he could continue moving forward. It was as if there were countless complicated nets blocking in front of him. If he wanted to move forward, he had to understand those layers of nets and pass through them. Immersing himself in the oceanic world of the immortal Tao laws, he indeed felt like he had returned to the beginning of the primal chaos. Everything was still in its primal state when it had just been born. In such a state, it was easy to comprehend everything. The Saint Plane was a path of cultivation and comprehension. There were no dangers or tests. As soon as they entered, Qin Zhao's mind was completely immersed. He entered a world of laws. Every step forward was difficult. If he wanted to take another step forward, he had to solve many problems and comprehend many celestial paths laws. Only by looking for the rules could he comprehend the essence and move forward. Qin Shao was now a fourth-step celestial lord, and his understanding of the celestial paths laws was very deep. But if he really wanted to walk the Saint Plane, he would find that it was a vast ocean. All of his understanding seemed very shallow here. Although it was only a step away, the difference was like heaven and earth. After walking for a while, Qin Shao had some new understanding. He finally had some understanding of the Saint Plane. The Saint Plane, the Saint Plane. No wonder it's always called the Saint Plane, the road to becoming a saint. Since it's a road, it's a long one. It can't be taken in a single step. The Saint Plane is a winding road, a bumpy road, a difficult road, a road that has to be climbed over mountains. Walking on the road, there are sceneries along the way, but there are obstacles. But after climbing over the mountains and crossing the ridges, you will suddenly find that beautiful scenery is before your eyes. But how can you step on the Saint Plane? How can you smoothly walk the Saint Plane? How can you break into the Saint Plane? Qin Shao was still very confused about how to enter the Saint Plane. He didn't know what to do, how to walk, or what direction to work towards. The long road was a road that was lost. Celestial arts and secret arts were related to the celestial paths laws. The deeper one's understanding of the laws, the greater the power they could display. The deeper one's control, the more powerful the transformation. Only when one truly came into contact with a higher level would one discover more problems and see more inadequacies. The 900 miles of the Saint Plane was indeed very helpful for the cultivation of the celestial paths laws. It allowed Qin Shao to understand many problems that he didn't understand before. The further he went, the deeper Qin Zhao's consciousness was immersed. The world was also changing, slowly entering the world of laws. Comprehension, cultivation, solving one problem after another, breaking through one comprehension after another, moving forward. Although it was difficult, he was still moving forward steadily. Cultivation was like this. There was no need to be afraid of how difficult it was. The important thing was to break through these difficulties and overcome them. Only in this way could one forge ahead. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly rang through the world, shaking and lingering in Qin Zhao's mind. It instantly attracted Qin Zhao's attention, and he was slightly shocked. When he focused his gaze, he saw a strange ferocious beast charging at him with a roar. Why was there a beast here? Wasn't this the world of consciousness of cultivation? In this world there was only him, but now a beast had rushed out. Furthermore, this ferocious beast had an extremely peculiar appearance. It was simply unheard of. However, in the face of the beast's roaring attack, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate much. After being stunned for a moment, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately attacked. As soon as he attacked, Qin Zhao found that other than the power of the Celestial Path's laws, he couldn't use any other power. He couldn't use any celestial techniques or secret technique. In other words, he had to rely completely on the power of the Celestial Path's laws. This was a test of how much control a person had over the Celestial Path's laws and how strong their application was. One was mastery and the other was application. Only the two could determine a person's strength. Neither could be missing. At this time, Qin Zhao was in such a situation. Huh? A beast transformed from the Celestial Path's laws? As soon as they clashed, Qin Zhao felt the power of the beast. It was all the Celestial Path's laws. The power of various Celestial Path's laws condensed together and kneaded into a ball. Formed from the power of laws, the power of the Celestial Path's laws was unleashed. The power hit Qin Zhao's body. The power penetrated his flesh and seeped into his soul, making Qin Zhao feel the power of the Celestial Path's laws. It was terrifying. The beast transformed from the Celestial Path's laws attacked Qin Zhao again and again. Qin Zhao was beaten back again and again, making Qin Zhao look a little embarrassed. In this embarrassing situation, Qin Zhao's soul was shaken again and again. Qi Fa was greatly touched. The feeling of physical pain was naturally very deep. With a deep perception there would be some gains. The more he tempered, the more he could improve himself. After countless trials and tribulations, there was bound to be some sort of harvest. However, under the fierce attack of this beast, if he couldn't hold on, he would be seriously injured soon. Once his foundation was injured, his will would probably collapse and fall out of this world. If he wanted to defeat this beast, he must win in terms of the mastery of the Celestial Path's laws. This was a battle of laws. It was also the most direct, most powerful, and effective battle. This was the process of battle, but also the process of cultivation and comprehension. In the midst of battle, some things could be analyzed more deeply and understood better. How difficult was it to comprehend the true essence of the Celestial Path's laws? These were things that couldn't be expressed in words or even ideologies. Even imparting them was very difficult. At this moment, one could comprehend the true essence of the Celestial Path's laws from the beast's body. Of course, how much one could cultivate depended on one's ability. Fighting with this beast of the Celestial Path's laws was difficult. However, in this difficult situation, the opportunity was very big. It just depended on whether one could grasp it. The laws were the most difficult to cultivate, understand, and master. It was like an unruly wild horse. It was very difficult to tame it. Whether it was strong or soft, it was difficult to do. It required a certain level of skill. However, what kind of skill was there in the cultivation of the Celestial Path's laws? Tao is indescribably wonderful. The laws are the rules of heaven and earth. They are the foundation of the operation and the law. The laws are the heavens. The laws are the earth. The laws and the laws are this heaven and earth. Only with laws and laws can it be a complete heaven and earth. Only with laws and laws can this world operate. The laws are the foundation of all power, the cornerstone. They are the core of operation, the source of everything. The Holy Road is a path of transformation and evolution. It is a path that can change people from the inside out. This path is the path of sublimation. It allows everything to sublimate and reach a new level. Only then can one enter a new world. Cultivation starts from comprehending the celestial path's laws, to mastering the celestial path's laws, and then to surpass the celestial path's laws. These are the three processes of transformation and sublimation. Right now I am only in the process of mastering the celestial path's laws. Moreover, this process has not reached the extreme, to the point of perfection. However, I've already somewhat understood this path. If one wants to step onto the holy road and become a saint, first of all, one must master the celestial path's laws to the point of perfection. Then, one must surpass the celestial path's laws and truly master the celestial path's laws. Only then can one step into the saint realm. Things that are learned after all. As long as they are learned, no matter how profound they are, there are still limitations. One can only reach a certain amount before being limited and unable to surpass the past. If one wants to step onto the ancient road, one must slowly surpass the celestial path's laws. From learning to surpassing them, this is not only a change of identity, but also a change of one's own nature. It is like going against the laws. It is an unparalleled feat. Only those who can truly do this can step onto the ancient road. Otherwise, it is impossible. Chapter 23-28. The immortal domain was divided into three realms: heaven, earth, and mortal. The heaven realm was above the 36 heavens. It was detached from the mortal world and was illusory. It was called the heaven beyond the heavens. The earth realm was deep in the netherworld and turned into the yellow springs. It was an extremely dark and evil place. It was the origin of evil and was a place sealed since ancient times. Whether it was the heaven realm or the earth realm, they were both illusory and did not exist in this world. They were hidden very deeply and occupied very small territories, far less than 1/100th of the mortal domain. Therefore, when the immortal domain was mentioned, people would automatically think of the mortal domain. The mortal domain was the representative of the immortal domain. In general, the mortal domain was divided into 5 regions: the Jihua immortal sect in the east, the southern wilderness in the south, the Jade Lake sacred ground in the west, the Kunlun sacred ground in the north, the 9 states of Huaxia in the middle, and the Middle Land. The 9 states of Huaxia stood in the middle and commanded the mortal domain. No one dared to disobey. At the border between the mortal domain and the heaven realm, there was a heaven beyond the heavens that was created with great power. It was called Langya Heaven. Few people in the world knew about the existence of Langya Heaven. In Langya Heaven, there were high mountains and flowing water. The environment was elegant and fresh, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. It was a scene of prosperity, elegant and indifferent. On top of a cliff, there was a house that wasn't very big. It looked a little ordinary and simple. However, standing on the cliff, it looked a little unique. There were waterfalls falling on 3 sides of the house. The sound of the water was melodious, as if it was playing a happy and lively movement. On the edge of the cliff, there was a man and a woman playing chess. The woman was graceful and luxurious, while the man had a domineering aura. His face was sharp and resolute. However, there was no fierceness between his eyebrows. Instead, there was a sense of amiability. The two of them were playing chess leisurely. Their faces were naturally filled with happy smiles, especially on the graceful and luxurious woman's face, which was full of happiness. From the warm atmosphere one could feel a strong sense of love. "Husband, Yuan that lass actually ran off to Sacred Academy. She has been outside all this time. I am really worried. Why don't you bring Yuan back? This girl has never left Langya Heaven. Her heart is incomparably pure. The outside world is dangerous and she is easily deceived. Ever since Yuan secretly left Langya Heaven, I've been worried sick," said the woman in luxurious clothes. Although there was not much change on his face, One could hear the worry in his tone. The man smiled and gently patted the woman's hand. Wife, you don't need to worry too much. Yuan-er won't be in any danger. I've already sent people to protect Yuan-er in secret. Yuan-er's mind is not mature yet, and he is too naive and pure. He lacks experience in the secular world. Therefore, it may not be a bad thing for her this time. You've always spoiled Yuan too much, so you've never allowed her to come into contact with the outside world. You've always held her in the palm of your hand. The flowers in the greenhouse will never grow. They have to go out and experience the wind and rain, to feel the wind and rain. But, the woman still wanted to say something, but the man interrupted her. All right, mother, listen to your husband. This is for Yuan-er's good. Don't be in such a hurry to bring her back. Moreover, she has now entered the sacred academy. That was created by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What are you worried about? Haha, I don't know what the 5 of them are up to. It doesn't seem simple to create such a big commotion. It seems that I need to make a trip to the sacred academy to take a look. Cultivation was a learning process. Learning something, no matter how good one was at it, was still learning and belonged to someone else. This feeling was akin to someone teaching you to sing a song. No matter how well you sang, the song was still someone else's. Even if you felt that you could sing better than someone else, the song was still someone else's and you still couldn't reach a truly high level. The beginning of cultivation was naturally to cultivate and learn other people's things. However, towards the end, if one wanted to transcend the mortal world and transform, then one could not simply learn. In addition to learning, one had to evolve and learn how to create. Perhaps create wasn't very precise, but that was the gist of it. Cultivating the immortal Tao, no matter how well one cultivated and how deep one's comprehension was, if one couldn't take that step, they would forever be trapped in the celestial venerate realm. No matter how strong they would only be a half-saint at best. If one wanted to walk the sacred path, they had to be above the laws. They couldn't be bound by the framework of the laws. They had to jump out of the framework. This was akin to learning how to sing from someone else. Later on, when you had the strength, you could create your own song and sing it yourself. That way, one's cultivation level would reach a higher level. If one wanted to complete the sacred path and become a celestial venerate, they had to be above the laws and jump out of the framework of heaven and earth. Only then would they be able to transcend and step into the heavens beyond, free from the shackles of heaven and earth. Just thinking about it made one realize that it was far too difficult to achieve. It was truly like ascending to the heavens. The laws are a vast ocean. I'm still trapped in this ocean and it's difficult to get out. I can't even control this vast ocean now. How can I be above this vast ocean? This sacred path is far too difficult to walk. With my current strength, I'm still far from it. I haven't even walked far on the path of the laws. If I want to be above the laws, it's like an ant trying to shake a mountain. Qin Shao was defeated by the power of the laws and his consciousness returned to reality. The time limit of 1,000,000 years was up. Walking on the sacred path for 1,000,000 years had allowed Qin Shao to learn a lot, understand a lot, and understand a lot. In terms of the immortal Tao laws, he had improved a lot. He had a clear understanding of the sacred path, and roughly knew how to walk on the sacred path, and how to reach the saint plane. Speaking of which, this harvest was not small at all. Understanding how to walk the path was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. As long as one continued to walk along this light, one day one would successfully complete the sacred path and step into the saint plane. The saint plane was extremely mysterious and had always been covered by a thick veil. But no matter how thick the veil was, it could be slowly torn apart. This was a long process, a difficult process. Only those who could do it could continue to move forward and walk further on the path of cultivation. Strong cultivators relied on their own hard work. The sacred path was difficult to walk. Only those who could walk to the end were strong cultivators. Success had always belonged to an extremely small number. The theory of the pyramid had always been very applicable in cultivation. I'm still early on this path. I still have a long way to go. But I've caught a glimpse of the light, and the path ahead has become clear. This trip has been fruitful. It's worth it, as expected of the Sacred Academy. This ordinary brush is far from what other forces can afford. This path to sainthood is simply a guiding path. As long as I stay on this sacred path and cultivate, I feel that I will definitely be able to step into the saint plane in less than an era. Although an era was not considered short for Qin Shao, it was not a short period of time. But for a fourth step celestial venerable, it was actually very short, just a moment. Needless to say, for a breakthrough to the saint plane, that era was not worth mentioning at all. But Qin Shao was so ambitious at this time. Given an era, he was confident that he could step into the saint plane. How confident was this? From this strong confidence, it was enough to show the strength of this sacred path, and how strong the guiding force was. But then again, to really stay on the saint path for an entire epoch to cultivate, that was also a very unimaginable thing. At least Qin Shao had only walked for 100 years before he was beaten back. It would not be an easy task to continue down this path. The sacred path had a strong guiding force, but there was also a strong hindrance in it. It was extremely difficult to go far in it. Forget it, let's not think about these things for the time being. Let's take one step at a time. The road ahead is full of unknowns. Exploring the unknown step by step is also a kind of pleasure. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled indifferently. Soon, he felt relieved. After leaving the sacred path, he saw Prince Zhongyang and the others were there, as if they were waiting for him. Haha, Qin Shao, you finally came out. If you didn't come out, we would have to go first. The Lord Emissary has already informed us to go to the sacred arena to participate in the student competition. You don't know, but the Sacred Academy has been very lively for a long time. Prince Zhongyang said. Qin Shao also knew that the time was up, so he smiled. As soon as he came out, he also felt that the atmosphere was not quite the same. The Sacred Academy, which was originally very quiet, was now very lively. Many lively voices came from afar, and many auras came, which meant that many people had come to the Sacred Academy. The student competition this time was open to the entire mortal world, and many experts were invited to participate. The 100 schools of thought, the 3 holy lands, and the southern wasteland would all send people to participate in this grand event. The student competition was originally an internal matter of the Sacred Academy, but it was held in such a grand manner. Who knew what the intention was? However, the greater the momentum, the better for the students of the Sacred Academy. It was not necessarily a bad thing. If they could shine in this student competition, they would be famous in the world, and be recognized by the major forces. This was also a supreme glory, and it was enough for many people to fight for it. Such a grand event also reflected the importance that the Sacred Academy attached to the students, and the importance that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attached to the Sacred Academy. The intention was to tell the world how high the status of the Sacred Academy was, and that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had put all their efforts into establishing the Sacred Academy. They wanted to make the Sacred Academy a symbol of the mortal world, and the supreme holy land for cultivation in everyone's mind. They wanted to raise the status of the Sacred Academy in everyone's mind, and make it truly supreme. After all, this was the first student competition, so it was reasonable that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attached so much importance to it. Since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attached so much importance to it, and Emperor Xianyuan wanted to choose a personal disciple, all the students were filled with passion for this student competition, and they all wanted to perform well. Qin Shao, you have stayed in the saint path for 1,000,000 years, so you must have had a good harvest, right? All of us had already backed out of the party a long time ago. We have been waiting for you. You are really something, aren't you? Zhang Yang asked. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, It's so. I didn't have a particularly great harvest, just a little bit. Haha, you are not modest at all. Prince Zhang Yang said. Chapter 23-29. Whoosh! A ray of light streaked across the sky like a stream of bright light. The powerful aura it left behind made Qin Shao and the others look up. It was definitely a powerful ancient saint flying in the direction of the sacred arena. Obviously, it was a guest who came to participate in the Sacred Academy's student competition. Before they even got close to the sacred arena, they could feel a strong aura coming from the sacred arena. The aura was vast and mighty. Different types of aura were mixed together. It was obvious that many ancient saints had gathered at the sacred arena. Ancient sages. How powerful and noble were they to be? Normally, it was extremely elusive, and it was almost impossible to find any traces of it. Countless people had never been able to see the sacred appearance of an ancient saint in their lifetime. But this time around, there were quite a number of ancient saints gathered here. It made one feel as if ancient saints were worthless. Even if each force sent out only one prime saint, there would still be at least several hundred prime saints gathered here. Seeing hundreds of ancient saints at the same time, it was enough to make people excited. The most Qin Shao had seen so far was 5 ancient saints at the same time, and that was when he came to the Sacred Academy, when the 5 sacred emperor envoys appeared at the same time. I'm nervous. The closer I get, the more nervous I get, Wu Fengqing said with a little excitement. Such an atmosphere was indeed a little exciting, and Qin Shao was no exception. What are you nervous about? You're all students of the Sacred Academy. Don't act like you haven't seen the world. How embarrassing. Calm down, it's just a few hundred ancient saints, it's not a big deal. It's not like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. You want Qilin to be here? Zhang Yang pursed his lips and said without much care. This composure made even Wu Fengqing admire him. Wasn't the sight of several hundred ancient sages from the various powers in the master-teacher continent at the same time exciting enough? Right at this moment, a saint aura suddenly swept over, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Feeling this familiar aura, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked over and saw 2 figures walking over. It was an extremely familiar figure. Seeing these 2 figures walking together, Qin Shao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Princess Xiaoyu looked at the person and hesitated for a moment. Then, she shouted, Greetings, Master! These people were none other than the Master of the Fumo Immortal Palace and the Heavens Chosen. The genius's gaze lingered on Qin Shao for a moment. His expression turned cold, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and ignored him. The Master of Fujiu Immortal Palace looked at Qin Shao with a meaningful gaze. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Qin Shao, how have you been? After not seeing you for tens of millions of years, you have already grown to such a height. To be honest, it has indeed greatly exceeded my expectations. It's a pity that you're not fated to be with the Fu De Immortal Palace. This is a great loss for the Fu De Immortal Palace. However, I still have to congratulate you, said the Master of the Fumo Immortal Palace. Congratulation? Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. He really did not need the Master of Fu De Immortal Palace to congratulate him. How should he put it? Although he did not hate the Master of Fu De Immortal Palace, he did not like the Master of Fu De Immortal Palace. The moment the Master of Fu De Immortal Palace sided with the genius and wanted to kick him out of the Fu De Immortal Palace, Qin Zhao's gratitude towards the Master of Fu De Immortal Palace had already died. He and the master of Fuda Immortal Palace would no longer have anything to do with each other. They would just be strangers. Speaking of hatred, the master of Fuda Immortal Palace did indeed have some hatred towards Qin Shao. I can't accept it. Master of Fuda Immortal Palace, you're exaggerating, replied Qin Shao coldly. The master of Fuda Immortal Palace was slightly surprised. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he said to Princess Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, come with us. This time, you and the genius's performance was very good. I am very pleased and also very proud of you. I am very proud of you. Let's go. I look forward to your exciting performances in the student competition. How much you can shine will depend on your performance." Princess Xiaoyu also hated the geniuses very much. However, she still had to respect her master. Respecting one's master was the most basic quality. Princess Xiaoyu glanced at Qin Shao, but still left with the master of Fuda Immortal Palace. After seeing off the three of them, Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and said with some displeasure, "I can tell with a single glance that the genius is not a good person. The master of Fuda Immortal Palace also seems to dislike you. I say, brother Qin Shao, between you and them? What kind of conflict do you have? By the way, Qin Shao, I seem to remember you saying that you are a disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace. What's the situation now?" Wu Fengqing asked with some confusion. This question was originally a private matter. However, in front of Prince Zhongyang and the others, Qin Shao could be a little more at ease. Thus, Qin Shao roughly explained the situation. Princess Ru Xin actually knew about this matter. She had heard about it long ago. However, this was Qin Zhao's private matter, so she obviously wouldn't say too much. After hearing Qin Zhao's story, even Miss Yuanyuan felt very indignant for Qin Shao. She said, "That genius is too despicable. He looks quite handsome, but his heart is so vicious. Bad guy." Prince Zhongyang patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and comforted him. "A tiny Fuda Immortal Palace can't hold a big fish like you, brother Qin Shao. It doesn't matter. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's all up to you. I think it's a good thing. There's one less restriction, but there's also one more boundless sky. If this place doesn't want me, there will be a place for me. Now that we're both students of Sacred Academy, isn't that the best fortune the heavens have given us? That's all in the past. I believe that the master of Fuda Immortal Palace and the geniuses will definitely regret it. The geniuses will regret provoking you, and the master of Fuda Immortal Palace will regret driving you away, missing out on such a peerless genius like you. Some people are just short-sighted. They can't see far. Losing you for a genius's sake, I think it's an extremely laughable matter. It's all in the past. You have us in the future." Wu Fengqing also nodded heavily. "Yeah, it's all in the past. It's not worth mentioning. I also think it's a good thing. Isn't it pretty good now?" Qin Shao smiled and curled his lips. "It's fine. I've let it go a long time ago. I've already let it go. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing has always been to rely on yourself. Joining a faction is just a way to obtain some cultivation resources, to avoid some detours, and to grow faster. But these are all external factors. They're not necessary. Alright, let's go." "Haha, right, let's go. Let's go." Qin Shao and the others had just entered the immortal platform. Before they had time to feel the lively atmosphere of the immortal platform, a white-robed saint venerable appeared in front of them. He was elegant and had a strong saint aura. At first glance, one could tell that he was an experienced ancient saint. Seeing him, Qin Shao was not surprised at all. He bowed and said, "Qin Shao greets the city lord of Tianshan City." Qin Shao was still somewhat grateful to the city lord of Tianshan City. Back in the days in Tianshan City, Qin Shao was taken care of by the city lord of Tianshan City. He meditated on the Epiphany tree and helped Qin Shao break through. He also taught Qin Shao the flying dagger technique, which allowed Qin Shao to master it. These were all very helpful to Qin Shao. Even now, they still had a profound influence. Therefore, the city lord of Tianshan City was Qin Zhao's benefactor. Qin Shao had always been very grateful to the city lord of Tianshan City. Little friend Qin Shao, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have grown to a level that surprises me. The last time I saw you, I felt that you were very extraordinary. If I hadn't decided not to accept any more personal disciples, I'm afraid I would have accepted you as my personal disciple at that time. I wanted to at that time, but I couldn't. But now that I see you shining brightly and becoming famous in the mortal world, I am somewhat glad that I didn't accept you as my personal disciple at that time. Otherwise, I might have ruined your great future. The road of life is full of countless variables. Some things really can't be said with words, said the city lord of Tianshan City. Qin Shao smiled and said, Senior city lord of Tianshan City, you are exaggerating. I also wanted to become your disciple at that time, but you had no intention of taking any disciples, so I could only give up. But no matter what, Qin Shao has always been very grateful to you for your guidance and teaching me back then. Qin Shao has always remembered this kindness. The Lord of Heaven Mountain City smiled. He looked at Princess Ru Xian before looking at everyone else. Only then did he say, I've heard from my Ru Xian long ago that it was all thanks to your care and assistance along the way that she was fortunate enough to reach where she is right now. I am here to thank you all. It is Ru Xian's great fortune to know all of you. At the same time, I also wish you all good luck in passing the student competition and achieving brilliant results. Alright, I will go first. Good luck to you all. Qin Shao and the others were pleasantly surprised to be thanked by the city lord of Tianshan City in such an amiable manner. They also felt a little more respect for the city lord of Tianshan City. Qin Shao had always respected the city lord of Tianshan City. He was definitely one of the strongest people in the entire southern wasteland. It was really rare for him to be so kind and sincere. Miss Ru Xian, your father really is very easygoing. I feel no pressure at all when I am with him. Your father should be a second step heavenly venerable, right? I have seen many ancient saints, but I have never seen one as easygoing as your father. I've never seen him before. Wu Fengqing couldn't help but say after seeing the heavenly mountain city lord off. Princess Ru Xian nodded. She agreed with this point. She also felt that her father was very easygoing. He didn't put on airs and wouldn't give others pressure. However, maybe because he was her father, she couldn't feel it deeply. Now that she heard from Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing, she naturally agreed. Not bad. He is worthy of respect. Prince Zhang Yang also nodded, expressing his agreement. After a moment of hesitation, everyone entered the sacred arena. There was a huge martial stage in the middle of the vast sacred arena. There were thousands of seats around it for the students to sit. And above the sacred arena, there was an area with 100 thrones. They were above the immortal platform, covering the entire sacred arena. And those thrones were actually not full yet. The city lord of Tianshan City, the master of Fu Su Immortal Palace, and the others were sitting on them, becoming the audience. Qin Shao and the others found a place to sit down. The students of the Sacred Academy were almost all present. They had all met each other before, so they naturally recognized them. However, Chapter 23:30. Yes, it's very different from what we imagined. It seems like there isn't much of a commotion? Meng Dali was also a little disappointed. In fact, it was definitely a grand occasion for hundreds of saints to personally participate in the student competition. The scene was still very grand. To be able to see hundreds of saints gathered together at the same time, this was also an extremely difficult thing to do. However, everyone's expectations were a little too high, so now it seemed a little lacking. Prince Zhongyang pointed at the sky and said, "This is only what we can see. The real big shots won't easily show themselves. They will watch us from a place where we can't see them. That's why everyone should keep your spirits up. I have a strong premonition that there will be many big shots secretly watching this student competition." In the sky? Wufeng City's Meng Dali and the others raised their heads to look at the sky. Was it really so? However, Emperor Xuanyuan's imperial edict said that he wanted to choose a direct descendant. At the very least, Emperor Xuanyuan would come in person, right? Having a saint emperor come in person was already enough. Dong! A melodious voice suddenly resounded, making everyone suddenly quiet down and look towards the source of the voice. Dong! Then, another sound rang out. On the sacred arena, it was even more silent. Everyone knew that the student competition was about to begin, so naturally, they didn't dare to make any noise. They all raised their spirits and treated it seriously. The sound continued for 9 times before it finally stopped. The 9 echoes of the sacred sound was a kind of supreme etiquette. It was very rare to hear 9 echoes of the sacred sound. This first gave the crowd a sense of supreme holiness. This made those who were a little disappointed couldn't help but regain some sense of holiness. A ball of sacred light fell, and more than 20 figures landed on the sacred arena, standing on a piece of rock. The leader was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. His white hair reached his waist, and coupled with his white clothes, he looked like a piece of fine white jade, pure and spotless. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, but the skin on his face was as smooth as a baby's, delicate and white. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his eyes were watery. However, there was a sense of majesty on his face, and he exuded a powerful aura that made people not dare to act rashly in front of him. He wasn't angry, but he had his own prestige. Under the pressure of the sacred aura, everyone had an impulse to kneel down and worship him. This feeling was like an ant meeting a divine dragon. This was a huge difference in the level of life, and it was definitely not just a big gap. The white-haired old man stood there like the hottest sun in the sky. His light was enough to overshadow everyone's light, devouring everything. With him here, everything in this world seemed insignificant and lost its brilliance. If you stared at him, you would immediately find that he was the only person in the world. Everything else was just a background. One person's light covered everything, including everything in this world. His eyes, as if it sucked people's gazes. Looking at the white-haired elder, it was like looking at a whole new world. It was a wonderful feeling. He has definitely surpassed the ancient saint realm. A bold thought suddenly appeared in Qin Zhao's mind, and he firmly believed it. Although he didn't know what level the white-haired old man was at, he firmly believed that the white-haired old man in front of him should be someone who had surpassed the saint realm. Qin Zhao had heard from Jingyang that above the saint realm was the world level. World-level cultivators could form a world of their own. The white-haired old man in front of him gave Qin Zhao the feeling that he had formed a world of his own. When he looked at him, he felt as if he was looking at a whole new world. Moreover, his aura was far from what any ancient saint realm cultivator could compare to. The difference was too great. Therefore, Qin Zhao was very sure that this was definitely a world-level cultivator. Could this be Emperor Xuanyuan? It didn't feel like it. Greetings, Yinglong World God. The 100 or so ancient saints, who had come from all over the world, had already risen to their feet. They bowed respectfully towards the white-haired old man as they called out in unison. Upon seeing these ancient saints bow respectfully, the 800 students of the Sacred Institute hurriedly bowed as well. Greetings, Yinglong World God. A world-level cultivator was indeed a world-level cultivator. Only world-level cultivators could be referred to as world-level cultivators. A world-level cultivator was a god who ruled over the world. They were the rulers of the world, the ones who controlled the world. However, there was one thing that Qin Shao agreed with. The man in front of him was just a world-level cultivator, not Emperor Xianyuan. Qin Shao had long felt that he didn't look like one. The Yinglong World God. Qin Shao engraved this title in his mind. The Yinglong World God swept the entire arena with his gaze, then said, I, Rain Dragon, have been instructed by the Yellow Emperor to come and oversee the Sacred Institute as its first headmaster. In the future, all matters of the Sacred Institute shall be managed by me. So this was the headmaster of the Sacred Institute. For a world-level cultivator to become the headmaster of the Sacred Institute was quite impressive. It seems the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors really do view the Sacred Institute with great importance. They actually sent a Yinglong World cultivator to become the headmaster of the Sacred Institute. This is wonderful news. This is wonderful news. Prince Zhongyang clicked his tongue in amazement. Wu Fengqing immediately nodded in agreement as well. Yes. World God Raindragon's reputation is simply too great. My clan leader is always referred to as the Yinglong World God, and everyone speaks of him with great respect. How many world-level cultivators are there in the entire immortal region? The Yinglong World God is extremely famous amongst all world-level cultivators. I never would have thought that Emperor Xianyuan would actually send a Yinglong World cultivator to become the headmaster of our Sacred Institute. Supposedly, the Yinglong World God is a famous general. It would be wonderful if we could receive some guidance from the Yinglong World God. Upon hearing how Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengqing worshipped the Yinglong World God, Qin Shao understood how important the Yinglong World God was in the immortal region. He truly was a truly major figure who could stand at the very peak of the immortal region. Greetings, Lord Headmaster. It was not known who suddenly gave a big salute and shouted. All the students followed suit and saluted, paying their respects to the dean. The Yinglong World God waved his hand towards them, then continued. These are the first batch of teachers of the Sacred Institute. They all have their own responsibilities. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact these teachers. The details of the situation have been transmitted to your identity tokens. You can read it at any time and you will know the details. The aura exuding from these teachers was also very powerful. At least, Qin Shao felt that none of them was weaker than the Lord of Heaven Mountain City. Therefore, he felt that all of them should be stronger than the Lord of Heaven Mountain City. Some of them were even stronger than the nearly 100 ancient sages on the viewing platform. Among these teachers, there was no lack of 3rd step or 4th step ancient sages, who stood at the peak of the ancient sages. Having these extremely powerful ancient sages as teachers was also in line with the style of the Sacred Institute. This was also within reason. After all, the headmaster was a world god, and the teachers were 3rd step ancient sages. This was very reasonable. Qin Shao checked the information received in his identity medallion. Indeed, there was a detailed introduction of the 23 teachers. Each of them had their own responsibilities and were responsible for different areas. A world god and 23 3rd step ancient sages. Such a lineup could be said to be very powerful. Perhaps this lineup of forces was enough to challenge a territory. The Sacred Academy's unparalleled power and peerless saintly aura began to show. This caused all the students to feel a strong sense of pride. To be able to become a student of the Sacred Institute was indeed something to be proud of. The God of Yinglong World continued, You are all carefully selected from the various territories. You are the elite young geniuses who fought your way out of the encirclement and survived. But your path of cultivation has only just begun. You are still very, very weak. The Sacred Institute is different from other institutions. The purpose of the Sacred Institute is not to let you embark on the ancient road and become an ancient sage. This is simply too easy for you. Even if you are not in the Sacred Institute, you will soon be able to do it. You can do it. The purpose of the Sacred Institute is to stimulate the limitless potential in you and forge you into true geniuses and experts. The purpose of the Sacred Institute is to let you become ancient sages and world gods. This is the foundation of the Sacred Institute, the grand goal of the Institute, and the lofty ambition. And all of these needs to be realized by you. I believe in you. Although not everyone can do it, there will definitely be someone who can. As long as someone can do it and reach this step, the Sacred Institute will be considered a success. Of course, the goal of the Sacred Institute is to cultivate many world gods and make the impossible possible. So don't be too happy that you have entered the Sacred Institute. The requirements of the Sacred Institute are very, very strict. The survival of the fittest is the law of the jungle. There will be tests from time to time. Those who fail will be eliminated and sent back home. The remaining ones will be kings. Only those who stay and grow can become strong. The Sacred Institute needs true geniuses, true elites, and people who have the potential to reach the peak, not so-called geniuses. The God of Long World's words made many people's hearts skip a beat. They felt a strong sense of crisis. Although everyone knew that there would be a small number of people who would be eliminated in this year's student competition, many people did not take it to heart. But after hearing this, they realized that even if they passed this time, there was still a long way to go. So they really could not be happy too early. A thick sense of danger instantly enveloped everyone. Even those who were previously confident could smell the scent of danger. There would be tests from time to time, and people would be eliminated from time to time. Just the thought of it was scary. If they did not pass the selection and did not enter the Sacred Institute, it would not be a big deal. It would just be a failure in the selection. But if they were eliminated after entering the Sacred Institute, it would be a great humiliation. They would become the laughing stock of the world. Of course, no one would want such a thing to happen to them. But if they did not want it to happen to them, what could they do? Naturally, they would have to work hard to cultivate and improve their strength. Only then could they ensure that they would not be eliminated in the test. Ahem, why do I feel like I have entered a den of thieves? Behind the light there is also a dark hand. Prince Zhongyang grinned. Wu Fengqing joked. Then I think you should withdraw from the Sacred Institute as soon as possible. Chapter 23:31. Now listen carefully. It's about the rewards for this year's student competition. I believe all of you are most concerned about this. The main event was finally here. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the God of Long World, waiting for him to continue. Many rumors about the rewards for this year's student competition had already been released. However, they were just rumors and had not been verified. Now, the God of Long World was going to announce that this was the final version and would be counted. However, the final result was not much different from the rumors. The only difference was that some of the rewards had been added. Some people would still be eliminated, and the total number of students would be kept at 800. The extra 20 or so people would be eliminated. Any student who could stay would be given 10 fourth-step Celestial Venerables as their followers. The top 100 students would be given 100 fourth-step Celestial Venerables as their followers. The top 20 students would be given 1 half-sage and 100 fourth-step Celestial Venerables as their followers. The top 10 students would be given 2 half-sages and 100 fourth-step Celestial Venerables as their followers. The top 5 students would be given 1 prime sage, 2 orchid sages, and 100 fourth-step Celestial Venerables as their followers. In addition, the God of Long World would choose 1 or 2 students to personally instruct. They would be his personal disciples or closed-door students. The god of Ing Long World was a world-level cultivator. To be taken in as his closed-door student was enough to make people go crazy. It was enough to make people break their heads. In addition, Emperor Xianyuan would also choose a personal disciple. It was even possible that the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would also choose a personal disciple. Of course, these were all uncertain factors. However, the god of Ing Long World and Emperor Xianyuan were already confirmed. Everyone who could enter the top 5 had this possibility. Therefore, the top 5 students would definitely fight for it. If they could enter the top 5, the significance would be completely different. These 2 rewards were the biggest and most tempting. Of course, the other rewards were also very tempting. As soon as the rewards were announced, everyone's blood and passion were instantly aroused. Sigh, it's impossible to get into the top 5. It's impossible in this lifetime. As long as I don't get eliminated, I'll be satisfied. Prince Zhongyang kept a low profile for once. Even Wu Fengqing couldn't stand his low profile anymore. Keep pretending. You didn't say that before. I remember you saying that you would definitely get into the top 5. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "What are you talking about? Keep a low profile. Didn't I boast in front of you before? Actually, I'm not that powerful." TSK. Wu Fengqing rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang. Who would believe him? He believed in Prince Zhongyang's strength. Not to mention the top 5, but the top 10 should be very competitive. Of course, there were too many strong people this time. It was indeed very difficult to get into the top 10. Even Qin Xiao didn't have the slightest confidence. There were too many strong people. There were at least 100 outstanding talents in the 100 schools of philosophers. Just think about it and you will know how terrifying it was. Next, it's the opening ceremony of our Saint Academy. We respectfully invite Emperor Xianyuan to come. The voice of the god of Ing Long World suddenly became loud and sonorous. Hearing the voice of the god of Ing Long World, everyone was in awe. They suddenly became a little stiff, as if they were frozen in place, welcoming the arrival of Emperor Xianyuan with the most sacred respect. The Holy Emperor was the spiritual leader of the world and the source of their faith. This was like an ordinary mortal seeing a god. Their hearts were filled with endless reverence and worship. Not to mention Qin Xiao and the others, even the ancient sages in the spectator seats were filled with reverence, anticipation, and excitement. Emperor Xianyuan rarely showed his face. Very few people had the chance to see his real face. This time, he finally had the chance to see Di Fui's face. A beam of holy light fell from the sky. In the holy light there were 9 golden dragons flying. The dragons soared to the 9th heaven, and the golden waves were unparalleled. Among the 9 golden dragons, in the golden light, a man wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown slowly descended. The brilliant golden light lingered around his body, making it impossible for people to see his real face. They could only see an incomparably sacred figure, standing in the void, surrounded by the 9 dragons. His holy light blessed the whole Saint Academy. This area was dazzling and filled with holy light. This feeling was too sacred. When Emperor Huang Xianyuan arrived, everyone involuntarily wanted to kneel down. However, there was an invisible force that stopped them from kneeling down. Emperor Xianyuan, a living holy emperor. Seeing the real person, many people were so excited that they couldn't speak. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were the 5 rulers of the mortal world. They were supreme existences. They stood at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. They had the power to control the fate of the immortal realm. Everyone grew up listening to the stories of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In their hearts there was a special story about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This time they could finally see Emperor Xuanyuan's peerless demeanor. At this moment everyone felt incomparably sacred. They wanted to remember this moment. For the students of the Saint Academy, this was another great encouragement. It was enough to raise their spirit. A giant golden stone appeared on the Saint Academy's holy mountain. Emperor Xianyuan waved his hand. The 9 golden dragons circling around him flew toward the stone tablet. They danced around the tablet, so that the holy light would never recede. The giant golden stone suddenly became incomparably radiant. Emperor Xianyuan waved his hand. His golden fingers opened wide, and soon 3 large words were left on the giant golden stone. Saint Academy. These 3 words were written by Emperor Xianyuan himself. It was the name of the Saint Academy. It was nominated for the Saint Academy. This further proved that the Saint Academy was indeed founded by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This was the best evidence. The name of the academy left by Emperor Xianyuan was like an imperial edict. It was enough to announce to the world that the Saint Academy was officially established. Seeing the 3 shining golden words, the crowd's blood boiled. A sense of pride arose spontaneously. All of you, listen up. This Saint Stone Tablet is the cornerstone of the Saint Academy. It is the soul of the Saint Academy. As long as this Saint Stone Tablet exists, the Saint Academy will exist eternally. No power will dare to offend it. On the Saint Stone Tablet, this emperor left the original souls of the 9 dragons to guard the Saint Academy. At the same time, this emperor also left some cultivation methods, laws, and insights of the heavenly Tao inside. Little guys, you can go to the Saint Stone Tablet to comprehend cultivation. Alright. The establishment of the Saint Academy is to let the real geniuses have a good cultivation environment and good cultivation methods. And this Saint Stone Tablet can be given to you. In addition to this emperor, I have also invited the clan leaders of the 100 schools of thought. They will leave their cultivation insights on the Saint Stone Tablet together. This will make the Saint Stone Tablet into a real Saint Stone that can pass down cultivation. The Saint Stone Tablet will guard the Saint Academy. It will also be the best place for cultivation in the Saint Academy. It will be the strongest place to comprehend cultivation. As soon as Emperor Xianyuan finished speaking, a loud voice resounded through the sky. A figure walked out from the void and shot a ray of light into the Saint Stone Tablet. I, the clan leader of the Tang clan, wish the Saint Academy a happy opening. I will contribute some of my meager strength to the Saint Academy. It is my duty to do so. The figure that walked out from the void shot a ray of light into the Saint Stone Tablet. Immediately, a symbol and some words were left on the Saint Stone Tablet. After doing all this, the clan leader of the Tang clan quickly left. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. The time he appeared was less than a breath, and then he left again. I, the clan leader of the Chun clan, wish the Saint Academy a happy opening. I will contribute some of my meager strength to the Saint Academy. It is my duty to do so. The clan leader of the Chun clan was similar to the clan leader of the Tang clan. The way he spoke, the way he appeared, and the way he left his cultivation insights on the Saint Stone Tablet was almost the same. I, the clan leader of the Gongsun clan, have come to help the Saint Academy. The clan leader of the Ting clan wish the Saint Academy a happy opening and an everlasting legacy. One by one, the clans came to congratulate the Saint Academy and left their cultivation insights on the Saint Stone Tablet. Soon, the 100 schools of thought's congratulatory actions were completed. The fact that the Saint Academy was able to gather so many schools of thought was enough to show the importance of the Saint Academy. Moreover, those who came from the 100 schools of thought were all clan leaders. Almost all of them were the strongest in their clans and stood at the top of the world. Objects. Usually, it would be difficult for these big shots to meet each other. This time, they were able to gather here. It could be considered an extremely rare thing. The 100 dukes of the 100 schools of thought and the opening of the Saint Academy. How magnificent was this! The light of the Saint Academy had already pierced through the sky. At this moment, the Saint Academy was enveloped by this ray of golden light, making it seem sacred and inviolable. Of course, this was the Saint Academy's style. It was only right that it should be like this. Otherwise, the Saint Academy's existence wouldn't have much meaning. It was necessary to pour the best and strongest resources into the Saint Academy. Only then could the Saint Academy's reputation spread far and wide. The dukes of the 100 schools of thought left, and so did the Emperor Xianyuan. However, the holy light didn't disperse. Instead, it formed an invisible protective shield to protect the Saint Academy. The Saint Stone Tablet, in particular, had been elevated to the highest position in everyone's hearts. There were even many people who couldn't wait to run to the Saint Stone Tablet right now to comprehend the cultivation experiences of the important figures left behind in the tablet. The light of the Saint Stone Tablet seemed to be able to envelop the entire mortal world. It directly announced to the world that the Saint Academy had been established. The Saint Academy's supreme position was engraved in the hearts of the world, establishing the Saint Academy's supreme position. My original body in the Xia territory felt the descent of the Saint Aura. It's too powerful, Wu Fengqing suddenly said in a daze. Princess Ru Xian also nodded and said, my original body in the Heaven Mountain City also felt the descent of the Saint Aura. A message directly penetrated into my head, letting me know that the Saint Academy had been established. The Saint Aura descends upon the entire mortal world. Emperor Xuanyuan's methods are indeed too terrifying. Hearing the words of Wu Fengqing and Princess Ru Xian, Qin Shao was quite shocked. The holy light of the Saint Stone Tablet could spread throughout the mortal world. What kind of method was this? It was simply unimaginable. All of you, listen up. The student competition is about to begin. Listen to me announce some of the rules of the student competition. Chapter 2332. The first rule of the tournament. Once you enter the Divine Realm, you get 1 point for defeating one person, and 2 points for killing one person. The second rule of the tournament. You get half of the points for defeating other students, and all of the points for killing other students. The third rule of the tournament. You are not allowed to use any treasures or innate abilities. Other than that, there are no other restrictions. The fourth rule of the tournament. You are not allowed to join hands with others or borrow the strength of others. Those who violate the above 4 rules will be eliminated immediately. Ing Long World announced the 4 rules of the tournament. It sounded simple, but it was this simplicity that made everyone talk about it. Cough, are you kidding me? You can kill people? Wu Fengqing's eyes widened in shock. He was not strong. If he could kill people, then he would be in danger. This year's student tournament was to put all the students together to compete, so they would definitely meet the strong ones. Once they met strong people, it was very likely that they would end up dead. Just thinking about it made people's hearts palpitate. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. The rule of being able to kill people did sound a little creepy. Ha ha! Prince Zhongyang laughed and said, you guys, I'm afraid you didn't hear the main point. The main point is that the tournament is held in the Divine Realm. Don't you guys know about the Divine Realm? Divine Realm? Qin Shao naturally knew that it was the venue of the tournament, but he really had never heard of the Divine Realm. He also did not know where it was. Wu Fengqing looked at Meng Dali. Meng Dali shook his head in confusion. Princess Ru Xian and Princess Xiaoyu also expressed that they did not know. Ming Yuexin seemed to know something. She lowered her head and pondered. Miss Yunyuan could not help but say, oh, it's the Divine Realm. You can roughly guess it from the name. The Divine Realm is actually a sacred object. It can suck people's consciousness into it. Enter the mind realm and transform into a human form. Other than your treasures and innate divine abilities that cannot be brought in, everything else can be controlled by your consciousness. take human form and reappear. So to put it simply, entering the divine realm, your strength will not be affected at all. Moreover, you have an immortal body. If you die in the realm of the gods, your consciousness will only return to your body. You won't truly die. Therefore, in the divine realm, there is no need to consider the issue of life and death. You can fight without restraint and display your strongest strength. That's why the divine realm doesn't restrict life and death. That's naturally the most normal thing, and it should be like this. Only when there are no restrictions can a person's strength be stimulated to the extreme. Prince Zhongyang nodded and said, "Haha, yes, yes, yes. Miss Yuan Yuan is right. The immortal realm is indeed so dangerous. All of you, so many of you are actually not as knowledgeable as Miss Yuan Yuan. Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you embarrassed? Qin Shao is from the southern wasteland, so it's fine if he doesn't know much. But Meng Dali from Wufeng City, you're all descendants of big clans. How can you be so ignorant?" Wufeng Qing and Meng Dali's faces were filled with awkwardness. They were really ignorant and inexperienced. They really didn't know. The divine realm was an extremely dangerous holy object. It was almost unrealistic, so it naturally wasn't something that ordinary people would know about. Prince Zhongyang and Miss Yuan Yuan, on the other hand, were very knowledgeable. They knew about this. Prince Zhongyang narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly at Miss Yuan Yuan. He chuckled and said, "Have you noticed a problem? Although the selection of the Academy of Saint is open to all 5 regions of the mortal world, except for the southern wasteland. Outside of the southern wasteland, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Kunlun Sacred Ground, and the Jiuhua Immortal School didn't send anyone to participate. I know some of the outstanding figures from the 3 sacred grounds, but none of them showed up. According to what I know, the 3 sacred lands didn't send any young geniuses to participate in the selection." Qin Shao hadn't deliberately researched this situation, but based on what he knew, it seemed to be the case. No disciples of the 3 sacred grounds had shown up. If there had been any, it would have been talked about. After all, the status of the 3 sacred grounds was far beyond that of the 100 schools of thought. Just like the 5 supreme clans, only Fu Zhongxian of the Fuxi clan had come to participate in the selection. Fu Zhongxian's light was extremely bright, almost overshadowing everyone. However, Qin Shao understood the meaning of Prince Zhongyang's words. While he was saying that the 3 sacred grounds didn't send any young geniuses to participate in the selection, he was also questioning Miss Yuan Yuan. She claimed to be the saint of Jade Lake. Of course, Qin Shao and the others had some doubts about whether Miss Yuan Yuan was the saint of Jade Lake or not, but they didn't investigate further. "That's enough, Zhongyang. Don't be so bored. You'd better prepare for the student competition." Qin Shao saw Miss Yuan Yuan's embarrassment and difficulty, so he spoke up. Secretly, he even kicked Zhang Yang Gongzi. This guy shouldn't have mentioned it. Miss Yuan Yuan had been unwilling to talk about it, so what was there to ask? Prince Zhang Yang was also tactful. He immediately grinned and changed the topic. After the rules of the student competition were announced, the god of Yinglong world looked solemn and majestic under the uproar of discussion. Suddenly, he waved his hand and hit the void. Suddenly, a cluster of nebula was hit out and formed a huge vortex, as if to swallow the world. Just looking at it was enough to make people feel a little scared. In this nebula there was another world, another heaven and earth. It was like a black hole, rotating and swallowing the earth. Realm of the gods. Seeing this nebula, many people's eyes suddenly lit up and stared at the nebula in a daze. This was the legendary realm of the god. It could swallow people's souls and wills, and it could even swallow the world. Seeing the realm of the gods, many students began to become restless. Their faces were full of fighting spirit and passion, and they were full of confidence for the student competition. The god of Ing Long World waved his hand toward the students, and the nebula suddenly dropped the power of the vortex, enveloping all the students in an instant. The powerful and irresistible force directly wrapped everyone up, directly stripped their consciousness from their bodies, and forcibly dragged them into the realm of the gods. This feeling was too terrible. At that moment they felt like they were going to die. A wisp of smoke, bleak and gloomy. The gray world was filled with the smell of smoke and blood. Qin Shao looked at his own body and looked around. After feeling for a while, he couldn't feel that this body was not his own. He couldn't feel it at all. It was just his consciousness that entered the realm of the gods. If he hadn't known from Yuan Yuan and Prince Zhang Yang that this was the realm of the gods and his consciousness had entered it, Qin Shao would really think that his body had entered it. However, if he looked carefully, he would find that all the treasures were gone. The flowing light wings were gone, Li Sheng's flying knife was gone, the sky-opening sword was gone, and the berserker sword was gone. There were no more treasures on his body. From this point of view, it also confirmed what Miss Yuan Yuan said. The divine realm had retained all of its strength. It had only taken away all of its treasures and innate divine abilities. However, it made sense when he thought about it. If they were to compete in treasures and innate abilities, then it would be slightly unfair. Whether it was treasures or gifted magical powers, they could be said to be external forces. If one relied on external forces, it would be difficult to verify one's strength. This was fair to the majority of the people. For example, for Qin Shao this was also a good thing. If it was a competition of treasures, Qin Shao knew that he definitely couldn't compete with those young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought. If it was a competition of gifted magical powers, he didn't have any gifted magical powers at all. Naturally, there was no way to compete. It was a very disadvantageous thing. In this way, Qin Shao was more confident. In this way, it was equivalent to weakening the strength of those young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought. Although relying on external forces was also a form of strength, the first thing to bear the brunt of the student tournament should still be fair. If the restrictions were lifted, there would probably be people who would participate in the student tournament with sacred objects. Then, it would be a mess and lose its meaning. Let's not think about this anymore. A fair system is a good thing for me and for everyone. Under a fair system, even if I lose, I should have no complaints and no regret. There will be no excuses to speak of. I, Qin Shao, don't have the family power of others. I only have a fighting heart and a heart that won't admit defeat. Now that there is a fair opportunity in front of me, I must seize it well. Even if I can't become the personal disciple of Emperor Xianyuan, I must strive to become the personal disciple of the god of the Ing Long world. Being the personal disciple of a world god is enough to make people go crazy. This is a great opportunity for me. I must fight for it. I must. Qin Shao, come on. I believe you can do it. You can do it. After Qin Shao gave himself a pep talk, he chose a direction and carefully moved forward. He was ready to fight at any time. In the divine world, there should be other forces in addition to the students who came to participate in the student tournament. Sure enough, after walking for a short while, a figure suddenly charged out. It was so quiet that it was difficult to detect. It was not until the figure appeared that Qin Shao noticed it. In a panic, he displayed the dragon-slaying sword art and faced it head-on. A sharp light slashed down like a thunderbolt and hit Qin Shao's sword heavily. Because it was in a hurry, Qin Shao did not use much of his strength. Under such a confrontation, Qin Shao naturally suffered a great loss and was directly pushed back by the figure's sword. The tearing power was very domineering and wanted to destroy Qin Shao's body. This power was very fierce and domineering, with the power to destroy everything. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's divine body was strong enough. Although he did not have the protection of the flowing light wings, he was not weak. Of course, without the protection of the flowing light wings, The gap between them was obvious. This sword made Qin Zhao's whole body feel tearing pain. He almost vomited blood, and his divine body was damaged a little. The person in front of him should be a person formed by his consciousness. Like a puppet, he had no blood, no flesh, no spirit, and no thoughts. There was only killing in his eyes. In terms of strength, he was equivalent to a fourth-step celestial master. The most important thing was that he could launch a sneak attack and often catch people off guard. If he had been slightly weaker, he would have been seriously injured after blocking that sword strike. Once the injury was not light, it was basically a foregone conclusion that they would lose. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's reaction was fast enough and his strength was strong enough, so he was not affected too much. Chapter 23:33. Spectator Seat. The city lord glanced at the lord of Fu Tu Immortal Palace and smiled. Fu Qiong, your Fu Tu Immortal Palace is in the limelight this time. Out of the 3 spots in the southern wasteland, your Fu Tu Immortal Palace has 2. It's just a pity that you let Qin Zhao go. Otherwise, your Fu Tu Immortal Palace would have taken 3 spots. Only a few of the 100 schools of thought could give birth to 3 students of the Sacred Institute. Your Fu Tu Immortal Palace should have been able to do it. The Lord of Fu Tu Immortal Palace frowned and said, "Don't make fun of me, City Lord. Who can predict the future of the world? It's all about divination. No matter how good it is, it's hard to be sure. A mistake is a mistake. There's nothing to feel pity about. Maybe if I didn't make a mistake, Qin Zhao wouldn't have made it this far." Ha! The Heavenly Mountain City Lord smiled and said, "Then according to you, Fu Zong, Qin Zhao should thank you for chasing him out of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. But that's true. Maybe he should thank you." The Lord of Fu Tu Immortal Palace remained silent. How could he not regret this? But what was the use of regretting? First of all, it was already in the past. It was history that couldn't be changed. Second of all, he had no other choice. He could only give up on Qin Zhao. Even if he was given another chance, he would still do the same. At least, the prodigy didn't disappoint me. The Lord of Fu Tu Immortal Palace pointed at the stone tablet on the stage. There were already many names on it. After the name, there was a corresponding number, representing the point. This was a real-time ranking. It allowed people to know the situation of all the students in real time. The names of those with points were already on it. What made the Lord of Fu Tu Immortal Palace proud was that the prodigy's name was already on it, and he was already in the top 10. In just a short while, the prodigy had already gotten 3 points. The city lord of Celestial Mountain City took a look. Qin Zhao and Princess Ru Xian's names had not appeared yet. He did know about his daughter Ru Xian's situation. He was already very relieved that Ru Xian had not been kicked out. He did not place too much hope on anything else. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't count on them. The Lord of Tianshan City was indifferent to all this. He smiled and said, "Fu Xiong, I think you think too highly of the Heaven's pride. He is just a reincarnator. Even if he can break through and become a saint, it's not a big deal. His strength in the short term is not because of his talent and potential, but because he has the power of reincarnation. To be able to successfully reincarnate and reach this step, he is indeed extremely rare. There are very successful examples of samsara travelers, but this person's temperament is too overbearing. I think it will be difficult for you to use him in the future. And I'm not optimistic about him. In comparison, I'm more optimistic about Qin Zhao." "That's your business. What does it have to do with me?" The master of Fu Ku Immortal Palace said coldly. It has nothing to do with you. I just happened to run into you, so I want to make a bet with you. I bet that Qin Zhao will definitely make it into the top 10 this time, and the heaven's pride will definitely not make it. Are you willing to bet with me? The Lord of Tianshan City said with a faint smile. The master of Fuku Immortal Palace's face twitched. He looked at the Lord of Tianshan City deeply and said, I think you've already taken Qin Shao as your son-in-law, haven't you? Ha, to be honest, I really do like Qin Shao. If he can get together with my Ru Xian, I'd obviously be very happy to see it. The Lord of Tianshan City laughed heartily. He did not try to hide anything. In the sky above the Academy of Saints, two figures lay lazily on a colorful cloud, drinking wine leisurely. The two of them glanced down from time to time. I say, Xian Yuan, those three old guys definitely won't come. For this matter, the two of us will have to deal with it. The person who spoke was dressed rather sloppily. He held a huge wine gourd and reeked of alcohol. He drank wine every time he spoke. He was a typical drunkard. Xian Yuan rolled his eyes at the old drunkard and said, Isn't this all your bad idea? At the beginning, you gave the kid a chance. Why did you have to go so far? You even created the Academy of Saints in the name of the 3 kings and 5 emperors. Do it. Of course those 3 old guys don't care about us, so we'll have to deal with it ourselves. You old drunkard, you're the one who comes up with all the bad ideas. I'm the one who does all the work. You're the one who lies behind and drinks the whole time, ordering me to do this and that. It was also you who came up with the idea of taking a direct disciple. But you're the one who pushed the responsibility to me. I haven't even taught the descendants of the Xian Yuan clan. You want me to take an outsider as a direct disciple? What the hell is this? The old drunkard glanced at Xian Yuan and smiled. Don't try to act innocent. You were the one who caused all of this. You were the one who deduced the boy's fate. You were the one who said that he was the chosen one. He has great luck. He's worth cultivating. The mystic realm isn't very stable now. Strange things happen from time to time. You've always said that he's a promising talent. That's why I'm giving you a chance. Xian Yuan was speechless. He stared at the old drunkard and said, Although he does have great luck, he's a promising talent. However, the possibility of them reaching our level is still very, very small. I was just saying, if you hadn't instigated me again and again, I wouldn't be like this. But, Xian Yuan looked down at the realm of the gods and said meaningfully, This kid may not be able to enter the top 5. It won't be that easy for him to reach my level. Xian Yuan and the old drunkard's eyebrows suddenly twitched at the same time. They both looked at the horizon and stood up in an instant. They saw a figure coming towards them. In an instant, he arrived in front of them. Elegant and graceful, this was a peerlessly handsome man. Xian Yuan, Shenong, long time no see. I hope you've been well since we last met. The man clasped his fist and greeted them. Oh, what wind has blown Li Sheng here? You've always stayed in Langya Heaven. Usually, it's hard to ask you out. But today you've come by yourself. How strange, ha ha. Xian Yuan Lang laughed. Xian Yuan Lang joked. The old drunkard Shenong also said, That's right. Usually, it's hard to ask him to come. Today, he's come by himself. What does this mean? It means that it's not worth inviting him. If we don't invite him, he'll come by himself. That's why we shouldn't have invited those 3 old guys. Look at them. Even if you invite them, they're still pretending to be noble and virtuous. If you don't invite them, they might even come. Seeing the 2 of them teasing him, Li Sheng shook his head and smiled. Don't make fun of me. My daughter ran out mischievously and just so happened to enter your Saint College. So, as her father, I have to come and see her. How is she doing? Xian Yuan and the old drunkard couldn't help but look at each other, then at the divine realm. They had heard the news before, but didn't take it to heart. They didn't expect Li Sheng's daughter to really enter the Saint College. Li Sheng, it seems that you dote on your daughter a lot. She's here. Are you afraid that she'll be bullied? No wonder your eldest disciple has been hiding outside the Saint College. It turns out that he's secretly protecting your daughter." Emperor Xianyuan joked. Li Xing smiled faintly and said, "What, I'm a rare guest and you're just letting me stand here? You're not even going to give me a sip of wine?" "Haha, no, no. Li Xing, please take a seat. Old drunkard, don't be stingy. Hurry up and take out more of your treasured wine." Emperor Xianyuan immediately gestured for Li Xing to sit down. The old drunkard glared at Xianyuan. He was thinking about his wine again. However, Li Xing was a rare guest, so he couldn't neglect him. In the divine realm, in one place, two figures were fighting fiercely. One of the men had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and was currently being suppressed. He only had a bit of strength left to defend himself. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that he had lost. However, the man didn't intend to admit defeat. He continued to fight. After repeated attacks, the man finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, dead under the sword of his opponent. Phew! After killing his opponent, Qin Shao let out a long sigh of relief. He's finally dead. It really took a lot of effort to kill this person. Qin Shao had just killed a person formed from consciousness in the divine realm. If he encountered a person formed from consciousness, he would either have to run or kill the person. Only then would it end. Attacks of the heart were obviously ineffective against a person formed by consciousness. Attacks of the power of Buddhism were also obviously ineffective. However, Qin Shao still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so after expending some energy, he still managed to kill his opponent with his sword. 6 points. I don't know if the situation is good or bad. Qin Shao curled his lips. Every time he got a point, it would be displayed in his mind. The divine realm was full of battles, but the competition was also very fierce. It wasn't easy to earn points. Let's not think about this anymore. Let's continue fighting. We'll meet those who we should meet eventually. If I want to kill my way into the top 5, I'm afraid I'll have to fight all those experts once. There's no rush. The further I go, the faster I'll earn points. Right now, I'm earning 1 or 2 points at a snail's pace. Let's see as we go. Fight steadily and surely. There's no need to retreat. We must go forward bravely and kill all the way. Retracting his thoughts, Qin Shao prepared to continue moving forward, but a figure had appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of Qin Shao. By Meng territory, Si Bingcan of the Si clan. Qin Shao also recognized the person in front of him. He was a student of the Sacred Academy. After entering the divine realm for so long, this was the first time Qin Shao had met a student of the Sacred Academy. All the life forms encountered in the divine realm were opponents. They had to fight and earn points. Moreover, if he defeated and killed a student of the Sacred Academy, he would earn more points. Since he met him, he would fight. There was nothing to say. This Si Bingsan's reputation wasn't great, so his strength shouldn't be very strong. Of course, even if he was strong, Qin Shao wouldn't have the slightest fear and retreat. If he met him, it would be a battle. Don't. Qin Shao was about to make a move when Si Bingcan immediately waved his hand and said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, don't be agitated. We're all students of the Sacred Academy. There's no need to fight and kill each other as soon as we meet." Chapter 2334. Not fighting? Hearing Tai Bingcan say no, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. How could he not fight? This was the student tournament. How could he not fight? However, as the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. If the other party didn't fight, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to force it, right? So after thinking about it, Qin Shao gave up and said, "Fine. Since Taoist Tai Bingcan doesn't want to fight, then let's not fight. If I force it, it will seem like I'm bullying you." Haha, thank you, Taoist Qin Shao, for your help. Thank you. Tai Binkan was happy when he heard Qin Shao say no. He quickly thanked him. After saying that, Tai Binkan seemed to remember something and said, "Oh right, Daoist Qin Shao, Wufeng Qing should be your brother, right? I just saw Wufeng Qing fighting with someone over there. It seems like he's at a disadvantage. It might be a little dangerous. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Wufeng Qing? Qin Shao suddenly frowned. His expression changed, and he approached Tai Binkan and asked, "Where?" "Right there." Tai Binkan pointed in a direction. As he spoke, a sly light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sinister sneer. Suddenly, like a poisonous snake, he attacked Qin Shao. His show of strength just now was fake. He wanted to numb Qin Shao and then launch a sneak attack. His intention could be said to be extremely sinister. "Humph, I knew you would use this trick. How despicable!" Qin Shao coldly snorted. He had already expected this. He didn't trust others so easily. He had already prepared for everything. When Tai Binkan attacked, Qin Shao also attacked. His heart force burst out to the extreme, turning into an invisible sword and ruthlessly attacking Tai Binkan's spirit. Because all the treasures here had been removed, no one had any treasures to protect their spirit. Without the protection of treasures, he could only rely on his spirit power, and willpower to block Qin Zhao's heart force attacks. Qin Zhao's heart force attack was already very strong to begin with. Moreover, it had been used so unexpectedly that Yuan Binkan was caught completely off guard. Therefore, in such a hurry, he was naturally caught off guard and appeared to be battered and exhausted. As soon as he made his move, he was smashed down by heart force. What kind of power is this? It's heart force, it's actually heart force? What powerful heart force! You're actually a heart force cultivator? His heart force has actually reached the level of a 4th step Empyrean. Qi Binkan immediately turned pale with fright and shouted loudly. What a blunder, what a blunder! He really hadn't expected that Qin Shao was actually a 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm heart force cultivator. His heart force was actually so powerful. As Yuan Binkan blocked Qin Zhao's heart force attacks, he attacked Qin Shao at the same time. He already knew that the situation wasn't looking good. As expected, Qin Shao attacked at the same time as his heart force attack. The dragon-slaying sword art had become extremely powerful under the full power of his inner world. Boundless power smashed toward Yuan Binkan with a boom. Using strength to break all laws, nothing could stop it. Unparalleled momentum, unparalleled strength, unparalleled might. Strength to break all laws, strength to pull up 1,000 armies, majestic mountains and rivers. As the sword slashed down, it seemed as if even the primal chaos would be split apart. Just how powerful was the power of this sword? Although Yuan Binkan was also very strong, it should be said that no one who could become a student of Sacred Academy was simple. It was just that because all his treasures had been taken away, his defensive power had decreased somewhat. Thus, Yuan Binkan was caught off guard by Qin Zhao's heart force attack. Of course, he wasn't a simple character after all. Although he was caught off guard, it was naturally impossible to suppress him with heart force alone. After all, Qin Zhao's heart force was only at the 8th level. It hadn't reached the 9th level yet. Even with the heart force stone's amplification effect, it still wasn't that great. However, Yuan Binkan was still defeated by this attack. He was directly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprinkled down and formed a mournful blood lotus. Yuan Binkan wasn't a fool. He wasn't like a life form formed by consciousness that only knew how to fight. After suffering a great loss and sustaining some injuries, Yuan Binkan naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He actually turned to run. However, since the two of them had already exchanged blows, it was considered a battle. If Yuan Binkan succeeded in escaping, then he would be considered to have lost to Qin Shao. If he lost to Qin Shao, then half of his points would be given to Qin Shao. That would be equivalent to having half of his points deducted. However, Yuan Bingken couldn't care less right now. As soon as they exchanged blows, he understood that he wasn't Qin Zhao's match. If he continued to fight, then he might very well die at Qin Zhao's hands. Without the protection of his treasures, and with an immortal body formed by consciousness, he wasn't as strong as his original body. He wouldn't be able to withstand many attacks. Thus, Yuan Bingken naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He would rather have half of his points deducted to avoid the brunt of Qin Zhao's attacks and save his strength. Now that he wanted to avoid the battle, how could Qin Shao allow him to do as he wished? Even if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to escape from Qin Zhao's heart force attack range. Qin Shao quickly chased after him, using his heart force to restrain Yuan Bingken. At the same time, his inner world formed a domain, trapping Yuan Bingken within. The binding of the two powers naturally trapped Yuan Bingken without any surprise. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, let's talk things out. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Please don't fight anymore. I don't have many points now. If I admit defeat, you can get half of them. Why kill me? Although I'm not as strong as you, if you want to kill me, you'll have to put in a lot of effort. So, why don't you let me go? If I admit defeat, you can easily get half of the point. Isn't that better? Yuan Bingken directly begged for mercy. Hearing Yuan Bingken beg for mercy, Qin Shao snorted mockingly. No matter what, you're still a student of the Sacred Institute. You're a top genius in the immortal region. How can you be so spineless? The battle has just begun and you're already admitting defeat. How can you say that? Qin Shao snorted disdainfully at Yuan Bingken. He seriously despised him. The battle hadn't even started yet. Why did he admit defeat? A student of the Sacred Institute shouldn't be like this. What kind of dirty tricks did he want to play? At this time, Qin Shao also believed that Yuan Bingken couldn't play any trick. He didn't succeed before, so how could he succeed now? However, Qin Shao naturally had to be on guard against this kind of villain. He wouldn't give him any chance. Facing Qin Zhao's disdain, Yuan Bingken didn't care at all. He said flatteringly, compared with death, admitting defeat is nothing. If I admit defeat now, at least I won't be in danger of being eliminated. If I were to die at the hands of fellow Taoist Qin Shao right now, then I might be miserably eliminated from the competition. Even if I don't die in the hands of fellow Taoist Qin Shao, if we continue to fight later, I'll still be forced to admit defeat. If that was the case, it would be better to just admit defeat now. At least he could preserve some of his strength, and it would not be so bad. I won't be kicked out. I'm a little self-aware now. I kicked a hard board, so it's okay to admit defeat, right? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. What a wise man submits to circumstances. To be able to explain admitting defeat in such a clear and logical manner, and even make it sound so reasonable, Bingken must have been very experienced. However, after thinking about it, Qin Shao also felt that there was no point in continuing to fight with this kind of person. A person who took the initiative to admit defeat had already lost his fighting spirit. Fighting with a person who had already lost his fighting spirit was too much of a bully. There was no point in fighting. Qin Shao had never liked to bully people, even if they were insidious villains. Get lost. His interest was dampened, and his fighting spirit dissipated a lot. Since Yuan Bingken really begged for mercy and didn't want to fight, Qin Shao was too lazy to continue fighting with this kind of person. It would only make him seem very boring. After letting Yuan Bingken go, it was considered that Yuan Bingken admitted defeat. Soon, Qin Shao was notified that he had 2 points in his account. Adding the previous 6 points, he had a total of 8 points. Only 2 points? Qin Shao shook his head. This Yuan Bingken was really poor. But thinking about it, he was relieved. He only had 6 points. Half of Yuan Bingsan's points were worth 2 points, which meant that Yuan Bingkan should have 3 or 4 points in total. It was almost the same. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao gave up after thinking about it. What he said was indeed reasonable. Even if he really killed Yuan Bingkan, he would at most get 1 or 2 more points. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Qin Shao continued to move forward. The number of consciousness turned into life forms was not many, and the further he went, the fewer he could encounter. It was estimated that some of them were released at the beginning, so that some people could accumulate points first. In the end, it would definitely be between the students of the Saint Academy. The battle would be the most important. After all, this was the student competition. The most important thing should be the battle between the students. The victory and defeat between the students should be determined. Only in this way could the final result be very good and a large number of fair rankings to convince others. After Qin Shao got 16 points, he had another student opponent. This was the second time that Qin Shao encountered a student opponent after Yuan Bingkan. Along the way, Qin Shao could be said to be advancing triumphantly and did not encounter much resistance. The strength of those consciousness turned into life forms was not too strong, but they were all fighting desperately. Only by killing them could the battle end. Along the way, he only killed 7 consciousness life forms. Towards the end, it was already very difficult to meet even one of them. Qin Shao also clearly felt that the consciousness life forms were gradually disappearing. Gradually, all the opponents he faced were the students of the Saint Academy. For this, Qin Shao had expected and prepared for it, so he was not afraid of anything. Moreover, Qin Shao also felt that the student competition should be like this. It should be a battle between the students of the Saint Academy. Those consciousness life forms before could be regarded as appetizers. The man Qin Shao encountered in front of him was leaning against a stone, holding a sword in his hand. His eyes were fixed on Qin Shao, as if revealing a bit of playfulness. The corners of his mouth slightly curved into a curve, and he sneered lightly and coldly. In terms of momentum, the other party was full of confidence. Obviously, he had the guarantee of strength, so he could have such momentum. It directly told Qin Shao that this time he had met his opponent, who was definitely not a character like Yuan Bingkan. It seemed that there would be a hard fight, but to Qin Shao it was nothing. So be it if it was a hard rod. No matter how hard the stick was, he was not afraid of anything. He would just fight. His goal was not limited to this. He had a big ambition and a big goal. He wanted to be in the top 5. With such a lofty goal, no matter who the opponent was, it was nothing to Qin Shao. Tang Qianyue of the Tang family. Qin Shao recognized the other party. Chapter 23:35. Qin Shao of the Nameless Family? Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. So what if he was a nameless family? Speaking of which, he was indeed a nameless family. It was very difficult to be called a family name. 1 family name, 2 courtyards, 3 sects, 4 countries, 5 factions and 6 clans. This was a popular saying in the 9 continents. The family name was the most important and was the supreme power. In a territory, there were only a few hundred people who were qualified to be called a family name. The Tang family was the family name of the ruler of the Tang territory. It was the family name of the 100 schools of thought. Although Qin Shao didn't know much about Tang Qianyue was a genius of the Tang family. It was enough to prove that his strength was definitely very strong. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He braced himself. This should be a tough fight. I don't want to kill you. Why don't you just admit defeat? It will save you from being eliminated. Tang Qianyue was very arrogant. He was still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed in front of his chest. If he died, he would be directly kicked out. His consciousness would return to his body and the competition would end. In this year's student tournament, more than 20 people would be eliminated. If one was ranked in the last 20, then they would definitely be kicked out. Therefore, if he died prematurely, he would be in danger of being kicked out of the Sacred Academy. It was precisely because of this that Tang Qianyue was so cowardly when she begged Qin Shao for mercy and admitted defeat. If she just admitted defeat, at most half of her points would be deducted. There was still hope. If she didn't want to compete for the ranking, at least she could guarantee that she wouldn't be kicked out of the Sacred Academy. This was probably the goal of most people. Qin Shao had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Since Tang Qianyue was so arrogant, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite. He retorted sarcastically, "Among the many unruly people, you can be considered to be unique. If you don't have the strength, it's better not to boast. People who boast will often slap their own face and bite their own tongue. That won't look good, right? Admit defeat and lose half of your points to understand." Tang Qianyue snorted and finally stood up straight. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he walked towards Qin Shao. "You're really courting death. I wanted to spare your life, but it seems that I was too merciful." Qin Shao didn't back down either. He sneered and said, "We're all students of the same sect. You and I don't know each other. So, we don't have any enmity between us. You wanted to kill me the moment you came up. How kind of you. With your temperament and character, I am ashamed to be in the same sect as you. With such a temperament, I wonder how he passed the selection." Towards such people, Qin Shao had always been incomparably disgusted. His temperament was too vicious, wanting to kill as soon as he came up. No matter what, he was still a student of the same sect, right? Was there a need to act like they were enemies? Originally, Qin Shao didn't have the heart to kill, but Tang Qianyue's words angered him, making Qin Shao have the heart to kill Tang Qianyue. "You're courting death." After Tang Qianyue snorted coldly, he made a strong move. Tang Qianyue's strength was indeed very strong. He could feel it as soon as he made a move. The power of the law turned into a sharp sword, slashing towards Qin Shao as fast as lightning. The power of the Great Tao was like an invisible giant wave, instantly sweeping Qin Shao in and swallowing him. He used the power of the law of immortal Tao to suppress Qin Shao. Tang Qianyue's control of the law of immortal Tao had indeed reached a very high level, so his move was very extraordinary. Qin Shao also sensed a trace of danger from this terrible power. This strength was definitely the strongest among the young geniuses he had encountered so far. Of course, in the last battle with Xia Dongqi didn't use all of his strength, only one move, so that didn't count. If Xia Dongqi used all of his strength, Qin Shao didn't dare to say how strong he was, but he was sure that Xia Dongqi's strength was very strong. It wouldn't be easy for him to win against Xia Dongqi. Against Tang Qianyue, Qin Shao didn't hesitate to use the dragon-slaying sword technique. At the same time, the power of the inner world was fully urged and poured into the dragon-slaying sword technique, making the power of the dragon-slaying sword technique extremely strong. Qin Shao could be considered to have reached an extremely high level in the path of strength to break through all laws with brute force. This was not the power of the true meaning of strength, but the power of the inner world. The power of the inner world could be regarded as Qin Zhao's unique ability. This was something that no one else had. And what a strong power, just pure strength is strong to such a degree. Are you also a cultivator of the true meaning of strength? No, it doesn't seem like the power of the true meaning of strength. What kind of power is this? To be strong to such a degree, you are not a foreign race, this is a bit strange. Feeling Qin Zhao's powerful strength, Tang Qianyue couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he was too lazy to care so much. Pure strength is the stupidest thing. You want to rely on strength to fight against me, it's simply a fantasy. Tang Qianyue shouted softly. His palm turned into a knife, and suddenly slashed towards Qin Shao. A huge sword qi came down from the sky, cutting through the void and breaking the firmament. The power of the law turned into a supreme blade, and the power of the great Tao bloomed with supreme brilliance. This towering sword qi slashed down with a power that could destroy everything. It was sharp and domineering. What a fierce and domineering sword qi, it's really powerful. Qin Shao was shocked, and the dangerous aura became more intense. He was worthy of being called a young genius of the 100 schools of thought. His strength was really not to be underestimated. This time, he had met a real opponent. However, Qin Zhao's confidence did not dissipate in the slightest. No matter how strong the opponent was, so what? He was a person with a lofty goal, and he had the ambition to enter the top 5. If he couldn't even defeat Tang Qianyue, then how could he enter the top 5? Wouldn't that be a joke? Therefore, Tang Qianyue was just a small test for him, a stone blocking his path. Even if it was a small test, he would just break it. Even if it was a stone blocking his path, he would just kick it away. So what? You want to compete? Then I'll be sharper than you. Qin Shao turned his hand and slashed down, the sword shaking the 9 heavens. This sword seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the 9 heavens. This sword seemed to be able to penetrate the forbidden area of the Forbidden Lands. This sword seemed to be able to shine all the light in the world. When the sword slashed out, the world suddenly became silent, and time and space seemed to stop at this moment. Time and space were reversed, and the world was about to be cut open. The visual reincarnation was frightening. This was the heaven-opening sword technique. Although there was no heaven-opening sword, the full power of this sword was still very shocking. The supreme edge, the supreme radiant. This sword could cut open the sky, and the sword could shake the universe. Just this sword alone was enough to sever the heavens and the earth. In terms of sharpness, the heaven-opening sword technique completely overwhelmed Tang Qianyue's sword qi attack. The two directly collided with each other. The blazing radiance that bloomed instantly annihilated the world, as if it was going to swallow everything. How is this possible? When Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique came out, Tang Qianyue suddenly turned pale and exclaimed in his heart. This sword's radiance was too strong, and it was even sharper than his sword qi. As soon as they collided, Tang Qianyue clearly saw that his sword qi was directly defeated by Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique. It could not block this supreme radiance at all. The sword could cut open the sky. How could it be blocked? Tang Qianyue was shocked and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately retreated and quickly retreated to avoid the sword's radiance. But the heaven-opening sword radiance had already arrived. How could it be easy to avoid? While retreating, Tang Qianyue once again attacked to block the remaining power. But in a hurry, how much power could he use? Even if he used a powerful force, he could not block the supreme radiance of the heaven-opening sword technique. Therefore, under the attack of this radiance, Tang Qianyue desperately resisted, but the terrifying sword qi still penetrated into his immortal body. His clothes were torn open one after another, leaving behind streaks of sword wounds on his body. His immortal body suffered quite a bit of damage, breaking apart a few parts. This attack caused Tang Qianyue to suffer a great loss. Qin Shao did not hesitate, but took advantage of the victory and attacked again. Once again, the heaven-opening sword technique was activated at full strength. Moreover, the berserk technique was also used, which made the heaven-opening sword technique even more powerful. The berserk technique was a secret technique that could instantly erupt power. It also had a certain effect on the heaven-opening sword technique. Although it was not big, it was better than nothing. Moreover, at this time, if it increased by a little, the impact would definitely not be small. Moreover, there was another advantage in the divine realm. There was no such thing as using up immortal power, only the immortal body would be broken and eventually killed. And because there was no protection of any treasure, one could not use their innate ability. Therefore, it was much easier to kill in the divine realm. The attack just now was actually almost enough to defeat Tang Qianyue. But Qin Xiao did not want to defeat Tang Qianyue, but to kill him. Facing Qin Zhao's attack again, Tang Qianyue's face was extremely ugly, one green and one white, and it was even very interesting. Just now, he said that he would kill Qin Xiao. But he did not expect that he would be slapped in the face by his own words so quickly. He really cut his own tongue. He did not expect Qin Zhao's strength to be so strong. This was really hard for him to accept. He was the young genius of the Tang clan of the 100 schools of philosophers. He was confident that his strength was definitely one of the strongest in the immortal region's younger generation. In this year's student tournament, he had the ambition to fight for the top 10. But he did not expect that in the first battle, he would be defeated in the hands of a nameless kid. How could he accept this? But at this time, the cold hard truth hit him in the face, and he had no choice but to recognize the situation. Was he going to lose? No, he was not willing. But even if he was not willing, what could he do? He had no way to turn the situation around and decide the outcome. Damn it! Tang Qianyue fiercely clenched his teeth and attacked with all his strength. But Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword art was too sharp and too strong, and at this time, he also used the berserk explosion technique, which increased the power of the heaven-splitting sword art. Tang Qianyue was already at a disadvantage, and now that his immortal body was damaged, he was even more at a disadvantage. Therefore, after this exchange, Tang Qianyue looked even more battered and exhausted. His body was covered in blood, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood lotuses. Streaks of sword marks were left on his body, forming a bloody net. Tang Qianyue's immortal body was damaged by 20 to 30%, and his injuries were not light. If the battle continued like this, he would probably die under Qin Zhao's sword in less than 5 rounds. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Qin Zhao clearly had no intention of stopping, and he continued to attack fiercely without mercy. Tang Qianyue's heart was incomparably bitter, and his face was extremely ugly, but at this time, he also understood his situation. Chapter 2336. Admit defeat? Now you know how to admit defeat? Tang Qianyue, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, actually lowered his head and admitted defeat? This resounding slap landed heavily on his face, causing Tang Qianyue's expression to turn extremely ugly. Admit defeat now? Qin Xiao sneered in his heart. He turned a deaf ear to Tang Qianyue's words and continued to attack. Seeing that Qin Xiao had no intention of stopping, Tang Qianyue was a little anxious. Although this result was hard for him to accept, there was no other way now that things had come to this. The broken teeth could only be swallowed into their stomach. Qin Xiao, I admit defeat. Please stop. Tang Qianyue gritted his teeth and swallowed a mouthful of blood before saying again, admitting defeat twice and begging for mercy in a low voice. How lowly was he? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to be eliminated and kicked out of the Sacred Institute and become the laughingstock of the world, why would he, Tang Qianyue, do this? Even if he died, he wouldn't do this. To him, suffering such humiliation was worse than death. But there was no other way. If he died in Qin Zhao's hands now, it was very likely that he would be kicked out of the Sacred Institute. If that happened, how would he have the face to continue living? As the young genius of the Tang family of the 100 schools of philosophers, if he were to embarrass himself like this, it would be the biggest joke of the Tang family. So whether it was for himself or for the dignity of the Tang family, he could only choose to humbly lower his head and admit defeat to Qin Xiao with his unparalleled arrogance. However, Qin Xiao didn't buy it. He lightly said, Compared to your current lowly attitude, I prefer your arrogant attitude just now. Why don't you recover a little? I prefer to hear you threaten me, talk about how you're insufferably arrogant and dismissive of me, and so on. You're the only one who can stimulate my will to fight. Hearing such teasing, Tang Qianyue wanted to vomit blood. This was a humiliation to him, a ruthless humiliation, a humiliation to trample under his feet. He knew that his humble admission of defeat would not allow Qin Shao to let the matter rest. But who could he blame? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself. He was the one who provoked Qin Shao. He was the one who wanted to humiliate Qin Shao. Now, instead of humiliating him, he was humiliated. He felt like he brought this upon himself. What a joke, what a joke! He, Tang Qianyue, had never been in such a sorry state in his life. Pfft! Tang Qianyue spit out another mouthful of blood, like a poisonous snake as he stared fixedly at Qin Shao, his teeth clattering. Qin Shao, do you really want to be so ruthless? I've already admitted defeat, yet you're still not willing to give up. Must you kill me? There was a hint of threat in his gloomy. Qin Shao sneered. I'm to the extreme? Admit defeat? Don't you think you're ridiculous? It was you, Tang Qianyue, who blocked my way. First, you wanted me to admit defeat, then you wanted to kill me. What did I, Qin Shao, do to provoke you? We're all students of Saint Institute. Participating in the student competition, we're all competitors. It's understandable that we fight for ourselves and get a good result. But we've never had any grudges. You said you wanted to kill me. What is your intention, Tang Qianyue? Since you, Tang Qianyue, wanted to kill me, Qin Shao, from the beginning, why should I be polite to you? You want to kill me, so you're my hidden enemy. I, Qin Shao, can treat my friends with sincerity, even at the cost of my own life. I, Qin Shao, can be magnanimous and merciful to ordinary people. But for an enemy like you, I, Qin Shao, will never let you go easily. I've always believed that being merciful to one's enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. So you admit defeat now and want me to let you go. Do you think it's possible? If I were to fall into your hands, would young Master Tang be merciful and let me go? So, Tang Qianyue, I think you'd better save your saliva. It's useless to me. You brought all of this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else. You deserve it. You deserve it. These words exploded in Tang Qianyue's mind like a sudden clap of thunder. That's right, he really deserved it. Indeed, he had brought all of this upon himself. That was why he was humiliated like this and ended up in such a laughable situation. If it weren't for the realm of the gods, I'd kill you. Tang Qianyue bit down on every word. His hatred for Qin Shao had already reached an extremely deep level. He hated him to the bone. Indeed, as he said, if they were in the outside world, it would be impossible for Qin Shao to trample on Tang Qianyue like this. In the realm of the gods, Tang Qianyue's strength was greatly suppressed because there were no treasures and he couldn't use his supernatural powers. In terms of ability, it was greatly weakened. Qin Shao chuckled and said disdainfully, "You said it's if. What's the use of saying if? It's better to be realistic. Besides, even if we were in the outside world, you may not be my opponent. At most, it'll be difficult for me to kill you. But now that we're in the realm of the gods, let's not talk about these useless things. Think about how you're going to die." "How I'm going to die? Impossible." Tang Qianyue gritted his teeth and said in an extremely cold voice, "Qin Shao, I admit that I was wrong this time. My skills are not as good as yours. I admit defeat and have nothing to say. But if you're going to be so overbearing and insist on killing me, then you better think carefully. Since you know that I'm from the Tang family, then you should also know that I can't afford to lose my face. My Tang family can't afford to lose this dignity. If you want to ruin my Tang family's reputation, then you better think about the consequences before you speak. What I can promise you is that if you really dare to kill me today, then I, Tang Qianyue, will be irreconcilable with you. This hatred, if I don't take revenge, then I'm not a human anymore. My Tang family will also be your enemy to the end. Even if you're a top genius, even if you're a student of the Sacred Institute. But if you don't have any background, then you better think carefully about whether you have the ability and qualifications to offend me and my Tang family. Qin Shao, I think you're a smart person. If you only offend me, Tang Qianyue, then you have nothing to fear. But if you offend my Tang family, I don't believe you haven't thought of the consequences. Even if you beat me, you can still take half of my points. Why do you have to kill me? Is it worth it to fight over a moment of anger? A threat. This was a blatant threat. Tang Qianyue directly used the Tang family from the 100 schools of thought to suppress Qin Shao. This was like a mountain pressing down on him. How could Qin Shao not understand this logic? How could he not know that if he offended the Tang family, then he would have provoked a powerful enemy? It would bring him endless trouble in the future, and he might even get himself killed. Even if he was a student of the Sacred Institute, if the Tang family was determined to kill him, then they would have a way to do it. Which of the 100 schools of thought was simple? Which one of them didn't have a long history? Which one of them wasn't strong beyond Qin Zhao's imagination? No matter how strong Qin Shao was, in front of the Tang family, he was so weak that he couldn't even be compared to an ant. If the Tang family wanted to kill him, it would be easier than stepping on an ant. This was the truth. It was a fact that Qin Shao couldn't deny and had to face. If he killed Tang Qianyue, then the Tang family's reputation would be greatly damaged. This was an undeniable fact. If the 100 schools of thought's reputation was greatly damaged, then it was very likely that the Tang family would be angered. In order to protect their immortal prestige, the Tang family would definitely take action. With such a huge threat in front of Qin Shao, what choice did Qin Shao have? Qin Shao, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. If you dare to kill me, I will make you beg for death. I will make you know the meaning of the word regret. Tang Qianyue was still trying to build momentum. He wanted to create an atmosphere of great threat for Qin Shao. He wanted to defeat Qin Shao verbally and mentally so that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to kill him. This was his only way out, and he had already thrown caution to the wind. What should he do? Would he, Qin Shao, be scared? However, Qin Shao quickly sneered. He looked at the confident Tang Qianyue and said, "So what? What?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Tang Qianyue's expression froze. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Qin Shao in shock. For a moment, he didn't react. What did he mean? What did he mean by "so what"? Could it be, did you think that by using the Tang family to pressure me, I would obediently back down? Did you think that by threatening me with death, I would be afraid of you? Do you think I'll be scared just because of a few threats from you? Did you think that the Tang family could suppress everything and make everyone afraid? Yes, perhaps others would be afraid of the Tang family and wouldn't dare to offend the Tang family. But I, Qin Shao, am not afraid. Once I, Qin Shao, make a decision, no one, no power, can change it. I said that I would kill you, Tang Qianyue, so I will definitely kill you. My will not be shaken by any power. If you think that by using the Tang family and threatening me with a few words, you can scare me away, then I can only say that you overestimate the Tang family's prestige and look down on me, Qin Shao. In life, there are things that we should do and things that we shouldn't do. There are limits to what we stand for. No one can cross my limit. This is the principle that I adhere to. Even if killing you today will bring me a lot of trouble, disaster, or even death, I will not hesitate. If I don't kill you today, I have no way of explaining it to myself. The more you threaten me, the more determined I am to kill you. I hate being threatened the most. So, young Master Tang, I want to tell you something. You have used the wrong method. You have overestimated the influence that the Tang family has on me and underestimated the person that I, Qin Shao, am. From the moment you made up your mind to kill me, we were already enemies. As long as you fall into my hands, there is no way I will let you go. Even if the Heavenly King himself comes, there is no way I will let you go. Instead, you are threatening me. What a joke. You should just die. After speaking, Qin Shao once again launched a ferocious attack. His murderous intent filled the sky. Obviously, he wasn't joking. He was indeed determined to kill Tang Qianyue. How could this be? Tang Qianyue was a little dumbfounded. His Tang family didn't even have the power to threaten him? What guts, what guts, what guts? Qin Shao was probably the first person that dared to ignore the threat of the Tang family. Death was coming. No, no, no. Chapter 23:37. There were some things that couldn't be changed just because of your will. The arrival of death was sometimes irreversible. No one, no power, no thought, and no will could change it. The sword Qi cut through everything and tore everything to shreds. A life, under the sharpness of this sword Qi, was turned into fragments and quickly dissipated in the divine realm. Of course, death in the divine realm was only the death of one's consciousness. Soon, one's consciousness would return to the body and wake up. Putting away his sword, he looked at the place where Tang Qianyue was standing. It was empty. Tang Qianyue died under his sword. A young genius of the 100 schools of thought was killed by Qin Shao just like that. If this news were to spread, it would certainly cause a sensation in the entire 9 continents of Huaxia. The feeling of killing a true genius expert is really not bad. Qin Shao curled his lips. He didn't feel the slightest bit of worry because he killed a descendant of the Tang family. Since he had decided to do this, he had thought through everything clearly. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shao never hesitated to kill those who deserved to be killed, nor did he regret it. Tang Qianyue deserved to be killed. But this is in the divine realm. Killing people is indeed much easier than outside. Everyone more or less has some life-saving trump cards on them, especially a young genius like Tang Qianyue who has the surname of the 100 schools of thought. He should have even more life-saving trump cards on him. To kill such a person, I'm afraid it would take a half-step saint. Even an ancient saint might not be able to do it so easily. It would be impossible for me to kill Tang Qianyue in the outside world. But in the divine realm, I didn't have to spend too much effort to do it. This feeling is not bad, not bad. Continue to work hard. This is just the beginning. I still have a long way to go. Qin Shao also quickly calmed down, and treated this large competition even more seriously. Killing Tang Qianyue was indeed nothing to be happy about. There were still many strong opponents in the future. One Tang Qianyue might not be a big deal. At most, it was just a warm-up and a little dessert. For Qin Shao this was nothing, but for Tang Qianyue it was 1,000 times worse than death. The sacred arena. In the student seats, most of the students were in a meditative state, as if they had been frozen. Everyone's consciousness was sucked into the realm of the gods, leaving their bodies there. Without consciousness it was as if they were dead. As long as he was eliminated, his consciousness would come out from the realm of the gods and return to his body. Only then would he recover. However, those who had recovered were asked by the god of Long World to sit quietly in their seat. They were not allowed to get up before the student competition ended, so as not to disturb others. At this time, there were already more than 10 people in the student seats who had recovered. Obviously, they had all been killed and their consciousness had returned to their bodies. Once they were killed, their points would be reduced to 0, and they would be eliminated directly. The faces of those students who had been eliminated were all incomparably ugly. There was no color in their faces. They had lost all face. Being eliminated was a matter of extraordinary shame and humiliation. It would be reduced to a joke for a while. It was not easy to pass the selection process and finally become a student of the Sacred Academy. But what happened after that? Then they were eliminated and kicked out of the academy. What kind of tragedy was this? This kind of tragedy was even more serious than not passing the selection process in the first place. If they had not passed the selection process in the first place, then it would have been fine. At least they would not have lost face, and it would not be a big deal. After all, the competition for the student quota of the Sacred Academy was too fierce, and there were some accidental factors in it. So even if they did not succeed, it was still pardonable. In one of the seats, a man suddenly woke up. His expression was cold and somewhat stunned as he looked around. Of course, when he saw everyone's gazes land on him, his expression instantly became extremely gloomy and ugly. The person who woke up was none other than Tang Qianyue. He was killed by Qin Shao. His points were reduced to 0, and he was eliminated. The first thing Tang Qianyue did when he woke up was to count how many students had been eliminated in the mathematics student seat. But when he finished counting, his whole person was not good. His face was already extremely pale, and the muscles on his face were fiercely twitching. In his eyes, there was an incomparably complicated look. His body trembled violently, and it was obvious that his emotions were very unstable. 18, only 18, why is there only 18? I am actually the 19th person to be eliminated, the 19th person. Ha ha, I am going to be kicked out of the Sacred Academy, I am going to be kicked out of the Sacred Academy. Ha ha ha, how ironic, how laughable, how humiliating. I am the dignified young genius of the Tang family. My initial goal was to guarantee that I would enter the top 10. Who would have thought that I would be eliminated? Laughable, laughable, this is really laughable. Tang Qianyue was so angry that he laughed. It was a laugh of ridicule, a laugh of extreme grief, and a laugh of helplessness. He was eliminated, and it was already a fact. There was no way to change it, and there was no way to reverse it. He, Tang Qianyue, was destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, and it would be difficult for him to turn over. At this moment, he even had the heart to die. Especially when there were so many strange eyes looking at him, it made him feel a burst of burning pain on his face. Who caused all of this? Qin Shao, Kacha. Tang Qianyue clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He was extremely angry. Qin Shao, all of this is caused by you. You are the one who forced it on me. You and I, we cannot live under the same sky, cannot live under the same sky. I, Tang Qianyue, swear to the heavens that if I don't kill you, Qin Shao, I am not a man, I am not a man. All the humiliation that you, Qin Shao, gave me, Tang Qianyue, I, Tang Qianyue, will return it to you in the future. I will, you just wait and see. He was angry, he was furious, he hated, but he had nowhere to vent. The god of Yinglong world looked at Tang Qianyue indifferently and snorted. With such a temperament, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. If Tang Qianyue heard this, he would probably vomit blood. This was the god of Yinglong world's evaluation of him. It was the same as giving him a death sentence. The 100 or so ancient saints and ancient saints from various factions also began to whisper among themselves in the spectator seat. Isn't that the little guy from Tang Ling's Tang family? How did he get eliminated? Yes, it's the little guy from the Tang family. His father and I are old friends, and I have seen this little guy a few times before. I always thought that he was not bad, a talent with great potential. But I didn't expect that he would be eliminated so quickly. Looks like my old eyesight is a bit blurry. The 19th person to be eliminated, looks like he won't be able to keep his identity as a student of the Sacred Institute. This is awkward, a disciple of the Tang family, a disciple of the 100 schools of thought, is going to be kicked out of the Sacred Institute? This is probably the biggest joke in the world, right? Isn't that right? The Tang family's reputation is going to be ruined by this little guy this time. Haha, luckily my son didn't get eliminated, looks like it's in the bag. As long as he can keep his identity as a student of the Sacred Institute, I will be happy. Huadashi, you can laugh now. Even a disciple of the Tang family has been eliminated, so it's not a big deal for your Hua family to be eliminated. Haha, I wonder who it was that eliminated that kid from the Tang family? This kind of trampling on people's dignity and disregarding the Tang family's reputation, who would dare to do such a thing? Ruthless, really ruthless. Isn't that right? Eliminating Tang Qianyue like this is equivalent to slapping the Tang family's face. They must have offended the Tang family to death. Who has the guts to do so? I don't think it's someone from the 100 schools of thought who did it. Could it be Fu Xuanzhong? It shouldn't be, right? Fu Zhongshuan is so arrogant, he wouldn't do such a thing so easily. Maybe there's a dark horse. The spectators were whispering to each other, and the students were starting to make noise as well. Many of the eliminated geniuses were already in a bad mood, and they all wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. But after seeing Tang Qianyue, many people's moods suddenly improve. Haha, what's there to be upset about? Even Tang Qianyue was eliminated. I can only say that I'm too unlucky, not that I'm not strong enough. That's right, that's right. It all depends on luck, and my luck has always been too bad. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have been eliminated? My heart is finally calm now. With Tang Qianyue as my companion, I won't be embarrassed. I always thought that my luck was too bad to meet a strong person, and now it's finally proven. Taoist Tang Qianyue, thank you for coming to prove it for us. Isn't it just elimination? There will always be a few setbacks in life, so what's this? It can only be said that we are not fated to enter the Sacred Academy, but our talent and potential are unquestionable. Even if we can't enter the Sacred Academy, it won't affect our path. The pinnacle. Listening to everyone talking about him like this, Tang Qianyue wanted to kill someone. What do they mean by feeling better after seeing him? Is it even? What is there to be happy about? He was really too unlucky to have met Qin Shao. Otherwise, he, Tang Qianyue, would not have been eliminated and ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Detestable, detestable. All this humiliation was brought on by Qin Shao. The hatred he had for Qin Shao in his heart had also become even stronger. This news quickly spread and soon reached Tang Ling's ears. Some people who liked to watch a good show did not mind blowing things up. With such explosive news, it was only natural that it would be talked about enthusiastically. The news on the grapevine naturally flew all over the sky and quickly spread throughout the 9 states of Huaxia, especially Tang Ling. The dignity of the Tang Corps was completely trampled on. This time, the Tang Corps lost a lot of face and became the laughingstock of the world, causing the entire Tang Corps to be filled with hostility. Everywhere, there were discussions about the embarrassing incident of the Tang Corps, so much so that the people of the Tang Corps did not dare to go out. As soon as they went out, they would be pointed at and gossiped about. Inside the Tang Corps, there were also many complaints and criticisms directed at Tang Qianyue. This situation intensified Tang Qianyue's hatred for Qin Shao and his desire to kill Qin Shao. Tang Qianyue also locked himself up and refused to see anyone. He could only turn a deaf ear to the voices within the clan that blamed him and scolded him in private. He pretended that he didn't hear them. If he took these things seriously, he would vomit blood every day. The loss of a battle had pushed him into a bottomless abyss. Although he, Tang Qianyue, brought this upon himself, he was going to blame it all on Qin Shao. Ah! Chapter 2338. I admit defeat. A helpless and powerless voice sounded. A handsome man in blue robes hung his head and spat out these 3 words with difficulty. Every word of these 3 words was extremely heavy and difficult to speak. But if he didn't admit defeat now, his life would be in danger. So after weighing the pros and cons, he made such a decision. Since the other party admitted defeat, Qin Shao stopped. As long as the other party didn't want to kill him like Tang Qianyue, he wouldn't force them too much. The disciple competition was originally a peaceful competition. There was no deep hatred between them, so there was no need to fight to the point of killing each other. Marshal Gong Sun, you admit defeat. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said. This time, his opponent was also an experienced person. He could be considered the most difficult opponent Qin Shao had encountered so far. Gong Sun Yushui was not the strongest, but he was the most difficult to deal with. Qin Shao fought for a long time before Gong Sun Yushui finally admitted defeat. Gong Sun Yu was a young talent of the Gong Sun clan. Qin Shao had seen him before. Speaking of the Gong Sun clan, Qin Shao was no stranger to them. Back in the Boundless Territory, he had fought with Gong Sun Tianyu of the Gong Sun clan. Gong Sun Tianyu had suffered a great loss at his hands. Now, Gong Sun Yu was defeated by Qin Shao. Qin Shao could feel that Gong Sun Yushui was trying to regain face for Gong Sun Tianyu. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Qin Shao, you are indeed strong. Although there are many restrictions in the God realm, and your means are greatly reduced. But, even outside, I may not be able to defeat you. A loss is a loss. There is nothing to say. You have to admit defeat. Gong Sun Yu had some grace. Qin Shao also treated people with grace. He replied, Fellow Taoist you flatter me. You can't use your special ability. If we were outside, I may not be your opponent. In the God realm, I did have some advantages. It took me a lot of effort to defeat you. It wasn't easy. Thank you for letting me win. Qin Shao wasn't lying. He didn't have any innate divine powers. None of the innate divine powers of the 100 schools of philosophers were simple. All of them were extremely powerful. If Gong Sun Yushui used his innate ability, it would be hard to say who would win. Even Qin Shao had to admit that. He had seen the disciples with the surname use their innate magical powers, and it was indeed extraordinary. In terms of treasures, Qin Shao didn't have much. Yes, he did possess a saint item. However, the might of the saint item was completely sealed away. The saint's spirit was in a deep slumber as well. There was no way he could unleash the might of the saint item at all. Right now, it was only equivalent to an ordinary upper-grade immortal weapon. As for the 8-sided Buddha mirror, he had already given it away. The Berserk sword was nothing. It was just a powerful high-grade immortal artifact. The 9 Li Sheng's flying broadswords were not bad. They were Qin Zhao's most powerful treasures now. As for the rest, he didn't have much. The flowing light wings were just a defensive treasure. In terms of treasures, Qin Shao knew that he definitely didn't have any advantage at all. In front of the disciples of the 100 schools of philosophers, it was probably not worth mentioning. Gong Sun Yushui admitted defeat and left. After winning this battle, Qin Zhao's points had reached 362. Just from Gong Sun Yushui alone, he had gained 89 points. That was to say, Gong Sun Yushui's points were 178. This score was not bad. As time went on, if he encountered a big battle, the number of points he could win would be relatively large. For example, in the battle with Gong Sun Yushui, Qin Shao won 89 points at once. In total, his points had reached 362. Along the way, Qin Shao had experienced no less than 30 battles. He had advanced triumphantly all the way. At the beginning of the battle, he only earned a few points. The speed was indeed too slow. Towards the end, the slower ones would earn 10 to 20 points, and then a few dozen points. It was really not easy to earn 362 points. Along the way, he had fought no less than 5 geniuses like Tang Qianyue. Every time he won, it was not easy. 362 points. I wonder what my ranking is? Qin Shao curled her lip. She was really curious. However, he didn't have a channel to get information. Disciples of other surnames might have already known the situation. I feel that with this number of points, it should be no problem for me to be in the top 100. I think I should be able to be in the top 50. Qin Shao thought secretly. 362 points was definitely not a small number. If he couldn't even be in the top 100 with this number of points, it would be really strange. Along the way, he had defeated more than 30 people. According to the probability, he would definitely be in the top 100. Therefore, Qin Shao was still very confident about this. The problem for him was, could he be in the top 10, 30 or 50? This question couldn't be answered for the time being. He shook his head and was about to leave. At this time, Qin Zhao's eyes glanced and saw a figure appear in his sight. As soon as he saw someone else, Qin Shao habitually locked on that person. That person became his hidden target. Whether it was to gain the upper hand by striking first or later, one must have a keen and insightful heart. As long as someone appeared in his sight, he must quickly lock on to that person and not let him go easily. But soon Qin Shao saw clearly who the person was. He suddenly relaxed his vigilance and smiled. Zhang Yang, it's you. Haha, Qin Shao, it's you. When Prince Zhang Yang saw Qin Shao, he suddenly laughed and quickly walked over. After getting close to him, Prince Zhang Yang suddenly got into a battle formation and said, "Come on, Qin Shao. It's good to see you. Let's fight according to the rules first. Although we are brothers, the disciples' competition is for our own camp. Let's follow the rules of the game and fight first." Haha, a fair competition won't affect our brotherhood. Come on, I'm just itching to fight. I've lost too many people along the way. Those people are too weak. They can't make me fight to my heart's content. I haven't had a chance to fight with you, brother Qin Shao. Now that the opportunity has come, it's good. Come on, brother Qin Shao. You go first. Seeing Prince Zhang Yang's battle formation, Qin Shao was a little surprised at first, but soon he felt relieved. Well, brothers were brothers and fighting was fighting. This conflict didn't affect anything. After all, it was the disciples' competition. Since they met, it was understandable for them to fight. And in theory, they should fight as soon as they met to determine the winner. Although there was no hard and fast rule, there were some things that everyone agreed on and didn't need to be hard and fast. With this thought in mind, Qin Shao also said, "All right, Zhang Yang. Since this is the case, let's have a fight before we talk. I'm looking forward to fighting with you. I haven't had a chance to fight with you. This time, my wish is finally fulfilled. It's really good. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be so polite. I'll make the first move. But in front of you, Zhang Yang, I'd better be modest. Please." Ha ha ha. Looking at Qin Zhao's serious face, child Zhang Yang suddenly laughed out loud, laughing so hard that he was swaying back and forth. Seeing Prince Zhang Yang laughing like this, Qin Shao raised his eyebrows. He immediately knew that he had been fooled by Prince Zhang Yang. This guy didn't mean to fight with him at all. He was deliberately teasing him. Qin Shao was speechless. He had been with this guy for so long, but he still fell for his trick. Qin Shao, are you trying to make me laugh to death? I said I would fight with you, and you really took it seriously? Do you really think that we can win this battle? You have the heart to fight, but I don't have the heart to fight, Prince Zhang Yang said. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Prince Zhang Yang and said, "Just treat it as a friendly competition. It won't affect anything. We won't hurt each other. It's a rare opportunity. Now that I'm in the mood, why don't you think about it first? Do you want to fight with me?" Prince Zhang Yang was a little speechless. He said blankly, "There's no need for that. There's no need for us to fight. Let's save some energy to deal with outsiders. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Since we've met, it seems to be against the rules if we don't fight. Even if there's no written rule, it's a recognized rule to fight as soon as we meet, right? It's a random fight. If we meet, we'll be opponents. Besides, we don't have many points now. If we fight now, no matter who loses, they won't lose so much. If we fight now, no matter who loses, they can afford to lose. It won't affect us much. If we meet again later and have to fight, I'm afraid we'll lose a lot. Once too many points are deducted, it will have a huge impact on the rankings. Isn't it the ranking that we're fighting for? Wouldn't it be a great sin if we can't get a good ranking because of our own people? Prince Zhongyang was still hesitant. He really didn't want to fight with Qin Shao. What he said just now was just a joke. Prince Zhongyang thought for a while and said, Brother Qin Shao, how about this? Let's just pretend that we didn't meet. There's no hard and fast rule that we have to fight when we meet. You can just treat me as if I'm invisible. No, let's fight, Qin Shao said firmly. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips, looked at Qin Shao, and said, What do you mean, brother? I was just joking with you. I've already stopped. Are you going to continue? Fight? We're brothers. Why should we fight? I just don't want to fight with you. If I have the energy, I'll save it to deal with other people. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. He stepped forward and put his arm around Prince Zhongyang's shoulder, saying, Be serious. We'll fight sooner or later. You have the ambition to fight for the top 5, and so do I. We both have the same ambition. With such lofty ambitions, we'll definitely have the opportunity to meet each other. Instead of sparking more sparks later, it's better for us to fight now. Let's decide the winner first. In this way, it'll save us some trouble in the future. Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. It's not a big deal to fight between brothers. Just stop when it's necessary. Chapter 23:39. The wind was blowing and the water was freezing. The fight between brothers was not about victory or defeat, nor was it about fame or fortune. It was just about learning from each other and following the rules of the student competition. Although it was a big battle, Qin Shao and young Master Zhongyang's faces were brimming with a relaxed and comfortable smile. They were facing this battle with an incomparably relaxed attitude. However, even though it was a friendly spar, the two of them were prepared to go all out and do their best in this battle. Going all out was the greatest respect for each other. Brothers needed this kind of respect even more. Boom! Both of them had a tacit understanding and suddenly attacked at the same time. Prince Zhongyang slashed the sword in his hand toward the sky. Suddenly, the world turned completely dark. It was as if all the light in the world was swallowed up by this sword, leaving only endless darkness. And in this endless darkness, a silver light suddenly streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning piercing through the heavens. This silver lightning did not disappear. Instead, it quickly rushed toward Qin Shao. Looking closer, one could see that it was a beam of sword qi. It was a terrifying sword qi with unparalleled sharpness. It was a sword qi that could cut through the sky. This sword could bury all the light in the world. This sword seemed to be able to devour the world. Under this sword, the entire world sank into silence. Heaven and earth were in a state of desolation. The power of the Dharma seemed to be completely integrated into this sword. Qin Shao clearly felt that there were countless invisible hands binding him. Prince Zhongyang's mastery of the Dharma of the immortal Tao had obviously reached a very high level. Moreover, he had many unique methods of using the Dharma of the immortal Tao. Therefore, the power he displayed naturally surprised Qin Shao. Qin Shao had always known that Prince Zhongyang was very strong. He was definitely not someone that Tang Qianwei and Gongsun Yushui could compare with. The moment Zhongyang made his move, he had further confirmed this point. However, Qin Shao had long been mentally prepared. The battle with Prince Zhongyang was originally a big battle, a battle that consumed both his mind and soul. Although he did not have the desire to win, he still had to do his best. This was a kind of respect. No matter who won or lost, he had to do his best. There was no such thing as giving in. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He was very serious. In terms of the Dharma of the immortal Tao, my control, accumulation, and application are still lacking. If I only use the Dharma, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. Zhongyang has the Dharma, I have the power. I'll use power to break the Dharma. Let's try. Qin Shao pondered for a moment and immediately came up with a countermeasure. Along the way, after experiencing several battles, Qin Zhao's mastery of the immortal Tao laws and the usage of immortal arts and secret arts had improved greatly. Using power to break all Dharma. As long as one's power was strong enough, in theory, all Dharma would be invincible. Prince Zhongyang's attack was terrifying because it was an exquisite application of the Dharma of the immortal Tao. It turned the Dharma of the immortal Tao into an endless sharpness. The mighty heavenly might came crashing down. The sharpness could sever the eternal firmament. What kind of sharpness was this? The supreme light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earth. The world was completely destroyed by this sword. The silver sword Qi came crashing down. It was unstoppable. Everything withered. It was easier said than done to block this sword. Qin Shao obviously could not reach such a height by relying on the Dharma of the immortal Tao. It was difficult for him to compete with Prince Zhongyang. After all, Qin Zhao's accumulation of Dharma of the immortal Tao was still lacking. In addition, his application of the Dharma was even more lacking. How could he compare with the disciples of the big families and the disciples of the ancient sage sect? Qin Shao was just a disciple of the Fomo Immortal Palace. The Fomo Immortal Palace was a small sect that was not even worth mentioning. It was pitifully weak. Then there were his own opportunities. But opportunities were always limited. Most of the time, he still had to rely on his own cultivation. Therefore, Qin Shao had never had the chance to come into contact with high-level things. There were very few Dharma of the immortal Tao or secret arts. These shortcomings also proved that there were still benefits to joining a big force. No matter how good your talent and potential were, it was still necessary. Heaven-splitting sword art. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He directly used the heaven-splitting sword art. The heaven-splitting sword art was a sage art. It was just that Qin Zhao's cultivation level was still very low. He had only reached the 3rd step. But even so, the heaven-splitting sword art was stronger than the dragon-slaying sword art and the dragonization art. Young Master Zhongyang did not hold back at all when he made his move. He went straight for the kill. Therefore, Qin Shao could not be careless. He fully displayed the heaven-splitting sword art. At the same time, he did not hold back the power of the berserker art and the inner world. They burst out at the same time, turning into an azure dragon. Together, they broke through the sky. The endless power coupled with the sharpness of the heaven-splitting sword art made Qin Shao shine like a scorching sun. The light illuminated the world and was about to melt the sky. The sword could reach the 9 heavens. The power could split the 10 earths. The sharpness of the sword and the power of the force directly met the silver sword Qi that was slashing down from the sky. The two collided in an instant. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Everything was about to be annihilated in this collision of power. Even in the void, one could clearly see that a piece of it had been broken apart, and a black hole had appeared. It was extremely horrifying. Endless sharpness. Break. Break again. Zhang Yang's loud voice resounded through the world. His shout was like thunder, with the power to move mountains and rivers. With his shout, the sharpness of his sword became stronger. He slashed down at Qin Shao with all his strength. He wanted to defeat him with one strike. However, Qin Shao resisted with all his strength. Although he did not manage to counterattack, he was able to block Prince Zhang Yang's sword qi. The power could break all laws. The sword could split the sky. Qin Zhao's attack was also extremely powerful. It could shock the sky and move the earth. He was not weaker than Prince Zhang Yang. The two were colliding head-on. The confrontation between the strong was naturally extremely fierce. In terms of power, no one could suppress the other. Prince Zhang Yang's attack was extremely fierce. He was the main attacker. However, Qin Zhao's counterattack was not any weaker than Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang could not gain any advantage over Qin Shao. Under such circumstances, Child Zhang Yang was so happy that he laughed out loud and shouted, "Awesome! Awesome!" I knew that Brother Qin Shao was very strong. So I didn't hesitate at all. I directly used my most powerful means. I've been successful all the way, but I didn't gain any advantage over you, Brother Qin Shao. However, this is to be expected. If I can win against you, Qin Shao, then I will be disappointed. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, "Then I should be glad that I didn't let you down, Prince Zhang Yang. But I have to say that you, Prince Zhang Yang, let me down a little. You've been hiding your strength very well. I always thought that your strength was unfathomable. You're not weaker than me. So, in fact, I was very careful when I fought with you. I used 200% of my energy. I'm still thinking of all kinds of countermeasures in order to seek the greatest battle with you. Now it seems that I thought too much." Prince Zhang Yang was suddenly hit. "Don't say that. We're good brothers. Is it really okay for you to hit me like this? If you continue like this, you'll lose me as a good brother. It's okay. You're thick-skinned. You can withstand it." Qin Shao continued to tease him. Of course, he was just joking. After teasing him for a while, Prince Zhang Yang became serious again. "Without treasures, I can't use my supernatural powers. Indeed, I've lost a lot of trump cards. Well, then I'll use my most powerful attack. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, you have to be careful. This is my strongest attack. I haven't used it in battle yet. I can't control how powerful it is. It's my fault that no one can force me to use my most powerful attack. I didn't expect that I'd have to use it in the battle with Brother Qin Shao today. In a battle between brothers, we have to fight honestly. Be careful. I'm going to make a move." Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately became very serious. Even Prince Zhang Yang said so. Qin Shao knew that this was definitely not a joke. It must be very scary. It seemed that this attack would determine the outcome. Since that was the case, he would go all out and fight with this attack. But what other tricks did he have? He could use the flying dagger art. However, without the 9 Li Sheng flying daggers, the power of the flying dagger art had been greatly reduced. Moreover, Qin Shao wasn't proficient in the flying dagger art. Therefore, he couldn't count on the flying dagger art. As for the true incantation of Lin, its power was still limited. It could be used together, but Qin Shao felt that it might not play a decisive role. He didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. As for Heart Force, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact on Prince Zhang Yang. After all, the realm of Heart Force was still a little weak. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Shao really didn't have any better tricks up his sleeve. The million years of challenging the Saint Road allowed me to have a much deeper understanding of the principles of the immortal Tao. However, I just came out of the Saint Road and didn't have the time to digest these things. It's very difficult to use them in battle. The only thing I can do now is to make a breakthrough in this area. Only then can I increase my strength by a lot. Qin Shao thought to himself. The attack just now could be considered his weakest attack. If he wanted to add some more tricks up his sleeve, he could use heart force, but it wouldn't be very useful. Then, he could use the dual body technique. This secret technique was quite good. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately used the dual body technique and created a doppelganger. In the realm of the gods, the doppelganger was a divine body formed by consciousness. Therefore, the gap between the original body and the doppelganger was immediately closed. On the other side, Prince Zhang Yang's body suddenly grew. This wasn't an explosion of energy, but an explosion of strength. His entire body rapidly grew in size. Soon, he had grown to a height of 108,000 zhang, becoming like an ancient giant. As he grew, the sword in his hand grew as well. His strength seemed to have increased exponentially. Just looking at it made people feel a little scared. Qin Shao felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He smelled danger. Even his soul couldn't help but tremble. Scary. Really scary. What kind of trick was this? Just looking at it made people feel shocked. It looks like it won't be easy for me to defeat Prince Zhang Yang. Looking at the situation, I think I might lose. However, I'd better go all out. It's impossible to admit defeat. It's impossible in this life. Chapter 2340. Child Zhang Yang's sword chi slashed down, and just like the others, the power of his sword force had increased tremendously as well. The sword momentum skyrocketed quite a bit, and the situation naturally changed immediately. Just now, he was evenly matched with Qin Shao. However, after the increase in sword force, he naturally had an overwhelming advantage. The sword chi slashed down from the sky, wanting to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Qin Shao could clearly feel that his heaven-opening sword technique and the power of his inner world could not block the sword chi. It could not block the power that could cut down the sun, moon, and stars. This sword chi was enough to defeat him. If he took this sword chi head-on, Qin Shao would definitely lose. Sure enough, just as he had thought, Prince Zhang Yang's strength was indeed unfathomable. Qin Zhao's strength was already strong enough. He definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 50, let alone the top 10. It was not easy to enter the top 50. There were more than 800 top geniuses from various territories. Which one of them was simple? There were more than 200 outstanding youths from the 100 schools of philosophers. There were also other top geniuses. Which one of them was simple? Being able to enter the top 100 was already a very amazing thing. Being able to enter the top 10 was a peerless radiance. It was truly heaven-defying. However, judging from Prince Zhang Yang's strength, Qin Shao felt that Prince Zhang Yang should have the ability to enter the top 10. The sword chi was too powerful and terrifying. And this was in the realm of the god. Without the benefit of treasures, one could not use their innate magical powers. If they were in the outside world, how terrifying would the sword chi be? Was he going to lose? Faced with the sword chi, Qin Shao did not have a good way to resist it. The two Qin Zhaos attacked at the same time. The main body used the heaven-opening sword technique and the power of his inner world. The doppelganger used the heart force and the flying knife technique. In addition, the explosion technique increased the strength of both the main body and doppelganger to a certain extent. 5 different methods were used at the same time, but in the face of Prince Zhang Yang's heaven-defying sword, they still felt like they couldn't withstand it. It was too difficult to block this sword strike. He was about to lose, but Qin Shao always had a heart and spirit that refused to admit defeat. Even if he was in a desperate situation, Qin Shao would not lower his head. Although it was a battle with young Master Zhang Yang, a battle between brothers, but Qin Shao also faced this battle with a fighting spirit. He also went all out and would not easily bow down. Since he had fought, he naturally had the desire to win. Between brothers, no matter who won or lost, it would not affect their relationship. However, winning or losing was a kind of attitude. If one wanted to become strong, then one must have an attitude of winning or losing. That sword, that edge, the light of the sun, moon, and stars, looking at the sword qi descending from the sky, Qin Shao suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The thought was like a pear blossom blooming quickly. The flowers quickly bloomed all over the branches, and the thought was quickly understood, giving birth to a whole tree of pear blossoms. The heaven-opening sword technique, the extreme edge of the sword can swallow the sun, moon, and stars, I understand. So it's like this. It's like this. A thought could lead to hundreds of thoughts. This was the way of cultivation and comprehension. Sometimes it was just a thought. Once you comprehended it, everything became clear. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique had been on the verge of a breakthrough and had fallen into a bottleneck. In fact, if he wanted to break through, he only needed an opportunity. He only needed an epiphany to break through the barrier and reach a new level. Before he crossed the barrier, he would feel that it was a natural moat, an insurmountable gap. But when you cross it, you will find that it is actually very simple. It is just a small ditch. You only need to gently lift your foot to cross it. Qin Zhao's eyes shone brightly, and the sword in his hand slashed fiercely into the void. Heaven and earth suddenly changed. The sun, moon, and stars suddenly dimmed, and the firmament was suddenly silent. The sword in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge, as if it wanted to cover the sky. The sword was unstoppable, and it tore apart the sun, moon, and stars. It tore apart all obstacles. The endless edge met the endless light. The two streaks of sword qi collided in an instant. It was as if the sun and the moon had collided, and fierce sparks flew out. When two strong forces collided, one of them was bound to be injured. After a fierce confrontation, Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique gained the upper hand. With the supreme edge, he tore apart Prince Zhang Yang's sword qi, defeated Prince Zhang Yang's attack, and then tore Prince Zhang Yang apart on the spot. Lord Qin Shao quickly retreated, and Qin Shao stopped at the right time. He did not continue to pursue. If he continued to pursue, he was afraid that Prince Zhang Yang would be hurt. Both of them stopped. All the light quickly dissipated, and the world returned to normal. Ah! Prince Zhang Yang walked over with a bright smile. He gave Qin Shao a thumbs up and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you're amazing. To be honest, at first I thought I would win. I roughly knew your strength, and I calculated it. I predicted that if I used my strongest move, you wouldn't be able to block it. But I didn't expect you to block it in the end. Not only did you block it, but you were also able to suppress me. It seems that I've underestimated you." You've been hiding your strength very well. You're obviously abnormally strong, but others still can't see through you. You're really something. This time, you'll definitely be the biggest dark horse again. With your strength, I bet that you'll definitely make it into the top 10. As for the top 5, I think there's a high chance. Top 10? Qin Shao curled his lips. In fact, he also felt that he should have the strength to make it into the top 10. Of course, the top 5 could only be his ambition and goal. Whether he could make it into the top 5 or not depended on his luck. With his current strength, he might not be able to succeed. However, it did not mean that it was impossible. Just like when he was in danger just now, he had broken through to the 4th step of the heaven-splitting sword technique. Only then could he turn the tide and defeat Prince Zhang Yang at the last moment. As for whether he would make it into the top 10 or the top 5, Qin Shao did not think about it for the time being. He would have to face it sooner or later. It was useless to think about it. It was better to walk his own path and take it one step at a time. I'm also lucky to have made a breakthrough at the last moment. I have to thank you for giving me pressure and winning. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me to make a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Shao smiled faintly. In front of Prince Zhang Yang, he did not hide anything. In fact, even if he did not say it, Prince Zhang Yang could see that Qin Shao had made a breakthrough at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have won. Prince Zhang Yang smiled and said, "A win is a win. It doesn't matter whether you made a breakthrough at the last moment or not. If you can make a breakthrough at the last moment, doesn't that mean that you, Qin Shao, are an evildoer? Such a thing can't be done by ordinary people, but you, Qin Shao, did it. I have to admire you. Making a breakthrough at the last moment is actually very, very difficult. It's just a momentary stimulation. The time is too short." Qin Shao smiled. Yes, it was indeed very, very difficult. However, it seemed that he made a breakthrough at the most dangerous moment most of the time. Was this an exception? Haha, let me ask around and see if you have made it into the top 10. I think you have. Prince Zhang Yang suddenly smiled and said. Because Qin Shao did not have his original body outside, he naturally could not get some information about the current ranking. However, those who had their original bodies outside could get a lot of information. After defeating Prince Zhang Yang, Qin Zhao's points were also renewed. What made Qin Shao speechless was that his points had increased to 875. Subtracting his previous 562 points, it meant that after defeating Zhang Yang, his points had increased by a total of 313 points. That was to say, after defeating Zhang Yang, his points had increased by 313 points. With his current strength, he might not be able to suppress the Chosen One. Chapter 23:41. Being ranked third on the Heaven's Pride rankings gave Qin Shao a lot of pressure. This was a huge mountain in his heart, a mountain that he had to step over. So what if the Heaven's Pride rankings were heaven-defying? Qin Shao was not convinced. He, Qin Shao, must defeat the Heaven's Pride rankings and regain his past humiliation. Heaven's Pride rankings, I will definitely defeat you. I definitely will. Qin Zhao's determination grew stronger. What surprised Qin Shao the most was that Ming Yuexin was ranked 9th. She was ranked ahead of him. Haha, I always thought that Miss Yuan Yuan was the kind of person who doesn't show off. She has the strength, but her personality is too naive and pure. She will be at a disadvantage in battle. Since she has the strength, I'm afraid she won't be able to get a good ranking. However, who would have thought that Miss Ming Yuexin would also be so low-key? She actually managed to enter the top 10 of the Saint rankings without batting an eyelid. She wants to compete with all of you monsters. I'm impressed. Even a girl can enter the top 10. I'm really ashamed. I wonder who this girl Ming Yuexin actually is? She's definitely not the Jade Lake Saintess. There's no one with the surname Ming Yuexin in the 100 schools of thought. That's strange. Prince Zhang Yang clicked his tongue and exclaimed. However, he was also confused about Ming Yuexin's identity. Qin Shao also did not know who Ming Yuexin was. He just felt that she was not the Jade Lake Saintess. However, He also felt that she was not from the 9 continents. She was definitely not from the southern wilderness. If she was not from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, then she was most likely from the Kunlun Sacred Ground or the Jiuhua Immortal Sect. However, it was said that the Kunlun Sacred Ground and the Jiuhua Immortal Sect did not send any geniuses to participate in the Saint Academy's selection. Fu Zhongshuan is really outstanding. He's indeed the descendant of the East Emperor Taihao Fushi. He's really heaven-defying. I'm afraid the first place on the Saint rankings will fall into Fu Zhongshuan's hands. TSK, any one of the 5 great families will take the first place on the Saint rankings. Sigh, the difference in surname and bloodline inheritance really has a huge impact. But fortunately, even if Fu Zhongshuan wins first place, Emperor Xianyuan will definitely not accept him as a direct disciple, and neither will the god of Yinglong world. So even if he gets first place, it's just a matter of reputation. Speaking of Fu Zhongshuan, Prince Zhongyang had a look of admiration on his face. Fu Zhongshuan had more than 300 points to pull ahead of the second place. It could be said that Fu Zhongshuan was simply too powerful. This strength made the others feel as if they could not catch up. Fu Zhongshuan ranked first and Xia Dongho ranked second. These were all acceptable. There's still a long way to go. I still have a long way to go. My ambition remains the same. I will work hard to get into the top 5. I don't need to think too much about the first place. Qin Shao pursed her lips hard and encouraged herself. Qin Shao usually aimed for the first place, but this time, Qin Shao understood that it was almost impossible to get first place. There were some things that could not be denied. He was just an ordinary person who was born in a humble and poor family. He did not have any bloodline inheritance. Compared to Fu Zhongshuan and Dong Xia Dongho, there were many natural disadvantages that could not be ignored. This was a fact that could not be changed, and it was also a fact that he had to face. Not to mention getting into the top 5, even if he could get into the top 10, Qin Shao would be heaven-defying enough to shake the entire immortal realm. With his humble body and the light of a firefly, he had to fight against the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. How difficult was the road in front of Qin Shao. Come on, brother. Don't set too big a goal for the time being. Set a small goal that can be achieved first. Set it as the top 10. Let's set your small goal as the top 5. I'll catch up with you. After we've accomplished this small goal together, we can set a new goal. Zhang Yang patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily and said in a serious tone, "A small goal?" Qin Zhao curled his lips and smiled, saying, "Well, then let's take it as a small goal. Let's achieve it together. You also work hard. If it were not for me, you might have already gotten into the top 10. Prince Zhang Yang punched Qin Zhao and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you talk like this between brothers, I will be angry." "Haha, what's there to be angry about?" Qin Zhao smiled. There was indeed no need to say anything between brothers. Everything was understood without words. If they could not understand each other, they would not be brothers. Qin Zhao asked again, "By the way, Zhang Yang, what is your ranking now?" Did you get into the top 100? That's true. Seeing that Prince Zhang Yang was too embarrassed to say, Qin Zhao did not ask any more questions. Getting into the top 100 was not a bad situation. The ranking was only temporary. Qin Zhao believed that with Prince Zhang Yang's strength, he would definitely catch up soon. He would definitely be able to get into the top 10. The two did not stay for long. Soon, they separated and worked hard for their own small goals. On the holy arena, it was lively again. At this time, the number of people who had been eliminated had already reached 200 to 300. As long as they were killed, they would be eliminated. Those who had been eliminated were also staring at the holy list at this time. There were endless discussions. Some people were even leisurely and were playing a gambling game. What's the background of that prodigy? He is actually ranked third on the holy list. Other than Fu Zhongshuan, this genius is actually able to compete with Xia Donghe. In other words, if Fu Zhongshuan was not there, this genius would actually be able to compete for the top spot. The strength of one? He seems to be a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace in the southern wasteland. How could such a small force have such a big fish? Isn't that so? He actually suppressed all the young talents of the 100 schools of thought. I guess he is the biggest dark horse in this student competition. Also, what is the background of Ming Yuexin and Qin Shao? Where did these two people come from? We have never heard of these two people in the 9 states of Huaxia. How did they get into the top 10? I don't know about Ming Yuexin. It is said that no one knows about her background. It is also said that she called herself the Jade Lake Saint. As for Qin Shao, it is said that he used to be a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. However, he later left the Fumu Immortal Palace. He is from the Nameless clan. What? He used to be a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace? This Fumu Immortal Palace is heaven-defying? First, there is a genius, and now there is Qin Shao? Not only that, it is said that Princess Xiaoyu with the peach blossom body is also a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. This means that the Fumu Immortal Palace has produced 3 heaven-defying geniuses. Such brilliance almost overshadowed the 100 schools of thought. Princess Xiaoyu's ranking is not high, but she is in the top 100. She has the rare peach blossom body, so her strength should be very strong. Maybe she is just not good at fighting. In the audience area, the ancient sages were also whispering to each other. Those who were ranked at the top of the holy list were basically the young talents of the 100 schools of thought. There were almost no forces present who had entered the top 100. However, the saint ranking only showed the top 100. Therefore, the focus of everyone's discussion was on the few dark horses. Naturally, the genius, Ming Yuexin, and Qin Shao were the most talked about. Especially the genius, who had made great progress with his amazing talent. He was on par with Xia Donghe and ranked third on the holy list. How dazzling was he! The heaven's favorite was ranked third on the saint ranking, and Princess Xiaoyu had also made it into the top 100. This made the Fuda Immortal Palace master very satisfied. His face was brimming with a big smile, and he was very proud of himself. Fu Xiong, you are really lucky. You actually managed to recruit 2 heaven-defying monstrous disciples from that tiny little place of yours. You really want to be a master because of his disciple. Congratulations. Haha, Fu Xiong, congratulations in advance. You and I have crossed paths before, but we parted in a hurry, so we didn't get to know each other well. Now that we've met, I'll treat you to a drink later. Would you do me the honor? Of course, it would be impolite to refuse. Fu Xiong, the rise of your Fumu Immortal Palace is just around the corner. In time, you may be able to unify the entire southern wilderness. The southern wilderness has been scattered for too long. It is indeed necessary for someone to stand out and rule the entire southern wilderness. Let's form a rope and form a powerful force. That's right, Fu Xiong. The southern wilderness is a barren place. Barren hills and unruly rivers give birth to unruly people. It is time for someone to stand out and rule. If you can stand out, it will be a blessing for the southern wilderness. If you can unify the entire southern wilderness, you will be able to rule the entire southern wilderness. Even if we can't contend with any of the 100 schools of philosophers, we'll still be powerful enough. Brother Fu Xiong, I also support you. If you need any help in the future, just ask. The master of the Fumo Immortal Palace was incomparably happy when he heard many people giving him friendly signals. He had never received such preferential treatment before. Those ancient saints with big surnames were all so polite to him and took the initiative to befriend him. Such a thing was absolutely impossible in the past. Not to mention in the past, it was impossible just now. No one gave him a second glance just now. Now that the prodigy had reached the third place on the saint rankings, they came immediately. This was the glory brought to him by the prodigy. If he could maintain the third place on the heaven rankings, he would definitely have great achievement. He might even be accepted as a personal disciple by the God of Ing Long World. It was foreseeable that the prodigy would definitely rise in a heaven-defying manner. If the prodigy could rise, it would naturally bring glory to the Fumo Immortal Palace. It would also make the Fumo Immortal Palace noble and powerful, shining brightly in the entire southern wilderness. How could the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace not think of such a thing? He was full of ambition and full of expectations for the future. He also began to plan how to do great things in the future. Rule the southern wilderness? That was something he yearned for even in his dreams. How could he not wish for it? If he could rule over the entire southern wasteland and take it into his own pocket, wouldn't that be a happy and satisfying thing? This was something he dreamed of doing. He didn't even dare to think about it in the past. What about now? He could really think about it now. However, it was not an easy task to rule the entire southern wasteland. For the time being, he could only think about it. He was far from being able to put it into action. No matter how heaven-defying the prodigy was, he still hadn't grown up. He still hadn't gained enough power. With his strength alone, the power of the Fumo Immortal Palace could only be considered average in the southern wilderness. Chapter 23:42. The Sky Mountain City Lord glanced at the smug Fumo Immortal Palace Lord, but didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he said, "The light in front of you doesn't mean it will last forever. It's better to look further into the future. Don't be too monotonous in your judgment. If you think I'm right, then so be it. I don't think you're right. That's my opinion. You can't change my mind. Sky Mountain City has never cared about worldly affairs. We don't care about right or wrong. Worldly affairs have nothing to do with me. Worldly disputes have nothing to do with me. So whatever you do in the future, just don't provoke Sky Mountain City." Clearly, the Sky Mountain City Lord could see the Fumo Immortal Palace Lord's ambition. Therefore, he reminded the Fumo Immortal Palace Lord not to provoke him. As the Sky Mountain City Lord, he had always been a person who didn't care about worldly affairs. He didn't care what the Fumo Immortal Palace Lord wanted to do, but if the Fumo Immortal Palace Lord provoked him, then he would have to say something. The Fumo Immortal Palace Lord glanced at the Sky Mountain City Lord and chuckled. He didn't say anything else. Honestly speaking, he didn't dare to provoke the Sky Mountain City Lord now. If the Sky Mountain City Lord still didn't care about worldly affairs, then he wouldn't care either. However, this was a matter for later. He didn't want to think too much about it. As for Qin Shao, he could only feel regret. If he had to choose between the two, of course he'd choose the prodigy. "Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao. You're a good seedling. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked the prodigy. If the prodigy wants to kick you out, how can I keep you? Fortunately, no matter how monstrous you are, you can't compare to the prodigy. Therefore, I won't regret kicking you out of the Fumo Immortal Palace." Qin Shao was a big dark horse, but his radiance was overshadowed by the prodigy. The battle in the realm of the gods was still going on like fire and tea. The overwhelming news had already spread throughout the entire mortal realm, especially in the 9 continents of Huaxia, where the news was spreading like wildfire. There were bookmakers all over the place, betting on the top 10 on the Saint rankings. As a dark horse who had just entered the top 10 of the Saint rankings, Qin Shao was naturally very popular, and the odds were also very high. Many forces began to study Qin Shao. In the clouds above the 9 heavens, the yellow Emperor Xian Yuan and the old drunkard Shenong sat there drinking and chatting. Old drunkard, don't just drink by yourself. Help me out too. You're the one who came up with this lousy idea. Now you've kicked the ball clean. If you want me to accept a personal disciple, you should at least give me some advice, right? Emperor Huang Xianyuan glared at Shino and said in a somewhat annoyed manner. That's right. Shino leisurely drank his wine and casually waved his hand. It's none of my business. Last time, if you didn't pull me to drink the wine you made, I wouldn't have accidentally farted. Would I have hurt those little guys? Zhao Hai smiled. This is your fault, so it's completely reasonable for you to make up for it. I'm only here to accompany you because we're old friends. Are you going to push the blame onto me? I'm not going to take this blame. If you want to push the blame onto me, then I'm leaving. I won't accompany you anymore. I'll let you play here alone. In any case, the news that Emperor Xianyuan wants to accept a personal disciple has already spread. You can't run away from it. You still have the nerve to say this when it's not your fault? Weren't you the one who spread the news? When did I say that I wanted to accept a personal disciple? Emperor Xianyuan got angry at the mention of this matter and glared at Shino fiercely. Shino pretended not to hear and continued to drink his wine. Although he was angry, Emperor Xianyuan quickly calmed down. No matter what, he really did have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Since he had already decided on this way of making up for it, then he had to go through with it. As the Holy Emperor, he couldn't go back on his words or give up halfway, right? His words were the law, so he naturally had to do it. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he had to go through with it. Hurry up and analyze it together. Emperor Xianyuan gave Shino a push again. Shino glanced down casually and said, Yo, Qin Shao, that kid has already made it into the top 10 in a blink of an eye. Not bad, not bad. The child is teachable. He's a talent that can be cultivated. What are you looking at? You can just accept this kid and be done with it. Anyway, I think you like this kid very much. Emperor Xianyuan was suddenly speechless. What kind of analysis was this? He liked Qin Shao a little, but it didn't mean that he had to accept him as a personal disciple. These were two different things. Moreover, it was biased to only analyze a person. You guys are having a lively discussion. Just then, a voice was heard and a figure flew over. The person who came was Li Sheng, who had just been here. He had left for a while because of some matters, but now he was back. Seeing that Li Sheng had come, Emperor Xianyuan was immediately happy and immediately got up to greet him. Li Sheng, you came just in time. I thought you just came to see your daughter and then left. Help me analyze the situation. I'm still worried about the candidate for my personal disciple. This old drunkard spread the news to me. Now that I'm riding a tiger, it's hard for me to get off. I can only take in a personal disciple. This time, I'm going to be screwed over by the old drunkard. Li Sheng smiled and said, Brother Xianyuan, you're wrong. It's not necessarily a bad thing, is it? It's not necessarily a bad thing. Whether it's a bad thing or not, Emperor Xianyuan didn't want to accept a personal disciple. He didn't even want to teach his own descendants, let alone an outsider. Teaching a personal disciple was a very time-consuming and laborious thing. Li Sheng continued, Teaching an excellent disciple is a happy thing. Maybe this time we can get a good disciple. Is this a blessing or not? Why do you have to worry so much? That's true. But the old man has long been a wild crane and has nothing to do with it. Usually, the old drunkard always takes him around the world. How can he have the time to teach a disciple? Emperor Xianyuan shook his head helplessly. He then said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Help me analyze those little guys first so I can refer to them." Since Emperor Xianyuan said so, Li Xing didn't say anything more. He looked down and then looked at the saint ranking. After thinking carefully, he said, "The first on the saint ranking, Fu Zhongshuan, seems to be good in all aspects, but he's Fuxi's disciple. He's definitely not suitable to be a personal disciple. Wouldn't it be the same as stealing someone from Fuxi? The second on the saint ranking, Xia Dongho, is also good in all aspects. He's a talent that can be cultivated. It's worth considering. But as far as I know, great ancestor Xia dotes on this child very much and has been teaching him personally. With great ancestor Xia's strength and prestige, he's definitely ranked among the top, right? As for Xia Dongho, he's not suitable either. It's enough for great ancestor Xia to teach him. The third on the saint ranking comes from the southern wilderness. He doesn't have any background, but he's a reincarnator. It's not bad to be able to reach this step, but there are some disadvantages to being a reincarnator, and I don't like his temperament, so I won't accept him. The next few are about the same. The ninth on the saint ranking, Ming Yuexin, the saintess of Kunlun. She probably came out to play. I think she'll be caught soon. Don't think about it. The saint god of Kunlun will never let you take her as a personal disciple. Then there's Qin Shao, the 10th on the saint ranking. This child has some connections with my daughter. I've also asked someone to investigate this child. He was born humble and came out of the universe. He's a person of great fortune. His character and temperament are all very good. He's very suitable for me. So if you want my analysis, you've eliminated 4 of the top 10 on the saint ranking. The other 6 can be considered. As for the specifics, it's up to you. Of course, the ranking on the saint ranking is only temporary. There will definitely be changes later, so it's not as important as now. Oh yes, there's also that little fellow called Zhang Yang. He's not bad. He has the strength to make it to the top 10 on the saint ranking. He can also be considered. As for the others, I haven't seen anyone outstanding for the time being. After listening to Li Xing's detailed analysis, Emperor Xianyuan nodded in agreement. In fact, the plan in his heart coincided with Li Xing's. He was also thinking the same thing. However, he really didn't want to take a personal disciple. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. By the way, Li Xing, are you going to take your little princess away? Emperor Xianyuan suddenly asked. Li Xing smiled faintly and said, "Why should I take her away? Why? If I don't take her away, am I going to keep her in the Saint Academy? Haha, my little princess. Although she looks gentle, she still has a temper. She must have been too bored in Langya Heaven, so she sneaked out to play. So, as her father, I naturally can't break her heart and take her back to Langya Heaven by force. If she wants to play outside, then let her play to her heart's content. When she's tired, she'll naturally want to go home. Now that she's not tired and is having fun, wouldn't I break her heart if I take her home by force? As her father, I can't do such a thing. She's very safe in the Saint Academy. I'm completely at ease. Besides, I can take this opportunity to let her go out and see more of the world. Experiencing the world will help her grow in all aspects. It's good that she can't make more friends. My wife spoils her too much. It's not a good thing that she's always in the palm of her hand. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally won't be in a hurry to take her back. So, Brother Xianyuan, I'll have to trouble you to take care of her." Emperor Xianyuan was speechless. Taking care of this kind of daughter was not a good job. But it was obvious that Li Xing had no intention of taking her away. In the divine realm, The battles were getting fiercer and fiercer. The further they went, the stronger the opponents they encountered. Of course, the more points they earned from winning the previous battle. Since Qin Shao had broken through to the fourth step of the heaven-splitting sword technique, his strength had greatly increased. He had also entered the top 10 of the Saint rankings. Naturally, his confidence had increased by a lot. The Saint rankings were public, so everyone in the divine realm was aware of the situation on the Saint rankings. For a person in the top 10 of the Saint rankings, just the name alone was enough to intimidate and suppress the opponent's morale. In addition, Qin Zhao's strength was indeed strong, so Qin Shao was even more successful. Chapter 2343. As the student tournament continued, more and more people came out of the realm of the divine mind and returned to their bodies. Of course, in the end, there were only a few people who were directly eliminated. More people took the initiative to give up on the tournament. Some people had already entered the top 100 of the Saint rankings, but they had no hope of entering the top 10. Therefore, it was better to be self-conscious and directly give up on the tournament. In this way, he could still maintain his original point. But if he encountered a character with a high score and was eliminated, then his points might be reset to 0. Once the points were reset to 0, it would be a big loss. Such examples still happened. Even many young talents of the 100 schools of thought were in an embarrassing situation of being eliminated. Therefore, some people had no choice but to lose their ambition. When they saw that they had enough points, they directly withdrew from the student tournament. In this way, even if they could not enter the top 10, they could at least enter the top 100. Only by entering the top 100 would they receive generous rewards. This was also a very honorable thing. Therefore, many people's goal was to stay in the top 100. As for the top 10, they all knew that it was too difficult. There were only 10 places. How many people had the strength and qualifications to fight for it? Moreover, the top 10 places were basically untouchable. It was too difficult to squeeze one out of the top 10. Those who were ranked at the top still had the ambition to fight for it. Those who were ranked at the bottom might as well take the initiative to withdraw to protect themselves. Therefore, more and more people withdrew from the realm of the divine mind. The sacred arena also became more lively. Wu Fengqing, Meng Dali, Princess Ru Xian, Zhao, and Yuan also withdrew. Qin Shao, Prince Zhang Yang, Princess Xiaoyu, and Ming Yuexin were still fighting. What made people happy was that Qin Shao and the other three had all entered the top 100. In terms of status, Qin Shao and the others did not. Although Prince Zhongyang was also a member of the Hu clan, he had left the Hu clan early after all. He did not admit that he was a member of the Hu clan, so he did not count. Qin Shao and the other three were 4 dark horses. This was especially true for Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin. They were monstrous geniuses who'd made it into the top 10 of the Saint rankings, and they'd caused everyone to view them in a new light. Tisk tsk. Miss Ming Yuexin is so powerful. Is she really the Saint of Jade Lake? Wu Fengqing clicked his tongue. He had always been suspicious of Ming Yuexin's identity. But now, it seemed that he was beginning to believe it. How could Ming Yuexin be so heaven-defying if she did not have a great background? The top 10 of the Saint rankings. That was the top 10 of the Saint rankings. That was someone who could suppress all the young geniuses of the 100 schools of philosophers. Moreover, she was the only girl in the top 10 of the Saint rankings. How dazzling was that? Meng Dali nodded in agreement. And that's possible. Hey, Princess Ru Xian, Miss Yuan, you should be more familiar with Ming Yuexin, right? You don't know anything about Ming Yuexin? Princess Ru Xian and Miss Yuan both shook their heads, expressing that they did not know. Haha, who cares? Anyway, we've already hugged these thighs. I'm proud. Wu Fengqing laughed heartily. Meng Dali cast a sidelong glance at Wu Fengqing and said, "Look at how useless you are. As a 7 feet tall man and a genius student of the Sacred Institute, you're hugging someone else's thigh and feeling proud. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm different from you. Anyway, I don't have any face, so don't fight with me for this thighs. I look so handsome kneeling and hugging. You win. You're ugly. You should be even uglier kneeling, right? However, a scum would be punished by the heavens." Miss Yuan quickly stabbed Meng Dali in the back. This honest child had always been so straightforward. As she spoke, Miss Yuan looked at Meng Dali up and down. She looked left and right. She still found him ugly. Meng Dali was instantly depressed. His good mood was instantly shattered. He looked at Miss Yuan with a long face and said, "How am I ugly? I'm just a little taller and more powerful. I'm just a little less delicate. But I have masculinity. Unyielding spirit? There are at least 8,000 girls who like me, if not 10,000, okay? My house's doorstep has been trampled. Although I'm not as handsome as Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing, I'm not ugly either." "Miss Yuan, is it really okay for you to say that?" Yuan blinked and said, "Did I say something wrong? If I'm not handsome, then I'm ugly." If he was not handsome, then he was ugly. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with saying that. However, she could not say that. She could say that he was not very handsome. Meng Dali knew that there was no way to communicate with Miss Yuan about this. Hence, in order not to continue being provoked, he decided to shut up and not discuss this issue. However, even though Meng Dali did not speak, Miss Yuan's interest did not fade. After a while, she asked again, "Meng Dali, are the girls who like you ugly too?" Meng Dali really wanted to vomit blood. What did she mean by the girls who like him were ugly too? Couldn't there be beautiful girls who liked him? Ha ha ha! Wu Fengqing was about to suffer from internal injuries from laughing. Miss Yuan's innocent heart sometimes said things that were hurtful and funny at the same time. "Miss Yuan, don't speak the truth anymore. If you continue, Meng Dali will really cry in front of you." Miss Yuan glanced at Meng Dali, who looked like he was about to cry, and immediately acted like a child who had done something wrong. She said weakly, "I'm sorry, Meng Dali. I didn't do it on purpose. Don't be angry. I promise I won't say that you are ugly in the future. At most, I'll say that you are not handsome and that ugly girls like you. At most, I'll say that ugly girls like you. How about that?" If he did not know Yuan's character, Meng Dali would really vomit blood and hit someone. However, to discuss such a deep topic with Yuan, it was better to forget about it. Just take it that he was talking too much. "Oh right, do you think that Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin can make it into the top 5? Luckily, Wu Fengqing changed the topic in time. When it came to Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin, Miss Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Meng Dali originally wanted to express his opinion, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he subconsciously looked at Miss Yuan and involuntarily shut his mouth. At this time, it was better for him not to express any opinions, lest Miss Yuan scolded him again. The injury just now was still faintly hurting. Miss Yuan thought for a while and said, "If it's Sister Ming Yuexin, I don't think she can make it into the top 5, but she should be able to make it into the top 10. I think she will be either 9th or 10th in the end. If it's Qin Shao, his goal has always been the top 5. Looking at his current state, it should be more difficult. Unless he has a big breakthrough, the possibility is not high. The final result might be similar to his current ranking. I think that Prince Zhongyang has the biggest hope. Although he has not made it into the top 10 for now, I think he has the greatest potential." Prince Zhongyang. Hearing that Miss Yuan actually gave the best evaluation to Prince Zhongyang, who was temporarily ranked 19th on the holy list, Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other for a while. They did not doubt Prince Zhang Yang's strength, but his ranking on the holy list was there for all to see. Prince Zhang Yang was only 19th. There was still a big gap between him and the top 10. How could he make it into the top 5? If Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin had no hope, then Prince Zhang Yang had even less hope, right? Miss Yuan, did you say something wrong? Meng Dali could not help but ask. Miss Yuan shook her head and said with certainty, No, I know what I'm saying. I really think that Prince Zhang Yang has the biggest chance. Of course, Qin Shao also has a chance, although not as big as Prince Zhang Yang. As for Sister Ming Yuexin, she probably has no hope. That's what I think. That's why I said so. No, Meng Dali said again. We agree with what you said about Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin. It's really too difficult to make it into the top 5 of the holy list. The people in front of them are too strong. Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin's chances are indeed very high. Very low. But if you say that Prince Zhang Yang has the biggest chance, then we don't quite understand. What do you think? Miss Yuan thought for a while and said, I think that you may have underestimated Prince Zhang Yang. His talent, potential, and strength are definitely not fully revealed. I've always felt an indescribably powerful aura from his body, so I feel that at the critical moment, he might erupt with strength that no one would have expected, bringing a huge surprise to everyone. I can't say for sure. It's mainly a feeling. Feeling, okay. Meng Dali and Wu Fengqing really didn't feel this way. They felt that Prince Zhang Yang being able to make it into the top 20 was already a very good thing. Someone Zhao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Hee, I also think that Prince Zhang Yang still has a chance to make it into the top 5. Although it's not very big, it's not impossible. Meng Dali looked at someone Zhao and said jokingly, You're lucky that you didn't get kicked out of the Holy Institute. I was always worried that you would be one of the 20 or so people kicked out of the Holy Institute. You've been fighting with your face, ha. Thinking back to the first time they met someone Zhao, Wu Fengqing and the others wanted to laugh. So Meng Dali gave him an evaluation of fighting with his face. Someone Zhao didn't care. He still smiled and said, That's impossible. I still have a lot of face. Many people are willing to give me face. So, how can I be kicked out of the Holy Institute? That's too embarrassing. I've been in the pugilistic world for so long. I still have this bit of face. If it wasn't for the fact that I, Zhao, am a thin-skinned person, it wouldn't be impossible for me to enter the top 100 with just my face alone. In terms of thick skin, Wu Fengqing and Meng Dali respected someone Zhao. However, if one really wanted to talk about it, this Zhao person did indeed have some strength. Although he looked like a person without strength, to be able to reach this step and not be kicked out of the Holy Institute, someone Zhao came out relatively late. He estimated that he would be able to make it into the top 300. This someone Zhao was definitely not a simple character. There were still many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He didn't show his strength, but in the end, he exploded with shocking strength. Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin were the same. Hey, look, Prince Zhang Yang's ranking. He's already made it to the 11th place. Meng Dali suddenly pointed at the holy ranking and exclaimed. Wu Fengqing immediately looked over. Sure enough, Prince Zhang Yang's ranking had reached the 11th place. He was only one step away from the top 10. If he took another step, he would be in the top 10. Chapter 2344. In the Divine Realm, there were only about 20 people left. Those who could stay until now were all giants and phoenixes among men. They were absolute geniuses. The battle was coming to an end, but the intensity was getting more and more intense. The battle for the top 10 had not ended yet. Who didn't want to be in the top 10? The young talents of the 100 schools of thought all wanted to get a good ranking so that they could bring honor to their family name. Those who had the hope of being in the top 10 did not want to give up easily. They all wanted to fight hard. Even if they lost and lost half of their points, they would not fall out of the top 100. So they still had a chance to fight. If they lost one more battle, it would not be too late to give up the competition. Zhang Yang has caught up. He is in the 11th place. He is only one battle away from the top 10. Knowing that Prince Zhang Yang had jumped to the 11th place on the holy list, Qin Shao was very happy for Prince Zhang Yang. The previous battle between him and Prince Zhang Yang had hurt Prince Zhang Yang. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would have killed his way into the top 10. Zhang Yang is going to kill his way up. As the 10th place on the holy list, I also have a strong sense of crisis. It seems that I have to work harder. I have to eliminate one of the top 10 to ensure that Zhang Yang, Mingyu Xin, and I are still in the top 10. I am in the list. I believe that we can win this battle. Qin Shao was very confident. Just as he thought of this, he saw a figure appear in front of him. When the figure saw Qin Shao, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. As if he had seen his prey, he quickly approached Qin Shao. From afar, he could feel the opponent's fighting spirit. Obviously, he was coming for Qin Shao. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Of course, since they met, Qin Shao would naturally have to fight. It was impossible for him to avoid it. Meng Dali was tall and strong, but compared to the man in front of him, he was like a child in the presence of a great magician. He was probably more than 10 feet tall. Qin Shao, standing in front of him, was not even half his height. He was abnormally strong and muscular. He was as strong as a ferocious beast. At first glance, she could tell that he was a big and powerful fellow. Li Yuanji. Qin Shao immediately recognized who it was. It was Li Yuanji from the Li family. Among the 100 schools of thought, the Li clan was definitely one of the top 20 clans. There was no problem for them to be ranked in the top 20. Li Yuanji was currently ranked 16th on the Saint rankings, and he was someone who had the strength to make it into the top 10. Li Yuanji's target was Qin Shao. Obviously, he wanted to step on Qin Zhao's shoulder and charge into the top 10. As long as he could defeat Qin Shao, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Saint rankings. Therefore, when Li Yuanji looked at Qin Shao, his eyes were hooked and sparkling. This feeling was like a hungry wolf seeing a fat and tender lamb, almost to the point of drooling. Qin Zhao's feelings told him that Li Yuanji was definitely not a simple person. He was afraid that he had encountered trouble in this battle. Qin Shao. The corners of Li Yuanji's mouth curled into a playful smile. Although Qin Zhao's ranking was higher than his, judging from Li Yuanji's aura, he seemed to be confident that he could defeat Qin Shao. The playful look on his face showed that he did not take Qin Shao seriously at all. Humph, you're a lowly person, a low-level life form that ascended from the universe. How can you enter the top 10 of the Saint rankings? You were lucky to not have encountered a strong person before. So I, Li Yuanji, am here. Your good luck ends here. You don't have the strength to sit firmly in the top 10. As a person, it's better to have some self-awareness. Are you going to admit defeat obediently, or do you want me to beat you until you admit defeat? Li Yuanji was very arrogant. He did not take Qin Shao seriously at all, so his words were even more disdainful. However, his words were not as hateful as Tang Qinyue's. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said carelessly, Li Yuanji, I agree with you. As a person, it's better to have some self-awareness. When he heard Qin Zhao's words, the smile on Li Yuanji's face deepened. It seemed that he could easily reap victory today. However, it was too early for him to be happy. Qin Shao continued, I, Qin Shao, am 10th on the Saint rankings. You, Li Yuanji, are 16th on the Saint rankings. I believe that even a 3-year-old child can tell who's stronger and who's weaker. You, Li Yuanji, are unlucky to have encountered me. If you obediently admit defeat now, then you won't be in such a sorry state. Even if half of your points are deducted, you can still secure a place in the top 100. That's enough. As a person, it's better to be pragmatic and keep a low profile. You should be content with being able to secure a place in the top 100. When he heard Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort, Li Yuanji sneered and said mockingly, "You're young, but you're really arrogant. It seems like you're determined to fight with me. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Anyway, the outcome will be the same. I prefer you to choose the second path." My hands suddenly feel a little itchy. I'm looking for someone to tickle. As he spoke, Li Yuanji forcefully clapped his fists and heavily punched his well-developed and majestic chest muscles a few times. Every punch made a crisp and intense sound of impact. It was really exciting. The feeling of power was simply exploding. Li Yuanji hooked his finger at Qin Xiao and said, "Come on, Qin Xiao. I'll give you a chance to make the first move. Don't say that I'm bullying you." A chance? Qin Xiao laughed disdainfully in his heart. Did he need this chance? However, since Li Yuanji was so arrogant, he would do as he wished. When dealing with such a person, Qin Xiao felt that there was no need to be polite with him. He directly attacked. Striking first to gain the upper hand was always beneficial. He displayed the dragon-slaying sword technique. The power of the inner world and the power of the immortal Tao law were also displayed. He slashed at Li Yuanji with all his strength. The power of this sword was not weak. It was enough to shake the heavens and move the earth. With the battles along the way, Qin Zhao's grasp and application of the immortal Tao laws had clearly improved quite a bit. Therefore, even if he used the dragon-slaying sword technique, its power was much stronger. This battle was strong enough. Ordinary people could not block Qin Zhao's sword at all. Relying on this sword, Qin Xiao had defeated quite a few people. Therefore, Qin Xiao still had some confidence in this sword. The supreme power was heavy and ferocious as it slashed at Li Yuanji. The mighty heavens might press down. "Humph, you want to compete with me, Li Yuanji? You're too naive," Li Yuanji said casually. Then, he threw a punch at Qin Xiao. The fist seemed to expand infinitely in an instant, turning into a sky. Then, it smashed down heavily. When this fist smashed down, Qin Xiao immediately felt that the power of the immortal Tao law and the great Tao in this world was completely mobilized by this fist. It integrated into this fist and then smashed down heavily. When the fist smashed down, it was as if this world was suppressing everything. Qin Xiao also felt a powerful force pressing down on him, making him feel as if he was being crushed by Mount Tai. In terms of strength, Qin Zhao's internal world was no match for Li Yuanji. Such a situation really caused Qin Xiao to be surprised. Along the way, in terms of strength, Qin Xiao was indeed full of confidence. He was invincible and had never tasted defeat. In terms of pure strength, who could compare with Qin Xiao? His internal world was far different from that of ordinary people. The size of his internal world now was not comparable to that of many ancient sages. Therefore, in terms of strength, he was definitely an outlier. However, he did not expect that Li Yuanji could suppress Qin Xiao in terms of strength. How terrifying was this? Qin Xiao had heard that Li Yuanji was born with infinite strength. Judging from his appearance, he knew that Li Yuanji was a very powerful person. However, Qin Xiao did not expect that Li Yuanji's strength could be so great that he could not compete with him. His strength was not comparable to Li Yuanji's. Such a powerful attack was not a match for Li Yuanji and was directly suppressed. This battle seemed to be troublesome. It was going to be a tough fight. However, Qin Xiao had already been mentally prepared for this. This was a very normal thing. It would be abnormal if it was so easy for Li Yuanji to win. Now it was the final battle. Which one of them was a simple character to be able to make it this far? Naturally, it would not be easy to win another match. Humph, 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 how dare you compete with me in strength? You're still very young. Li Yuanji looked at Qin Shao with some disdain and playfulness. He used his fist to beat his chest and said with some pride, however, you, Qin Shao, are not bad. You are able to barely exchange a move with me, Li Yuanji, in terms of strength. Your strength is not bad. You're as thin as a monkey. You're white and tender, like a little white and tender. Looking at your weak appearance, I really couldn't tell that you're so strong. You're so weak that you can't even stand a gust of wind. You don't have a special immortal body, nor are you an alien. This is strange. What kind of strange secret technique did you use to make yourself so strong? I, Li Yuanji, am born with the Battle Monarch immortal body. I'm born with boundless strength. All the power in the world is mine to use. In terms of strength, if I, Li Yuanji, dare to say that I'm number one, no one would dare to say that they're number one. All this while, he has been invincible, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Today I finally met you. Your strength is not bad. You can barely compete with me in one move. Tell me, what kind of strength do you have? It was no wonder that Li Yuanji was so curious. He, Li Yuanji, had the Battle Monarch immortal body, a rare immortal body. He was the darling of the heavens. He was born with boundless strength. This was a gift from the heavens. Coupled with the many secret techniques of the Li clan, this gave him boundless strength. This was also because he was in the immortal world. He couldn't use his Battle Monarch immortal body, nor could he use the power of his bloodline. Otherwise, his strength would be shocking. Therefore, in the discussions of the outside world, Li Yuanji had always been the strongest contender for the top 10. Many people felt that Li Yuanji should be able to fight his way into the top 10. Of course, Li Yuanji was greatly affected in the immortal world. If it was in the real world, Li Yuanji would have a higher chance of entering the top 10. However, in the immortal world, everyone was more or less restricted and affected. This was also something that couldn't be helped. No one could say for sure who was affected more or less. Overall, everyone was still in a fair situation. Chapter 2345. Your fist is just SOSO. I don't feel it's hard. Smash me to death? Then you can try. If you smash me to death, I lose. Qin Shao curled his lips, ignoring Li Yuanji's threat, and retorted sarcastically. Li Yuanji's strength was strong, Qin Shao admitted this, but if he wanted to kill Qin Shao, how could he do it? Not to mention wanting to kill Qin Shao, even wanting to defeat Qin Shao was not an easy thing. Qin Shao wanted to make this impossible. Although Qin Shao didn't admit defeat verbally, he began to think about how to deal with Li Yuanji's fierce offensive. In terms of strength, he obviously couldn't compete with Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji's strength should be his strength. In other words, if he could suppress Li Yuanji's strength, then he should be able to defeat Li Yuanji. Fortunately, this was in the divine world, so it was still possible to defeat Li Yuanji. If it was outside, it would be much more difficult. Breaking all methods with strength, when one's strength reached a certain level, many methods would be useless. Qin Shao was also thinking about his methods. His strongest method now was nothing more than the heaven-opening sword technique. But he felt that the heaven-opening sword technique might not be able to suppress Li Yuanji's strength. If the heaven-opening sword technique couldn't, then what should he do? However, Qin Shao didn't have much time to think about this problem because Li Yuanji had taken the initiative to attack. His attack carried an incomparably violent power, as well as the supreme power of the universe, as it came crashing down. Under such strength, Qin Shao felt that even if there was a universe in front of him, it would be easily smashed into pieces. The space was about to be crushed by this strength. What a terrifying strength, enough to destroy a piece of heaven and earth, a power of one side of the world. It even made Qin Shao feel that the divine world was trembling, and was in danger of collapsing. The power of this attack was actually a bit stronger than the previous one. It was clear that Li Yuanji had not used his full strength just now. This time, his strength was a bit stronger, but he might not have used his full strength. This Li Yuanji was indeed a difficult character to deal with, a ruthless character. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. It was impossible to deal with Li Yuanji just by relying on the power of his inner world, so now he was forced to go all out. There was no other way. Since that was the case, he would fight with all his might. Qin Shao did not hold back at all. She displayed the dual body technique. Both her body and her doppelganger attacked at the same time. Coupled with the explosive power of the berserker skill, he met Li Yuanji's attack head-on. The sword could split open the heavens, it was a peerless blade. Strength that could split the earth, endless energy. Both sharp and powerful, the two forces rubbed together very well at this time, and at the same time, launched the strongest attack on Li Yuanji. However, Li Yuanji was obviously not moved at all. The corners of his mouth still curled up into that playful smile. The punch was still coming down. Everything was within his control. There was nothing fancy about it. His power was very direct. He wanted to break through everything with brute force. You have everything, and I have my fist. It was powerful and domineering. Under such a powerful and domineering force, Qin Zhao's power and sword momentum were like an avalanche, collapsing layer by layer. They couldn't resist Li Yuanji's power at all. The heaven-splitting sword technique was supreme. It was a sword that could split open the heavens. However, under Li Yuanji's powerful strength, it seemed a little pale and powerless. There was no way to break through Li Yuanji's power. If it couldn't break through his power, it would naturally be suppressed by Li Yuanji's power. Li Yuanji suppressed Qin Shao step by step, completely destroying and defeating his offensive. Qin Shao was also struggling to hold on, but he already felt that it was very difficult. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. If this went on, Qin Shao would definitely be defeated. He would lose to Li Yuanji. Once he lost this battle, it was obvious that Qin Shao would no longer be in the top 10. This was an ending that Qin Shao didn't want to see. I can't lose. I can't lose. I must win. I must. Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth, thinking about how to deal with it. Li Yuanji's strength was in strength. Therefore, if he wanted to confront Li Yuanji head-on, Qin Shao would only be possible if he could make a big breakthrough. For example, if he made another breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique and reached the 5th step. For example, if he made a breakthrough in the Tao of flying knives, it was also possible. For example, if he had an epiphany in the law of immortality, it was also possible that he had a great improvement. Other than that, there should be no other possibility. If he made a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique? That was obviously impossible. He had just made a breakthrough. How could it be possible for him to make another breakthrough? The possibility of an epiphany in the law of immortality was also infinitely close to zero. At least, Qin Shao had no idea about the breakthrough in the Tao of flying knives for the time being. There was a slight possibility, but it was also very unlikely. Therefore, this gave Qin Shao a headache. He was in a dilemma. What should he do to solve this problem? Qin Shao had thought of all kinds of ways, but it seemed that none of them were feasible. Was there no other way? Was he really going to be defeated? No, no, no. Qin Zhao's determination made it impossible for Qin Shao to admit defeat easily. He must keep his position in the top 10. Not only the top 10, but also the top 5. This was his big ambition. Although it was a little big, he believed that he could do it. If he were to be defeated now, it would be the end of the student tournament. This was something that Qin Shao would never accept easily. Therefore, he could not admit defeat. If he wanted to fight, there must be a way. There must be. Break all laws with strength. Break all laws with strength. By the way, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and a slight smile appeared on his face. It seems that a breakthrough is impossible, so I can't rely on a breakthrough. It's impossible to fight Li Yuanji head-on. I can't fight him head-on, but I can weaken his strength. As long as I can weaken his strength, I'll have a chance of defeating him head-on. He's strong, but I don't believe that his soul and heart are as strong. I haven't even used my heart force yet. A person can't be invulnerable. If Li Yuanji really didn't have any weaknesses, then he should have killed his way into the top 10 long ago. He should have been the strongest contender for the top 5. Maybe he has this strength in the outside world, but in the realm of the gods, he can't be so heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Qin Shao had a new direction. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately used all his heart force. It transformed into an invisible sword and ruthlessly attacked Li Yuanji's soul and will. The attack of heart force was invisible and fierce. It was like a cold knife. Without making a sound, the attack had already arrived in front of Li Yuanji. Amen? When Li Yuanji was attacked by this heart force, he immediately frowned deeply. His expression changed greatly. It's heart force. What a powerful heart force. What a strange heart force. Damn it. He's actually a heart force cultivator. And his heart force has actually reached the level of a 4th step exalted celestial. Yeah, I hate heart force attacks the most. If this was the outside world, I would have many treasures on me. I wouldn't have to fear anything. But in the realm of the gods, all of my treasures are gone. I can't block this heart force attack at all. Not good, Li Yuanji roared in his heart. He cried out in alarm. This was bad. If he couldn't block this heart force attack, then he was doomed. With his soul and will restrained, how much of Li Yuanji's strength could he still fight? As soon as he withdrew his power, Qin Shao immediately felt his body lighten. He felt refreshed, as if he'd escaped from a binding cage. After his body relaxed, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He immediately counterattacked. His strongest attack viciously shot towards Li Yuanji. At this moment, how much power did Li Yuanji have to fight back? He could only rely on Qin Shao to attack. He didn't have much power left to fight back at all. His soul and will were truly somewhat weak. He couldn't withstand Qin Zhao's heart force attack at all. Qin Shao could easily crush him. Qin Shao had used heart force before, but it didn't have much of an effect, so Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to use it again. This time, he had no other choice. He could only try using heart force. Unexpectedly, it actually had a miraculous effect. He hadn't thought that Li Yuanji's weakness would be here. Now that he'd grasped it, things were naturally much easier. Finding the right remedy for the problem was naturally easy. Everything suddenly became clear. So, Qin Shao quickly turned the tables on Li Yuanji. He had Li Yuanji completely in his hands. Li Yuanji really didn't have any other means to deal with him. At this time, he was basically defeated. Li Yuanji, you are already powerless to reverse the situation. I think you should just admit defeat. No matter how hard you struggle, there is not much meaning. The final result will be the same. Qin Shao said to Li Yuanji. In fact, Li Yuanji had already lost. However, if Li Yuanji didn't admit defeat, the battle wouldn't be over. If he didn't admit defeat, he could only continue fighting until he died. Li Yuanji fiercely gritted his teeth and said, "Who said I've already lost? I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost. As long as I'm not dead, I haven't lost. You want me, Li Yuanji, to admit defeat? How is that possible? The word admit defeat has never existed in my dictionary. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. So, Qin Shao, you'd better give up. I won't admit defeat. I haven't lost yet. I can still fight. I can fight you to the end. This Li Yuanji was really a ruthless character. He still didn't admit defeat? However, Qin Shao curled his lips. If this happened to him, he probably wouldn't admit defeat so easily either. Or it could be said that Li Yuanji's personality was the same as his. They were both people who wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Or maybe Li Yuanji had his peerless arrogance, which made him unwilling to admit defeat so easily. But no matter what the situation was, the fact that Li Yuanji refused to admit defeat was in front of him. Since that was the case, he could only continue to fight. Defeat was basically set. Li Yuanji was completely suppressed by Qin Shao at this time and didn't have much strength to fight back. Qin Zhao's offensive was naturally not careless. He attacked fiercely all the way until Li Yuanji kept vomiting blood. His immortal body was slowly being shattered. The situation could be said to be precarious. Li Yuanji, if you don't admit defeat, you'll soon die at my hands. I have no intention of killing you, so I advise you to admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll only lose half of your points. With your points, even if you lose half of them, you won't fall out of the top 100 on the Saint rankings. But if you die at my hands, all your points will be given to me. When your points reach 0, you'll definitely fall out of the top 100. Chapter 2346. According to the current situation, Qin Shao did have a chance to kill Li Yuanji. To put it bluntly, he could kill Li Yuanji because Li Yuanji did not have much power to resist. That meant that Li Yuanji had fallen into his hands and was at his mercy. As long as nothing major happened, Qin Shao would be able to kill Li Yuanji as long as Li Yuanji was willing. To be honest, Qin Shao had also thought of killing Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji ranked 16th on the holy list and had a lot of points. If he killed Li Yuanji and took all of his points, then he, Qin Shao, would be able to enter the top 5 with his points added up. Therefore, it was very meaningful for Qin Shao. Although it was very meaningful, Qin Shao did not want to kill people easily. He had no grudges against Li Yuanji, and Li Yuanji was not as annoying as Tang Qianyue. He would not be like Tang Qianyue, who wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as he opened his mouth. Therefore, Qin Shao did not want to kill Li Yuanji and did not want to provoke another enemy for no reason. It would not be good for him in the future. Qin Shao would try his best not to kill people if he could. Unless it was someone like Tang Qianyue, then Qin Shao would not hesitate at all and would kill without a doubt. However, Li Yuanji obviously did not understand Qin Zhao's kindness. Li Yuanji even felt that it was a humiliation to him. It was even more impossible for him to admit defeat. Li Yuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, Qin Shao, don't be complacent too early. I told you that I would never admit defeat. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. I know what you are thinking. You just want to humiliate me and step on me. I will never do as you wish. If you have the ability, just kill me. If I die, I have nothing to say. I am not dead yet, so don't be long-winded and shut your mouth." Qin Shao was a little speechless about Li Yuanji's stubbornness. Was it wrong to not want to kill someone these days? Why did he make it sound like he owed him? Since that was the case, he would just let it go. Since Li Yuanji would rather die than submit, he could only fulfill his wish. Since he had already come to this point, there was no other way. If there was any trouble in the future, it would be in the future. He would not think so much about it for the time being. There was always some helplessness in life. Since he had met with it, there was nothing to say and there was nothing to worry about. Because he had no other choice, the only thing to do. Li Yuanji, you are the one who insists on seeking death. In that case, don't blame me. I will fulfill your wish. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Bah." Li Yuanji spat at Qin Shao angrily and disdainfully. He scolded, "Don't be hypocritical. Do you have the kindness to spare my life? I don't believe it even if you believe it. Besides, do you think I'm afraid? I said that there is no surrender in my dictionary, so I won't surrender." In this battle, either you admit defeat or you die or I die. There are only these three possibilities. There are no other options. So, if you give me other options, I will definitely not accept it. You should give up on it as soon as possible. If you want to kill me, just do it. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Li Yuanji was a real man. Although he was a little pedantic, he was not bad. Qin Shao was also thinking about the same thing. If he was in Qin Zhao's shoes, what would he do? He would probably do the same as Li Yuanji. He would rather die than submit, right? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Qin Shao would never give up. He would stick to it until the end. Even if he died in the end, there would be nothing to regret. The most precious thing in life was to stick to what you should stick to. Therefore, although Li Yuanji's actions seemed very stupid, it was normal if one thought about it carefully. Puff! Li Yuanji spat out a mouthful of blood. More than half of his immortal body had been shattered. The situation was getting worse. However, no matter how bad the situation was, Li Yuanji's face was still so resolute. There was no sign of him admitting defeat. His eyes were still so resolute. He was using his life to hold on to what he felt he should hold on to in his heart. It was like a supreme belief that no one could change or shake. Since Li Yuanji refused to admit defeat, Qin Shao didn't say anything more. He continued to attack, attacking fiercely. Li Yuanji's immortal body was shattered again and again. Li Yuanji's immortal body was rapidly eroding. His injuries were getting worse and he was getting closer and closer to death. It was obvious that Li Yuanji couldn't hold on for more than a few rounds. However, he still didn't lower his head and had no intention of admitting defeat. His eyes were still as resolute and fearless as before. It was a firm belief that supported him. He was going to use his life to defend it. How to describe this kind of person? Although he felt a little pedantic, he was worthy of respect. At least, Qin Shao respected this kind of person. However, respect was respect. This kind of battle didn't end with the battle Dao. He couldn't stop. Even if he stopped, Li Yuanji probably wouldn't stop. Therefore, he could only fight to the end until Li Yuanji was killed. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, finally, on Qin Zhao's 5th strike, Li Yuanji fell to the ground with a loud bang. His immortal body was completely shattered by Qin Shao and no longer existed. Since the immortal body was shattered, the person was naturally dead. Li Yuanji was dead. Because he didn't admit defeat, he ended up dying and being eliminated. Seeing that Li Yuanji was finally dead, Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, it really wasn't easy. It took so long to kill Li Yuanji. It almost exhausted my immortal body. Fortunately, he's finally dead. It can be considered a happy occasion. Qin Zhao's face broke into a smile. It was finally over. It ended with his victory. This victory was indeed not easy to come by. From the beginning, he didn't expect to be able to kill Li Yuanji. He knew from the beginning that Li Yuanji was very strong and not easy to deal with. Wanting to defeat Li Yuanji should be an incomparably huge challenge. However, he didn't expect that in the end, not only did he defeat Li Yuanji, but he also killed Li Yuanji with his sword and completed his incomparably glorious battle. This battle was enough to make his name known throughout the immortal domain and the human world. This battle was also the most difficult battle he had encountered so far. However, in this battle, he obtained a great victory by killing Li Yuanji and pocketed all of Li Yuanji's points. According to the previous rankings, I can kill my way to the 4th place with Li Yuanji's point. However, since my battle is over, I reckon the others' battles will also be over. I reckon the points will still change. It might be difficult for me to enter the top 5. Let's wait and see how the others are doing. However, even if I can't enter the top 5, I'm sure that I'll be able to enter the top 10. Moreover, my ranking should be slightly higher. Qin Shao pondered in his heart. He was also thinking about Ming Yuexin and Prince Zhongyang. He didn't know how they were doing. Hopefully, both of them would be able to win as well. That way, they would have a high chance of making it into the top 10, while the other would make it into the top 10. Qin Shao felt that the possibility of this happening was very high. On the other side, Li Yuanji's points were reset to 0. He was eliminated and returned to the sacred arena. How could he accept such a great loss? He sat there with a cold expression. His eyes flashed with an incomparably complicated expression. His sword and saber flashed, and it was so sharp that it made people feel a little scared. Many people's eyes also fell on Li Yuanji and whispered softly, "Isn't that Li Yuanji? He was also eliminated? I heard that Li Yuanji's strength is abnormally strong. Didn't someone analyze it before? Li Yuanji should be able to enter the top 10. Now it seems that they have overestimated Li Yuanji. He's not that strong. He's too strong. Maybe the divine world's restrictions on him are too strong. I've also heard about his strength. He's too strong. He definitely has the strength to fight for the top 10 or even the top 5. I've always thought that Li Yuanji would definitely enter the top 10 of the saint list. It's a pity that he was eliminated. I wonder who has such great ability to actually eliminate Li Yuanji? Could it be that Li Yuanji is so unlucky to have met Fu Zhongshuan? God knows who eliminated Li Yuanji, but I think it should be one of the top 5 on the saint list. Only they have the strength to do so. Hey, look, Li Yuanji's name has disappeared from the saint list. He has been eliminated from the saint list, and a new name has been added. It's true. Li Yuanji has disappeared from the saint list. With his points, even if he lost half of it, he should still be in the top 100 of the saint list. Could it be? He was killed? Is that why his points were reset? It's hard to believe, but judging from the situation on the saint list, that should be the case. TSK. Someone actually killed Li Yuanji? Isn't that too monstrous? I'm impressed. To be able to kill Li Yuanji, who did it? Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. I thought that I had no hope of entering the saint list, but I didn't expect that someone on the saint list would have their points reset and put me in the top 100 of the saint list. Ha ha ha, I feel like I've picked up a big bargain. Good. Very good. You're really lucky. Shouldn't you treat us to a drink? If that's the case, I feel that I still have some hope. Maybe, if someone else on the saint list is killed, then I might be able to enter the saint list without doing anything. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. I'll wait a little longer. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, all eyes were focused on Li Yuanji. He even had the heart to give up. It was a disgrace. It was truly a great disgrace to him. He, Li Yuanji, originally had the strength to fight for the top 10 of the saint list, but he didn't expect to be so tragically eliminated. His points were reset to 0, and he couldn't even enter the top 100 of the saint list. How humiliating was that? How shameful was this? How was he supposed to face the Li clan citizens? He hated, but it was useless. Everything was over. It was a foregone conclusion. No one could change it. Therefore, no matter how much he hated him, he could only accept it. He refused to admit defeat, so he ended up being killed and eliminated. Who else could he blame? Qin Shao, I'll remember the humiliation you've brought me this time. I'll remember it. One day, I'll return it to you. I'll definitely return it to you. Furthermore, I'll return it to you double. Chapter 23:47. Sigh, after working so hard for so long, in the end I'm still eliminated. I can't make it into the top 10. Forget it, I've already been eliminated. I can only accept this result. I'll work harder in the future. A momentary success or failure is nothing. I can only say that there are too many outstanding people. Moreover, the battles in the heavenly realm do have a lot of influence. However, this is secondary. It's to motivate myself to work harder in the future. Yen Tsaija shook his head and sighed helplessly. He looked at the heaven list and his gaze fell on a name. Mingyueshin, who is this girl? I can't find out her background at all. It's said that she's the saint of Jade Lake. However, I've asked people to check and there's no such person in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Strange, it's really strange. I really don't know where Miss Mingyueshin came from. However, this girl's strength is really terrifying. I've never seen or heard of her methods. It's not like the methods of the big families in the 9 states of Huaxia. Yen Tsaija shook his head. After being eliminated this time, his ranking had fallen out of the top 30. However, it didn't matter. As long as he couldn't make it into the top 10, the ranking wasn't that important. It was fine as long as he didn't fall out of the top 100. There were fewer and fewer people who were still in the heavenly realm. One by one, they were eliminated. Soon, there were only 11 people left in the heavenly realm. Interestingly, these 11 people were ranked from the 1st to the 11th on the holy list. If one more person was eliminated, the top 10 would basically be fixed. Therefore, everyone's focus was on who would be the next person to be eliminated. First on the holy list, Fu Zhongshuan. Second on the holy list, Xia Dongho. Third on the holy list, Heaven's Pride. Fourth on the holy list, Jiang Lishuan. Fifth on the holy list, Qin Shao. Sixth on the holy list, Ing Hanmo. Seventh on the holy list, Gue Hongyun. Eighth on the holy list, Tairen. Ninth on the holy list, Mingyueshin. 10th on the holy list, Ji Yuanzhou. 11th on the holy list, Zhang Yang. This was the current ranking of the top 11 on the holy list. The top 4 on the holy list had been very stable. There was basically no change, especially towards the end, where it had been maintained. Fu Zhongshuan, on the other hand, was left in the dust as usual. There was a large gap between him and Xia Dongho, who was in second place. Fu Zhongshuan's strength made everyone feel a little hopeless. Qin Shao killed Li Yuanji and got all of Li Yuanji's points, so his ranking jumped from the 10th to the 5th. He finally entered the top 5. Mingyueshin's performance had always been stable, and she was still ranked 9th. Now, it was time to see if Prince Zhang Yang could make a comeback. This year's student competition had already given many people a big surprise. Several dark horses had emerged. The biggest dark horse was the young genius, a disciple from the southern wasteland. A small sect like the Fuda Immortal Palace had been able to stay in 3rd place for a long time, and had been shining brilliantly. Qin Shao and Mingyueshin were also 2 dark horses. As for Prince Zhang Yang, he could also be considered a dark horse. After all, his surname was no longer Hu, and he was no longer a member of the Hu clan. Speaking of which, the Hu clan was also quite embarrassed. The Hu clan's disciples who participated in the competition were all messed up, but they did not make it into the top 100. Instead, it was young Master Zhang Yang who shone brightly. But unfortunately, Prince Zhang Yang did not admit that he was a member of the Hu clan. Therefore, this glory did not belong to the Hu clan. Instead, it made the Hu clan suffer a bad reputation. The most interesting thing was that Qin Shao, Mingyueshin, and Prince Zhang Yang came together. They had a very good relationship and could be considered a small group. In addition, Princess Xiaoyu, who was in the top 100, had the peach blossom body. The strength of this group could be said to be very strong and terrifying. Therefore, it made people treat them differently. Haha, do you think Prince Zhang Yang can make a comeback and enter the top 10? At this time, can he still make a comeback? I don't believe it. That's right. How difficult is it to get into the top 10? The top 10 has been decided long ago. Although the rankings have changed slightly, the people are still the same. Yes, although Prince Zhongyang has made a lot of progress and has survived until now, it is really not easy. I admit that he has the strength to enter the top 10, but the top 10 all have the strength. It is too difficult to pull one of them down. There are already enough dark horses this time. If Prince Zhongyang comes, more than half of the top 10 will be taken. It is hard to imagine. Yes, there are too many surprises this time. What I didn't expect the most was that Li Yuanji was eliminated and killed. That's terrible. That Qin Shao is too good. Even Li Yuanji was killed by him. I always thought that Li Yuanji was one of the most powerful contenders for the top 5. Yes, I also find Li Yuanji unbelievable. I know his strength. He has the Battle King immortal physique, born for battle. How powerful is that? It is said that Li Yuanji has an impressive record of forcing a half-saint to retreat. There is also Yuan Saija. I also find it very surprising. He doesn't have the strength to fight for the top 5, but I think he should have a place in the top 10. Yes, which of the 8 great ancient surnames is simple? I have also heard of Yuan Saija's fame. He is definitely an extremely powerful person. He should be able to make it into the top 10. The student seats were filled with heated discussions. Many of them were about Qin Shao and the others. This made Wu Fengqing, Meng Dali, and the others very happy. Many people were even expressing goodwill to them. After all, they knew that they were brothers with Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang. Befriending them was equivalent to befriending Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang. In the audience seats, the Tianshan city lord smiled faintly and said to Fu Shi, "Fu Xiong, do you really think that Qin Shao is much worse than other prodigies? Look, Qin Shao also made it into the top 5. You know what it means to be in the top 5 of the saint rankings. Qin Zhao's potential is definitely better than other prodigies. You kicked Qin Shao out of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace because of a genius. You lost a peerless genius. Do you really not regret what you did back then?" Speaking of which, Fu Xiong's heart was indeed a little shaken. It was just that many people were like this. They didn't like to admit their mistakes. Moreover, Fu Xiong didn't feel that what he did was wrong. Therefore, naturally, he wouldn't admit it. Fu Xiong smiled faintly and said, "What's there to regret? I admit that I had greatly underestimated Qin Shao and had misjudged him. His monstrous and heaven-defying talent has indeed far exceeded my imagination. I am also happy for him. But so what? Even if he made it into the top 5 of the saint rankings, he has always been in the top 3. He has always been in front of Qin Shao. In terms of talent and potential, do you really think that Qin Shao can compete with other prodigies? So, what's there to regret? Why don't you say that you regret it, Tianshan City Lord? You also had the opportunity to take Qin Shao as your disciple, but you didn't. Qin Shao is just a disciple of the Fu Shi Immortal Palace, not my personal disciple. Why should I regret it?" The Tianshan City Lord smiled and said, "Yes, you're right. I did have the opportunity to take Qin Shao as my disciple back then. Unfortunately, I didn't do so. Speaking of which, I do regret it a little. But I don't care. Although I didn't take Qin Shao as my disciple, at least I have a good relationship with Qin Shao. And my Ru Xian has a good relationship with him, so I didn't lose much. If you want to say that a prodigy's talent and potential is better than Qin Zhao's, then you're lying to yourself. Don't forget that a prodigy is a reincarnator. He's just a lucky reincarnator. A reincarnator has the memory of his previous life. He has everything from his previous life. It's normal for him to be so monstrous. I don't deny that a prodigy like him will have no problem becoming an ancient saint. He can even go further. But I don't think that a reincarnator can surpass his previous life too much after being reincarnated. Since ancient times, there has never been such a case. At least, I've never heard of such a case. If a prodigy like him can reach the second step of the Empyrean saint level in his lifetime, he'll be lucky. But Qin Shao is different. Qin Shao is not a reincarnator. He was born a lowly person who came from a tiny universe. He was an ordinary mortal who relied on his own hard work and tenacity to reach his current level of power. His brilliance outshines all the other young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought. His talent and potential are absolutely incalculable. If he grows up, no one can say for certain what heights he'll reach. I believe that he has the potential to break through to the next level of power. Upon hearing the Lord's words, Fu Xiong couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. In truth, how could he not understand these principles? However, he didn't want to think in this direction. He just wanted to use the facts before him to numb himself. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, so what? He was no longer one of his people. He was no longer one of his people. He no longer had anything to do with Qin Shao. What was the point of feeling regret? Even if he was wrong, this was the only thing he could do. Let him? He wouldn't admit it. Look, there are changes in the holy rankings. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to look at the saint rankings. Sure enough, there were some changes in the top 10 of the holy rankings. First on the holy rankings, Fu Zhongshuan. Second on the holy rankings, Xia Dongho. Third on the holy rankings, Heaven's Chosen. Fourth on the holy rankings, Jiang Lishuan. Fifth on the holy rankings, Qin Shao. Sixth on the holy rankings, Ing Hanmo. Seventh on the holy rankings, Zhang Yang. Eighth on the holy rankings, Tairen. Ninth on the holy rankings, Ming Yuexin. 10th on the holy rankings, Ji Yuanzhou. 11th on the holy rankings, Gue Hongyun. Zhang Yang's ranking swapped with Gue Hongyun's. Zhang Yang jumped to the 7th on the holy rankings, while Gue Hongyun fell from the 7th to the 11th on the holy rankings. As soon as the rankings were released, an uproar resounded throughout the arena. Holy sh*t. Zhang Yang actually managed to turn the tables around. At the last moment, he eliminated Gue Hongyun. I really admire him. TSK, another young talent from the 8 ancient families, has been kicked out of the top 10. This year's student tournament is really strange. There are too many dark horses, aren't there? This Prince Zhang Yang actually made it into the top 10. Haha, I guess the Hu clan will regret it to death. Such an unprecedented talent was actually kicked out of the Hu clan by them. The Hu clan will definitely be dumbfounded. The 2 young talents of the Hu clan didn't even make it into the top 100. As a force of the 100 schools of thought, the Hu clan will probably lose face this time. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yang is really good. He did it, he really did it. That's great, that's great. Chapter 2348. Gue Hongyun, who had been eliminated by Prince Zhang Yang, woke up. His expression was extremely cold. Although he had woken up, he still sat there as if he had been petrified, not saying a word. If it weren't for the flickering light in his eyes, he would have thought that he had not woken up. Gue Hongyun had held on for so long and had always been in the top 10 of the saint list. There should have been no suspense, and he should have had a place in the top 10. It was a supreme honor to be in the top 10. Not only for himself, but also for the family behind him. It was a great honor, a supreme glory, and a glorious achievement worthy of praise. However, at the last moment, he, Gue Hongyun, the young talent of the Gue family, one of the 8 great ancient families, who had high hopes for him, was eliminated and fell out of the top 10. Although his ranking was not bad, the 11th place on the Saint list was considered a very good ranking. But if he fell out of the top 10, the difference of one place was like heaven and earth. The generous rewards were all for the top 10. All the glory was for the top 10. Losing one round made him fall from the sky to hell. What kind of blow was this? How could he accept it at this moment? The top 10 of the Saint list had been decided. Everyone was thinking about what would happen next. Would there be any new changes? There were only 10 people left in the realm of the god. Would the student competition end here, or would it continue? If it continued, would there be more people whose points would be reduced because of failure? If that was the case, wouldn't there be hope for those who were ranked at the bottom to return to the top 10? If that was the case, wouldn't it be very strange? At this moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly blossomed from the divine realm. 10 figures walked out from the divine realm at the same time. Yinglong World God waved his hand and took back the realm of the god. Qin Shao and the other 10 people landed on the martial arts platform. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao and the others. Was the student competition over? It was possible. If the top 10 were to be ranked according to their points, they would have already been ranked. If it ended like this, there was nothing wrong with it. Many people on the martial arts platform frowned. After all, the 10 of them had never fought with each other before. Therefore, it could be said that none of them were willing to submit to the other. Who wouldn't want to be in the top 5? Who wouldn't want the number 1 ranking? First place, that was a supreme honor. The highest honor was there. Who wouldn't want to take first place? The first place and the other rankings were on 2 completely different levels. It's over? It can't be, right? Qin Shao and Zhang Yang looked at each other. Obviously, both of them did not want this to end so quickly. Although Qin Shao was currently ranked 5th on the Saint rankings, he had achieved his initial ambition and goal of entering the top 5. But if there was a chance to fight again, Qin Shao would definitely be willing to do so. The question now was it going to end just like that? Was the ranking decided just like that? Qin Shao hadn't had a chance to fight with a genius yet. He felt somewhat regretful about it. Well, everyone, God Longsher suddenly waved his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. God Long World was about to speak. Naturally, no one dared to speak again. Soon, everyone became quiet. After a period of silence, World God Rain Dragon turned his gaze towards Qin Shao and the others. He said, "You were able to last until the very end of the competition and enter the top 10. Let me congratulate you in advance. Congratulations. You are all the best among the first batch of students of the Saint Academy. You are proud." Although this kind of student competition might not be 100% fair, it should still be relatively fair. Since you have reached this step and entered the top 10, it is enough to prove your strength and talent. You will be the focus of the Saint Academy's training in the future. All the resources will be open to you, and you will be given priority. Hearing God Long World's words, a lot of voices came from the student seat. In fact, everyone knew that if they could enter the top 10, they would definitely receive a lot of preferential treatment. However, when World God Rain Dragon made this announcement, everyone felt rather uncomfortable. They couldn't help but feel as though they were being treated unfairly. Ordinary people didn't care, but those who ranked at the top had a lot of complaints in their hearts. In fact, they all had the strength to enter the top 10. It was not necessarily impossible for them to compete. It was just that their luck wasn't very good, so they couldn't enter the top 10. For example, Gui Hongyun. Did you say he didn't have the strength to enter the top 10? That was obviously impossible. Gui Hongyun definitely had the strength. He had been 7th on the holy list for so long, which was enough to prove everything. But unfortunately, he was defeated by Prince Zhang Yang in the last battle. And Li Yuanji. Didn't he have the strength? He was one of the most powerful contenders for the top 5, but unfortunately, he was eliminated by Qin Shao. God-ing Long World glanced at the people in the student seats and said, I know some of you may feel uncomfortable, unbalanced, and unfair. It's reasonable for you to have such thoughts. It's not a bad thing for young people to be hot-blooded, impulsive, and ambitious. So you still have a chance in the future. Of course, you have to work hard to get the opportunity. It won't fall from the sky. We'll talk about it later. Hearing God-ing Long World's words, those who had the ambition to enter the top 10 quieted down. At least they still had a chance in the future. That was a good thing. World God Raindragon once more turned his gaze towards Qin Shao and the others. He continued, You are in the top 10 in terms of points, but I'm afraid that some of you won't be able to accept your current ranking. Besides, the old man said before that Emperor Xianyuan would choose a personal disciple from among you. And the old man will also choose 1 or 2 personal disciples, so you have to continue to be tested. After all, in the divine realm, you are still restricted. You can't exert your strength in many aspects. Therefore, the next competition will be held on this martial stage. You can fight with real swords and spears and have a good competition. You can decide the final winner and the final ranking based on your strength. Now it's not about points. The points competition is over. The 10 of you will start a new ranking competition. In the end, the personal disciples of Emperor Xianyuan and the old man will be selected according to your ranking and your performance in the competition. Of course, the ranking is naturally the dominant factor. Fight without restrictions? Fight for the ranking based on strength? Fighting for the ranking was not only a battle of honor, but also a battle of opportunities. Emperor Xianyuan would accept a personal disciple, and God-ing Long World would accept 1 or 2 personal disciples. Even if there were 2, there would only be 3 places in total. Fighting for 3 out of 10 was still very fierce. Therefore, he had to fight his way into the top 5 for this to be possible. He had to choose 3 out of the top 5. This was probably the case. If they could be in the top 3, it should be basically a sure thing. World God Raindragon's words instantly caused everyone's blood to boil once more. Haha, I knew it. How could it end like this? Well, it's very good. It's fair and just, and the opportunities are equal. Whether we win or lose, we are convinced. Brother Qin Shao, our opportunity has come. Haha, let's attack the top 5 together. We must make sure that we are in the top 3. In this way, we will have a great chance to become a personal disciple. Even if we can't become Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple, at least we will be chosen by God-ing Long World. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can grasp it well, we will be rich. Prince Zhang Yang said excitedly to Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled. He was also a little excited in his heart. Although he ranked 5th in the points, it was a little embarrassing to be in the 5th place. He might not be chosen if he didn't move up or down. If he had a chance to fight for the ranking again, he believed that his chances would be much greater if he could be 1 or 2 places higher. Let's do it. For this great opportunity, we have to fight for it. Brother, let's work hard together. Qin Shao said seriously. Prince Zhang Yang also nodded seriously. Let's do it. Well, I will first announce the rules of the competition. You have to listen carefully. Don't break the rules. Otherwise, you will be judged to have lost directly. God-ing Long World suddenly said. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully to God-ing Long World's words. The first rule, you can't use your innate magical powers. The second rule, you can't use some rare treasures except for weapons below the level of holy objects. You can use auxiliary immortal treasures. The third rule, if there is a fight, the old man will decide the winner. If the old man wants to stop, he must stop. You can't hurt others' lives or foundation. The first rule is the rule that binds you. Now I will announce the rules of the competition and the way to play it. This competition is a one-loss elimination system. If you lose once, you will be eliminated. The specific rules and the way to play it is like this. First, the 10th place and the 9th place will fight. The winner will guard the arena. For example, if the 9th place is the winner, then the 8th place will fight in the arena. If the 9th place is still the winner, then the 7th place will fight in the arena. If the 8th place and the 10th place lose, they will fight again to determine the 9th and 10th place. In the battle between the 9th and 7th ranked, if the 7th ranked person is the victor, then the 6th ranked person will fight in the arena. The loser between the 7th and 6th place will fight with the 9th place to determine the 7th and 8th place. So on and so forth until all the rankings are decided. From the bottom to the top. In this way, I believe it will be absolutely fair. Everyone's strength will be tested, and they will be able to determine the winner. Does anyone have any questions about this? As soon as God Ing Long World finished speaking, Prince Zhongyang said, God Ing Long World, this kind of battle is not fair to the winner, is it? The winner has already fought a battle and is exhausted in all aspects. If he continues to fight, he will be at a disadvantage. World God Raindragon said, You don't need to worry about that. I'll naturally help the victor recover and give him some time to rest so that he or she can continue on to the next battle in their best condition. Child Zhongyang nodded his head. If that was the case, there would be no problem. World God Raindragon was naturally capable of accomplishing something like this with ease. Chapter 2349. That's just a cheap trick. How can everything in this world be absolutely fair? If you really want to complain, those who were eliminated should complain instead. Ing Long sure glanced at Zhang Yang and spoke in a gentle tone. Then, he spoke in a gentle tone. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly and immediately said, Hee, I understand. I was just casually asking. I can totally accept it. I think it's a good idea. Ing Long World God glanced at the others. No one else had any objections. Since there are no other questions, let's begin. The 10th and 9th place will enter the arena. Everyone else, please retreat to the side and rest. Ing Long World God said. Qin Shao and the others retreated to the side to rest. The 9th place was Ming Yuexin, and the 10th place was Ji Yuanzhou. The two of them stayed on the arena. Everyone's eyes were focused on the martial arts stage, waiting for the first battle to begin. Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, congratulations. Xia Dongho walked over and smiled at Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang. Speaking of which, Xia Dongho really didn't expect Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang to reach such heights. In his opinion, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang should have the ability to challenge the Saint Institute's selection and get a place as a student. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would make it into the top 10 of the student competition. One was 5th and the other was 7th. What kind of glory was this? Haha, congratulations to you two. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang replied with a smile. They had always felt that Xia Dongho was a friend worth making. Seeing Xia Dongho walking so close to Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang, the other prodigy's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Xia Dongho was a strong opponent for him. It might be difficult for him to compete with Fu Zhongshuan, but he was still confident that he could fight Xia Dongho. Whether or not his ranking could rise another level would depend on Xia Dongho's side. Therefore, to him, Xia Dongho was his greatest enemy. However, Xia Dongho had joined forces with Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang. With Ming Yuexin as well, the power of this group of people was too strong and terrifying. If that was the case, it would be troublesome for him to deal with Qin Shao in the future. Hey, who do you think will win this battle? It's hard to say. Miss Ming Yuexin is ranked 9th on the Saint rankings, while Sir Ji Yuanzhou is ranked 10th on the Saint rankings. If we really fight it out, then anything is possible. You're wasting your breath. I think Ji Yuanzhou will win. I don't agree. I think Miss Ming Yuexin will win. Don't underestimate a woman. When a woman becomes ruthless, she's definitely more dangerous than a man. Haha, place your bets, place your bets. I'll be the banker and open a small bet. A battle in the realm of the gods was obviously different from a battle in the real world. Although there were restrictions in the real world that prevented the use of one's special abilities, the special abilities of the 100 schools of thought were too terrifying. Once they were used, the power would be so great that it was very likely that there would be casualties. Moreover, the use of special abilities would consume yuan qi, which was also disadvantageous to the user. Generally speaking, one would not use their innate abilities unless they had no other choice. The more dangerous a special ability was, the more likely it would consume yuan qi. Therefore, it was naturally not suitable to use special abilities in the student competition. Although they could not use special abilities, their immortal bodies and weapons had returned. This would have a significant impact on their strength. Moreover, in the real world, if they were injured, they would really be injured. Therefore, it would also have a significant impact on their mental state. During a battle, the mental state would also have some impact on the battle. Ming Yuexin and Ji Yuanzhou stood facing each other, their battle intent surging. Ming Yuexin did not seem to have the heart to win. Her expression was as calm as water as she looked at Ji Yuanzhou indifferently. On the other hand, Ji Yuanzhou's face was cold and his battle intent surged. His cold eyes were as sharp as a peerless sword as he looked at Ming Yuexin coldly. He did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Instead, he was like a poisonous snake, staring at Ming Yuexin. Obviously, Ji Yuanzhou had the heart to win. He was ruthless and incomparably ferocious. Looking at him like this, one would feel a little scared. Everyone was looking forward to the first battle. They wanted to see who would emerge victorious. The first battle was a battle that started the battle. The battle intent on Ji Yuanzhou's body continued to soar. At this moment, he was like a huge dragon, a ferocious tiger. His aura was surging wildly. His aura could reach the heavens and suppress everything in the world. Miss Ming Yuexin, please make your move. I won't bully you. I'll let you make a move first. Ji Yuanzhou was very gentlemanly. He treated Ming Yuexin courteously and made an inviting gesture to her. He said that he would let her make a move first. Even though it was courteous, there was also some arrogance in it. This was enough to show how confident he was in winning this battle. I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. However, what was unexpected was that Ming Yuexin actually admitted defeat. This made many people's jaws drop. Ming Yuexin actually admitted defeat? Was she afraid? Impossible. They did not even fight. How could she be afraid? Moreover, in terms of ranking on the holy rankings, Ming Yuexin was higher than Ji Yuanzhou. From Ming Yuexin's previous performance, she was not a weak woman. There was no need for her to be afraid. What was going on? Why did he admit defeat without even exchanging blows? Was she going easy on him? But that was not right. Ming Yuexin and Ji Yuanzhou should not know each other. What was going on? Many people started to discuss in confusion. They were originally looking forward to the battle of the first battle. They were looking forward to an exciting performance. However, he did not expect that Ming Yuexin did not even make a move and directly admitted defeat. Ahem, Miss Ming Yuexin admitted defeat. Prince Zhang Yang obviously did not expect Ming Yuexin to admit defeat. He originally thought that Ming Yuexin would be able to win one battle. Perhaps Ming Yuexin did not have much of a chance to fight for the top 5. However, it was not to the extent that she could not win one battle. Perhaps because they were friends, Prince Zhang Yang did have some confidence in Ming Yuexin. However, reality did not give him a strong response. Instead, it gave him a slap in the face. Ming Yuexin admitted defeat directly. Qin Xiao shook her head. She did not look too surprised. She said, Ming Yuexin is not a person who likes to fight. The ranking should not be that important to her. Moreover, she is a girl. I'm afraid she does not want to fight to the death with men. Actually, other than the top 5, the other rankings are not that important. Perhaps Ming Yuexin knows that her chances of fighting for the top 5 are not high. Therefore, it is not a big deal for her to admit defeat now. Men care too much about face and dignity. We cannot use our men's hearts to speculate about women. She must have her own thoughts. Child Zhang Yang nodded his head in agreement. That was true. There was not much difference between the 6th and 10th places. If one could not enter the top 5, there was basically no chance of being selected. If one were to enter the top 3, it would indeed be a supreme honor. The other rankings were not that far apart. Therefore, it was not a big deal for Ming Yuexin to admit defeat. Indeed, Ji Yuanzhou was determined to win this battle. He had to win it. He was full of ambition and ambition. He wanted to enter the top 5. Only by entering the top 5 would he have a chance of being selected. Even if it was 5th place, it would be fine. However, when he heard Ming Yuexin admit defeat directly, Ji Yuanzhou could not help but be stunned. He looked at Ming Yuexin with some surprise. After hesitating for a while, he said, You admit defeat? Ming Yuexin nodded and said, Yes, I admit defeat. Why don't you agree? Disagree? Only an idiot would disagree, right? What was there to think about when it was an easy victory? Ji Yuanzhou immediately said, That's not it. I just want to confirm it. If Miss Ming Yuexin insists on admitting defeat, then I will naturally respect Miss Ming Yuexin's choice. However, this kind of victory, to me, feels a little unfair. If it's unfair, then so be it. I don't care about this. Ming Yuexin did not care. After waving her hand, she left the battle stage and retreated to the resting area. After seeing Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang, Ming Yuexin smiled faintly and said, I won't participate in this kind of competition. I know my own limits. Next, it's up to you. I have confidence in you. Do your best, Qin Shao, Prince Zhang Yang. I look forward to both of you entering the top 5. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. I, Prince Zhang Yang, even bragged that I reserved a place in the top 5. As for my brother Qin Shao, there's no need to mention it. A place in the top 5 is already in his bag. Prince Zhang Yang was not modest at all. He directly patted his chest and said this. Such big talk naturally caused the others to snort disdainfully. Especially the Heavens Chosen, who sneered, reserved? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue by bragging so early? Good luck won't last forever. We still have to rely on true strength. Obviously, the Heavens Chosen's words were directed at Qin Shao. In terms of foundation, Qin Shao was indeed not comparable to anyone in the top 10. However, in the divine realm, the influence on him was actually the least, so he had a big advantage. If he wanted to enter the top 10, the difficulty would definitely increase by several times. However, now that he had returned to reality, the difficulty naturally increased. Therefore, it would be difficult for Qin Shao to be as good as he was in the divine realm. This was a fact that Qin Shao had to face and admit. But so what? How could Qin Shao shrink back? No matter how difficult it was, so what? Wasn't it difficult in the divine realm? He, Qin Shao, still managed to get to the 5th place? Miracles always need to be created by people. Dreams are still necessary. What if they come true? Qin Shao curled his lips and retorted sarcastically. The Heavens Chosen snorted disdainfully and said, A salted fish will always be a salted fish. Do you still want to make a comeback? You're just daydreaming. Who said that a salted fish can't make a comeback? If you're so stubborn, then you don't need to reincarnate. Didn't you reincarnate because you couldn't step on the ancient road in your previous life? Don't tell me that a salted fish like you didn't make a comeback? If you can make a comeback, Why can't I, Qin Shao, do the same? And I, Qin Shao, definitely don't need to reincarnate to make a comeback. At least, I, Qin Shao, have no problem stepping on the ancient road. So you, the heavens chosen, have no sense of superiority in front of me. You've lived 2 lives and relied on the accumulation of your previous life to make a comeback in this life. What's there to be proud of? If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame long ago. I wouldn't have the face to show off. However, it's normal for something like this to happen to a genius like yourself. After all, your skin has been tempered by the baptism of 2 lifetimes. It must be very thick. Qin Shao retorted once again, infuriated. You! Hearing Qin Zhao's humiliating words, the heavens chosen was completely angry. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said fiercely, "Just wait and see. Don't fall into my hands." Chapter 2350. Ming Yuexin admitted defeat and Ji Yuanzhou easily advanced to the next round. As Ji Yuanzhou did not fight, he did not need to rest and continued with the second round. Tyren was ranked 8. He had an emperor's aura and was surrounded by dragons and tigers. His aura was extraordinary. Although the Emperor clan wasn't one of the 8 great ancient clans, it had a long history and could almost be compared to the Xia clan. The origin of the Emperor family was said to have been bestowed by the East Emperor Taihao Fushi to the ancestors of the Emperor family. The Emperor family could be called the Emperor of the world. They could rule the world for thousands of years and were on par with the divine dragon. The Emperor family's power was unparalleled. As a disciple of the Emperor family, it was normal for Tyren to have the aura of dragons and tigers. Dragons and tigers surrounded him and protected him with spirits. No one dared to approach him. In terms of aura alone, only Fu Zhongshuan's Empyrean dragon energy could overpower him. Fu Zhongshuan had 9 ancient divine dragons circling around him. The 9 divine dragons were a symbol of supreme power. Fu Zhongshuan walked in the world like a true dragon. The aura emanating from Tyren's body was enough to intimidate others. It was as though he was looking down at Ji Yuanzhou with the eyes of a superior. At least in terms of aura, Tyren was superior to Ji Yuanzhou. Your good luck ends here. Make your move. Tyren challenged Zhou Donghuang directly. Ji Yuanzhou's lips curled into a cold smile. Without a word, he attacked. In such a battle, Ji Yuanzhou did not hold back. He attacked with all his might. As one of the 8 ancient surnames, the Emperor family was considered the most ancient surname among the 100 schools of thought. Its ancient heritage was unimaginable. Although the Emperor family's influence was not as strong as the Xia family, it was still a family that deserved respect. Ji Yuanzhou used an extremely dangerous ancient secret technique to seal the entire martial platform in ice. The chilling power was like a dark hand extending from ancient times. It transformed into countless tentacles and was about to devour and kill Tyren. The fighting ring seemed to have returned to the desolate ancient times. It became extremely desolate and terrifying. The powerful force changed time, space, and even everything on the martial stage. Not to mention those on the martial platform, even the bystanders felt that it was terrifying and their hearts were numb. Good move. In the God realm, everyone is more or less restricted. In the outside world, the strength that you can unleash is indeed much stronger. Ji Yuanzhou's attack made me tremble slightly. Even if it was me, I might not be able to block it. Feeling Ji Yuanzhou's powerful means, Qin Shao couldn't help but secretly ponder. It seemed that it would not be easy for him to maintain his position in the top 5. Needless to say, Qin Zhao's ambition was not as simple as keeping his current ranking. Qin Zhao's ambition was to be in the top 3. He might not dare to claim first place. After all, Fu Zhongshuan was there. He was an insurmountable mountain. In the second place, Xia Dongho was not much worse than Fu Zhongshuan. He was also an extremely difficult person to deal with. It was extremely difficult to fight for the third place. After all, there were still many geniuses out there. Now, it seemed that it would be difficult to even be in the top 5, let alone the top 3. He had to pull himself together and take it seriously. I can only seek breakthroughs in the battlefield and create miracles. Isn't this what I, Qin Shao, am best at? Qin Shao quickly encouraged himself. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to fight for the top 3 with his current strength. However, the most powerful thing about humans was that they could make the impossible possible. It was not like Qin Shao had not created miracles before. And it should be said that along the way, he, Qin Shao, had created many miracles. This time, it might not be impossible, right? The most important thing was to have the courage to think, to have the courage to fight, and to have the courage to create. Only then could there be a real miracle. Tairen also made his move. As expected, he was powerful and domineering. The roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger were accompanied by holy light. It surged through heaven and earth and destroyed all darkness. Under Tairen's powerful attack, Ji Yuanzhou's attack was directly defeated. Once the attack was defeated, it was a foregone conclusion. Ji Yuanzhou's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Oh no!" Ji Yuanzhou wanted to retreat and avoid Tairen's attack. However, Tairen would not let him do as he wished. Once the attack was launched, it was like a hot knife through butter. Tairen would not give Ji Yuanzhou any chance to escape. He continuously attacked without pause, each attack stronger than the last. Every inch of the attack was infinitely powerful. Under Tairen's attack, Ji Yuanzhou was completely suppressed and could not fight back. In the end, he was defeated. In the second battle, Tairen won and eliminated Ji Yuanzhou. The names of the 9th and 10th places were announced. Tairen was promoted and entered the next round of the grand competition. As Tairen had consumed a lot of energy during the battle with Ji Yuanzhou, Yinglongshe personally helped Tairen recuperate in the realm of the gods. Soon, Tairen was restored to his peak condition. The third battle was between Prince Zhongyang and Tairen. The main event had finally arrived. Prince Zhongyang was considered a dark horse. In the end, he made a great comeback and eliminated Gue Hongyun. He entered the top 10. Turning the tables was a feat that people took delight in talking about. Good luck, brother. I'll be waiting to meet you in battle. Qin Shao patted Prince Zhongyang's shoulder and said. It was encouragement and anticipation. He was looking forward to meeting him in battle. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lip. However, he still laughed casually. Haha, just wait for me. We brothers are all outstanding people. How can we lose to others so easily? He's just 8th place on the holy leaderboard. I'm 7th on the holy leaderboard. Why should I be afraid of him? Don't worry. Just wait for my performance. Prince Zhongyang jumped onto the fighting ring confidently. Tairen did not waste any time. He made an inviting gesture to Prince Zhongyang, displaying the demeanor of an expert. This was also a portrayal of arrogance. In addition, Tairen had just defeated Ji Yuanzhou. Naturally, his arrogance had increased. Prince Zhongyang was not in a hurry. He gestured for Tairen to stop and said, Tairen, don't be in such a hurry. Before we start, I have a few words to say. Tairen glanced coldly at Prince Zhongyang and said, Don't waste time. It's meaningless. If you have something to say it quickly. I'll only give you 1 breath's time. We're not in a hurry to be reincarnated. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, it's like this. I just want to ask, how are we going to compete? Is it a civil battle, a martial battle, or an elegant battle? I think a martial battle is too crude. Moreover, everyone is fighting. There's nothing new about it. There's nothing interesting about it. That's why I think we should do something else. I don't think many people understand a civil battle. Why don't we have an elegant battle? Not only can it show our strength, but it can also show our elegance. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Child Zhang Yang ignored Tairen's words and added another sentence. Upon hearing young Master Zhang Yang's nonsensical words, let alone Tairen, many others burst into laughter. They looked at young Master Zhang Yang strangely, wondering if he had lost his mind. An elegant battle? How could there be such a thing? Shouldn't the battle for the top 10 be fought with real swords and spears? Using one's fists to speak was the only truth. Don't we cultivators always respect martial prowess, and strength determines everything? The fist was something that everyone agreed upon. It was the only standard and the best weapon. What the hell was an elegant battle? Could it be that Prince Zhongyang was afraid? Many people knew that Prince Zhongyang was afraid. That was why he said such a thing. It was ridiculous. Tairen snorted at Prince Zhongyang and sneered. I originally thought of you as an opponent. Now it seems that I overestimated you. You don't deserve to be my opponent. Cut the crap. I'll give you another chance to attack. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said, Don't be so agitated, Prince Tairen. It's not too late to get angry after hearing what I have to say, right? I really don't like fighting. Fighting and killing is too uncreative. It doesn't suit the elegant style of an outstanding person like me. What if you mess up my hairstyle? In my opinion, why don't we have an elegant battle? For example, we can compete in handsomeness and let everyone judge who is more handsome. That will be the winner. But if we compete in handsomeness, the result is obvious. You are far from being my opponent. In this aspect, I definitely won't let you win. So if we have an elegant battle, you should just admit defeat. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Isn't that great? Compete in handsomeness? This kind of elegant battle? Was this really an elegant battle? Wasn't this a shameless battle? They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such a shameless person. How could he say such words so openly? Where was his face? Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin couldn't help but laugh at Prince Zhongyang's words. Qin Shao knew that Prince Zhongyang would play some tricks, but she didn't expect him to play it so. How should she put it? Qin Shao really couldn't find the right words to describe Prince Zhongyang. Sure enough, it was as the saying went. A shameless person was invincible. At this moment, Prince Zhongyang felt like he was invincible. It wasn't just the students who snorted at Prince Zhongyang with looks of disdain. The ancient sages in the audience were completely speechless at Prince Zhongyang. How was he a genius? Did he rely on his thick skin to get into the top 10 of the holy list? You dare to play with me? Tairen was completely enraged. How could he not know that he had been played by Prince Zhongyang? His monstrous anger was completely ignited. Zhongyang had the guts to make a fool out of him in front of so many people. He was simply courting death. Ahem, Prince Tairen, you can drink whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did I play with you? You can't tarnish my innocence like this. My sexual orientation has always been very normal, okay? It's impossible for me to have any interest in you. You say that I played with you? This joke is a little too much, Prince Zhongyang said. You. Tairen's lungs were about to explode. Was this what he meant by playing? Many people couldn't help but laugh at Prince Zhongyang's word. This guy was really a genius. Tairen was enraged. In a fit of rage, he attacked Zhongyang with all his might. When one was extremely angry, one's heart would be in turmoil. Prince Zhongyang had done this to provoke Tairen. Zhongyang's tactic was very successful as well. He had completely enraged Tairen. Tairen was enraged, and his mind was attacked by his anger. He had lost his mind. When a person was extremely angry, many things would be temporarily thrown to the back of their mind. Chapter 23:51. Once Tyren's flaw was caught, there would be an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and increase his chances of winning. In a battle of this level, even a slight increase in the chances of winning would have a significant impact on the final outcome. Sometimes, two people of similar strength could completely change the situation because of a slight increase in the chances of winning. Of course, this also depended on the person. Some people were not easily angered and would not be easily fooled. However, some people would be angered and lose their rationality. In fact, Tyren was not someone who was easily angered. It was just that he was angered without batting an eyelid. Under the influence of his anger, he lost his rationality and did not realize it. Prince Zhongyang seized this opportunity and quickly found Tyren's flaw. He launched a powerful attack that caught Tyren off guard and achieved great result. With such great results, Prince Zhongyang quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed Tyren. The balance of the situation had tilted in Prince Zhongyang's favor. Moreover, the situation was in the hands of Prince Zhongyang, and he had stabilized the situation. Therefore, even though Tyren had regained his senses, he still felt powerless to reverse the situation. It was too difficult to reverse the situation. Prince Zhongyang did not give Tyren any chances. His attacks were as ferocious as a raging tide. One wave after another, it was unassailable. Tyren was constantly suppressed and did not have a chance to catch his breath. Naturally, there was no chance for him to turn the tables. Tyren felt very aggrieved after such a battle. Due to his careless mistake, he had fallen into a passive situation. It was too difficult for him to turn the tables now. D*eminent. The people who had sneered at Prince Zhongyang earlier were dumbfounded. They stared at Prince Zhongyang with wide eyes and could not help but admire him. How was this possible? How could it be played like this? It turned out that all of this was a conspiracy. They had already prepared this method. This game was really clever. Prince Zhongyang fooled everyone and made them think that Prince Zhongyang was just showing off his shamelessness. After all, Prince Zhongyang was indeed a very narcissistic person with thick skin. Therefore, first impressions were the strongest. Everyone followed Prince Zhongyang's train of thought and fell into his trap. Only now did he realize that Prince Zhongyang was playing such a dirty trick. He was really ruthless. Such a lowly trick. You can't even show it to me. The genius sneered disdainfully. Qin Shao glared at the prodigy coldly. Ming Yuexin, on the other hand, could not take it any more and said, "All is fair in war. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just the most common method of provocation. It's not like it's a dirty trick." Someone who fell for this kind of provocation only shows that his temperament is too bad. There's something wrong with his IQ. How dare he criticize others? The prodigy raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Ming Yuexin. However, he did not say anything else. Qin Shao sneered and echoed Ming Yuexin. That's right. Some people always think they're so noble. In fact, they're just narrow-minded villains. Back then, in order to drive me out of Fu Su Immortal Palace, you put in a lot of effort to be thick-skinned. Now you actually have the nerve to speak so righteously. I really don't know where you get your face from. You're just shameless. I've seen many shameless people. They look very sanctimonious, but in fact, they're not like that. Ming Yuexin played along with Qin Shao and added another sentence. The two of them echoed each other. Obviously, they were targeting the prodigy and scolding him in secret. Since they were scolding him without naming him, the prodigy had no reason to vent his anger on them. More importantly, if he did, wouldn't it be tantamount to confessing without being pressed? Qin Shao had always remembered that he was driven out of Fu Su Immortal Palace by the prodigy. He was waiting for the day when he would pay back twice as much to the prodigy. At this time, he was just showing off his sharp tongue. He would just treat it as collecting some interest. In the clouds above the ninth heaven. Haha, Zhang Yang is a little interesting. I like him very much. Emperor Xianyuan suddenly laughed and said. The old drunkard Shen Nong glanced at Emperor Xianyuan and said somewhat mockingly, Xianyuan, I think you're getting worse and worse. You're old and muddle-headed, aren't you? You like people who like to take advantage of opportunities? Old drunkard, you're wrong. Emperor Xianyuan suddenly argued. Taking advantage of opportunities is not something that everyone can do. Those who can do it are all smart people. A person's strength is determined by many factors. What's wrong with taking advantage of opportunities and making reasonable use of small tricks? Zhang Yang has made good use of this. He has successfully caught hold of Tyren's weakness. He has managed to suppress Tyren to the point where he can't even breathe properly. There's no doubt that Tyren will lose this battle. Actually, Zhang Yang's strength is not weak. Even if it's a head-on clash, he may not lose to Tyren. But if he uses this move, his chances of winning are much higher. If he can win, it's his strength. There's no such thing as taking advantage of opportunities. Our world has always been about result. As for the process, most of the time, it's not important. Why are you so agitated, old drunkard? Everyone has their own preferences. You like him, but I don't, the old drunkard said as he blew his beard. Emperor Xianyuan said, It's your business if you don't like him. You're not the one who accepts disciples. If you don't like him, you can accept him. I don't mind. If you accept him, I promise I won't say anything. Besides, I'm just admiring this kid. I didn't say I wanted to accept him as my personal disciple. Li Xing smiled faintly. After drinking a glass of wine gracefully, he said, You two are really becoming more and more like a pair of enemies. You like to be together and quarrel. You're almost like an old man and old wife. It's a pity that both of you are men. If you were a pair of opposite sexes, I would think there's something going on between you two. Ha! The old drunkard continued to drink his wine. He had no interest in this final battle. His interest was all about the wine. Emperor Xianyuan looked at Li Xing and said, Brother Li Xing, we can't count on the old drunkard. Fuxi and the others won't show up. So now I can only rely on you, Brother Li Xing, to check on him for me. Just thinking about taking in a personal disciple is giving me a headache. Li Xing smiled and said, Xianyuan, you don't have to worry about anything. I think it's a good thing. The rankings haven't been released yet. There are still 6 kids who haven't fought yet. It's not too late to discuss after watching them fight. However, this Prince Zhang Yang you mentioned is an interesting guy. If this kid can be nurtured well, it'll be a good thing. Everything has 2 sides. Whether it's a good side or a bad side, it depends on the person. Emperor Xianyuan nodded. He understood the logic, but he was still a little conflicted. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. On the other side, there was not much suspense in the battle arena. From the beginning, the situation was set. Prince Zhang Yang had the situation under control. If Tyren could still turn the tables, it could only mean that Prince Zhang Yang was too useless. Of course, Prince Zhang Yang was still useful. He suppressed Tyren until the end and was unable to turn the tables. In the end, he defeated Tyren as he wished and won the battle. Tyren was obviously unwilling to accept his loss to Prince Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you're despicable and shameless. How could you use such a despicable method? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Tyren stared at Prince Zhang Yang with a cold expression. He was extremely angry. He was unwilling to accept it. Prince Zhang Yang pursed his lips and replied with a faint smile, Prince Tyren, let me put it this way. For example, there was an ordinary mortal who encountered a vicious wolf one day. So, he cleverly threw a piece of meat to the wolf to eat. That vicious wolf naturally began to wolf down the meat. As for that fanling, He took advantage of the time when that vicious wolf was eating and smashed a stick onto that wolf's head, beating that wolf half to death. After that, the vicious wolf cursed Fan Ling in anger, saying that he was a despicable and shameless person who actually used such a lowly method to injure him. Tairen was not an idiot. He could tell that Zhang Yang was trying to scold him in a roundabout way. He was that vicious wolf. To be honest, he was indeed careless. He was the one who fell for Prince Zhang Yang's trick. Who else could he blame? Whether he admitted it or not, he had lost. All right, Tairen. You've lost. You can leave now. Don't delay the rest of the competition. At this moment, the god of Ing Long World's authoritative voice suddenly rang out. How could Tairen dare to go against the words of the god of Ing Long World? Therefore, Tairen did not hesitate and immediately retreated to the resting area. Prince Zhang Yang won this battle in such a way. Although some people were disdainful, they could not help but admire him. The third battle was over. For the time being, all the lower-ranked contestants lost. This basically proved that the ranking on the holy list could be used as the final result. Of course, since the competition had been arranged, it was natural to follow through to the end. After the god of Ing Long World nursed Prince Zhang Yang back to health, it was time for the fourth battle. In the fourth battle, Ing Hanmo, who was ranked 6th on the holy list, went up to the arena. The battle between the 6th and 7th ranked contestants on the holy list made many people look forward to it. Ing Hanmo went up to the arena. Many people began to talk about it. This time, what kind of tricks was Prince Zhang Yang going to use to deal with Ing Hanmo? What he did just now had been used once. There would definitely not be a second time. They did not know what new tricks this shameless guy would come up with. Needless to say, they were a little excited. Ing Hanmo, this time, Ing Hanmo, who went up to the arena, was obviously prepared. As soon as Prince Zhang Yang opened his mouth and called out his name, he was forcibly interrupted by Ing Hanmo. Ing Hanmo said, "Prince Zhang Yang, if you still want to play some tricks, I advise you to give up. There are thousands of tricks. It's not as good as a good fight between us. I've prepared for all your tricks, so don't waste your energy. It's useless. So, let's stop talking nonsense and start the fight. Beat me with your fists. Then I'll really submit to you. Otherwise, if you want to play any tricks, I have to advise you again. It won't work." Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders. He chuckled and said, "Well, young Master Ing Hanmo, I think you might be thinking too much. I didn't plan to do anything to you in the first place. It would be too wasteful to do anything to you. It would be bullying you." Chapter 23:52. With Tairen's loss as a precedent, Ing Hanmo would not be easily provoked again. Prince Zhang Yang wanted to repeat the same trick. Obviously, it was not feasible and would not have any effect. Some tricks could be used only once. Prince Zhang Yang was not afraid to fight with Ing Hanmo. Ing Han made his move. The moment he made his move, it was filled with an earth-shattering aura. Thousands of soldiers and horses had filled up the entire stage, and they were launching a ferocious assault on Zhang Yang Jr. Zhang Yang. Such an offensive was really amazing and made people's hearts tremble. People outside the martial platform could feel how powerful and terrifying this offensive power was. The power of thousands of troops seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The entire martial platform space had become Ing Hanmo's world. Everything was under his control. The powerful force was going to destroy everything in the space. At this time, Prince Zhang Yang was like a small boat being hit by monstrous waves. Under Ing Hanmo's offensive, he seemed to be a little weak. What a powerful move! He deserves to be a descendant of the Ing family. This should be the Ing family's unique secret skill, right? When thousands of troops and horses come, the world will surrender. The Ing family's unique secret skill is really terrifying. When Ing Hanmo used it, I felt that it could shake the world and compete with the heavens. With such a terrifying move, I'm afraid that he can fight with a half-sage. This is going to be interesting. Prince Zhongyang has met a tough opponent. The move just now won't work. This time, it seems that he is going to be defeated. Well, Prince Zhongyang is definitely going to be defeated. Needless to say, Ing Hanmo is too powerful. Previously in the Divine Realm, he should not have shown his true strength. It seems that he has the strength to fight his way into the top 5. As soon as the battle started, everyone's comments were one-sided. They were all optimistic about Ing Hanmo. It was no wonder that everyone was optimistic about Ing Hanmo. As soon as the battle began, Ing Hanmo had completely stabilized the situation, won the upper hand, and controlled the battle. This feeling was similar to Prince Zhongyang's battle with Dilong. The battle had been decided from the start, and the result was obvious. It was the same now. Once the battle had begun, the situation was more or less settled. It was as if the victor had already been decided. Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang is in trouble, Ming Yuexin said worriedly. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had also been observing the battle, but the current situation was indeed not optimistic. Although Qin Shao thought highly of Prince Zhongyang and hoped that Prince Zhongyang could win, hope was just hope. Everything depended on Prince Zhongyang's fist. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the current situation. He said, "Yes, we're in big trouble. Ing Hanmo is indeed a bit too powerful. His moves are extraordinary. The unique secret technique of the Ing clan is terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, when Ing Hanmo used it, it gave off a feeling of perfection. It's abnormally powerful." Under such an offensive, Prince Zhongyang was directly suppressed. Looking at Prince Zhongyang, he should have tried his best, but there was still no way to break through the situation. If this situation continues, Prince Zhongyang will definitely lose. Alas, the situation was not good. But there was no other way. They could only watch. Looking at the current situation, it was indeed not an easy task to enter the top 5. Qin Zhao's eyes also fell on Ing Hanmo. If Ing Hanmo defeated Zhongyang, then he would have to fight with Ing Hanmo. So at this time, Qin Shao was also watching Ing Hanmo's means carefully, thinking about how he should fight later. Prince Zhongyang's strength was already very strong. If he was still defeated, then it would be very difficult for him to deal with Ing Hanmo. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was indeed very difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao did not shrink back. His ambition was still there, and his belief was still so firm and strong. Miracles were always created by people. If it didn't work, then he would create another miracle. What was the big deal? If he only thought that it was not possible and lost his confidence without fighting, then a miracle would not happen. So no matter what, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything, and his strong determination could not be shaken. Ing Hanmo was suppressing Prince Zhongyang. Fortunately, Prince Zhongyang's life-saving means were still good, and he could barely hold on. However, looking at the current situation, this kind of resistance wouldn't last long. It would definitely not last long before they were defeated. If Prince Zhongyang could not have a more powerful means to turn the tide, then at this time, it was just a dying struggle. It could be delayed for a while, but not for a lifetime. Ing Hanmo smiled coldly and said, "Zhongyang, you don't have much power to resist. You are not my opponent. It's very good that you can come to this point. The 7th place on the holy list is enough for you to be proud of. However, your path ends here. Don't make any pointless struggles. It's useless. The final result is impossible to change. If you lose now, you can suffer less. If you don't admit defeat, you'll have to suffer." Prince Zhongyang secretly gritted his teeth. Although he felt that he was forced into a desperate situation, Prince Zhongyang still showed a faint smile on his face. Admitting defeat has never been the style of Prince Zhang. My principle is to never bow to evil forces. I haven't lost now. Why should I admit defeat? Admitting defeat is the behavior of a coward. I, Qin Shao, will not do such a shameful thing. If you, Hanmo, are willing, then come. Why do you call me? If you want to fight, then let's fight. You haven't won. Isn't it too early to start showing off now? I don't think it's too early to be happy until the last moment, right? It won't be good if you are slapped in the face. Well, this is just a friendly reminder. It's up to you to believe it or not. Hanmo sneered and sneered at Prince Zhang. You are at death's door, but you are still so stubborn and ugly. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Well, I don't want to say anything more to you. Hanmo did not say anything, but his power was more violent. He was also angry. Obviously, he wanted to take down Prince Zhang as soon as possible, not giving Prince Zhang other chances. The situation was more and more tilted to Hanmo's side. Many people also began to ridicule him. At this time, he still refused to admit defeat. What was the point of holding on? He would definitely suffer the consequences of his own actions if he tried to win the war of word. From the beginning, the situation was controlled by Hanmo. How could Zhang have a chance? Not to mention others, even Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin felt that Prince Zhang might lose. It was a big loss. He could not hold on for long. Alas, Prince Zhang is going to lose. Will he stop at the 7th place on the holy list? Wu Fengqing sighed and felt sorry for Prince Zhang. Meng Dali also shook his head and said, yes, it looks like he is going to lose. The 7th place on the holy list is still very powerful. It is already very amazing to be able to enter the top 10 on the holy list. What's more, it is glorious to be able to get the 7th place. We didn't expect Prince Zhang to go so far before. This is a big surprise for us. Even if he loses, it's nothing. After all, the Holy Academy almost includes all the top geniuses of the younger generation in our entire mortal world. What kind of glory is it to be able to get the 7th place in the Holy Academy's student competition? So many disciples of the 100 schools of thought could not get into the top 10. Prince Zhang is equivalent to stepping on the heads of many young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought to stand at such a high position. It's good enough. Wu Fengqing, Princess Ru Xian, and Princess Xiaoyu nodded. It was right to think so. The 7th place on the holy list was glorious enough. Humph, if you don't want to admit defeat, then I will beat you until you do, unless you don't want to live. Hanmo sneered and made a strong move. The power of thousands of soldiers and horses shook the whole world. In such a desperate situation, Prince Zhang still did not have the consciousness to admit defeat. The corner of his mouth suddenly evoked a strange smile, which curved into a half-moon. His body suddenly stood straight. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange light, as if 2 balls of fire were spurting out from his eyes. Prince Zhang fixed his eyes on Hanmo and said, "Beat me until I admit defeat? Really? Let's see if you, Hanmo, have the ability. Now, the real battle has just begun. You've been showing off for so long. It's my turn." What did he mean? Wasn't Prince Zhang suppressed all the time and about to lose? Why did he suddenly say such arrogant words? Hearing Prince Zhang words, everyone looked at Prince Zhang in surprise. They did not know why he could say such words. Hanmo's eyebrows could not help but frown. He stared at young Master Zhang coldly. He became vigilant in his heart. What happened to young Master Zhang? Did he have any tricks up his sleeve? He had been forced to this point. What other tricks could he use? He must be bluffing. Who could he scare? But just when Hanmo was thinking about this, a sudden change occurred. A ball of raging fire suddenly spewed out from Prince Zhang Yang's body. It went straight to the ninth heaven and lit up the sky in an instant. Zhang Yang was completely engulfed by the raging fire. Pieces of fiery red armor began to appear and covered Zhang Yang's body. Zhang Yang's body was covered by the armor. A quaint fiery red heavy sword appeared in Prince Zhang Yang's hand, blooming with dazzling light and releasing sharp sword chi. Prince Zhang Yang's hair also turned fiery red. His whole person had completely changed. In the monstrous flames, the foam turned fiery red. The powerful momentum was enough to make the world surrender at his feet. It even exuded a trace of holy power. The raging flames stirred up the wind and clouds. As soon as the flames roared, Ing Hanmo's army was defeated. They could no longer get close to Prince Zhang Yang. What's going on? Could it be that Prince Zhang Yang used his innate magical power? No, the Hu family's innate magical power is not like this. Besides, this is not the power of the innate magical power. Could it be? Prince Zhang Yang has the Vulcan's war body? The most powerful combat immortal body? Yes. I just thought of it. This is the Vulcan's war body. It's even stronger than Li Yuanji's Immortal King war body. I didn't expect that Prince Zhang Yang has the Vulcan's war body. He really hit it well. Ha, this is going to be fun. Ing Hanmo is unlucky to meet someone with the Vulcan's war body. It seems that he is going to lose. Who said that Prince Zhang Yang was going to lose just now? Now he has been slapped in the face. Chapter 23:53 Fire God's War Body? Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin looked at each other. Obviously, they had never heard of the Fire God's war body. But from the discussion of others, it could be inferred that the Fire God's war body was very powerful, even more powerful than Li Yuanji's Immortal King's war body. Qin Shao had felt the power of Li Yuanji's Immortal King's war body. But in the divine realm, Li Yuanji's Immortal King's war body was still affected and could not exert its full power. But even so, it was strong enough. Prince Zhang Yang's Fire God's war body was more powerful than the Immortal King's war body. It was really hard to imagine. What made Qin Shao very uncomfortable was that Zhang Yang had not used his full strength in the previous battle with him. This situation made Qin Shao feel a little uncomfortable. He and Prince Zhang Yang had agreed to go all out in the previous battle. No matter who won or lost, they would not hurt each other's feelings. Only when they went all out could they be brothers. If Prince Zhang Yang had not gone all out, wouldn't that mean that he had given Qin Shao a handicap? How could Qin Shao let others give him a handicap? If he could not fight his way into the top 10 of the holy list with his own strength, what was the point of a ranking? Of course, even without Prince Zhang Yang's battle, Qin Shao could still fight his way into the top 10. The legendary Fire God's war body. I didn't expect Prince Zhang Yang to have the Fire God's war body. That's strange. I've never heard of the Hu family having the Fire God's war body. The Fire God Zhurong did not leave any descendants after his death. In historical records, only the Fire God had the Fire God's war body. The name of this war body came from the Fire God. But Prince Zhang Yang actually has the Fire God's war body. It's hard to explain. Xia Dongho frowned slightly and was very puzzled. Many people were also very puzzled about this situation. The appearance of special constitutions was extremely rare. Those who were qualified to be called the immortal body were even rarer. There were only a few kinds. For example, in the entire southern wasteland, Princess Xiaoyu was the only one with the peach blossom body. The Huaxia country of the 9 continents was vast and rich in resources. It also had the 100 schools of thought and the 5 great surnames. Although the number of immortal physiques was higher, it was still very small. Immortal physique, that meant that one was favored by the heavens. It meant that one could easily step onto the ancient path. It represented the extreme brilliance of one's youth. With the immortal physique, one would definitely be a dragon or phoenix among people of the same generation. They would definitely shine brightly above the 9 heavens, among the clouds. The fire god's battle body has reappeared in the human world. Sage Li's expression changed slightly as his gaze fell on Prince Zhongyang. The old drunkard Xinnong also stood up. His eyes shone brightly. Emperor Huang Xianyuan looked down with blazing eyes. A smile gradually appeared on his face. He was overjoyed. Xianyuan, congratulations. I didn't expect your sacred academy to be able to recruit someone with the fire god's battle body. After Zhurong, the fire god, there will be no more fire gods. After the fire god, we have long thought that the fire god's battle body has become the song of the era. It will become a historical symbol of this chaotic era. I didn't expect that someone could have the fire god's battle body. It is the most powerful battle body in the immortal realm. Perhaps the fire god left behind a fire seed for this kid to obtain and become the successor of the fire god. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Xinnong, aren't your divination skills very good? Why don't you try it out and see what's going on? Sage Li said again. Emperor Xianyuan smiled happily and nodded. After Shinno deduced for a while, he said, Sage Li, what you said should be right. According to my deduction, this child is inextricably linked to the fire god. Perhaps he really did obtain the fire seed left behind by the fire god and obtained his inheritance. Perhaps the will of the fire god can continue. If the fire god didn't die, he would have reached the same level as us, right? Xianyuan, haven't you been worried about how to choose a disciple? Now you don't have to worry about it. Zhurong was also my subordinate. How can I not care about his fire seed? I will take this disciple. Hearing that Xinnong wanted to take a disciple, Emperor Xianyuan was a little anxious. Hey, old drunkard, I told you to take a disciple, but you didn't agree. This kind of hard work fell on me. Now that you see a decent seedling, you want to take it? How can you take it from me? How can you do that? I said I will take him, so I will take him. How can you take him just because he has the fire seed of the fire god? How many years has it been since the fire god died? It's such a long time ago. Don't talk about it. I will take this kid. Don't fight with me. This is what we said before. No. Xinnong didn't back down. His beard blew up and he stared at Emperor Xianyuan. No matter how long the fire god has been dead, I will take care of his fire seed. Xianyuan, do you want to fight again? Anyway, I will take this kid. Don't fight with me. Hey, I have a bad temper. Emperor Xianyuan was very angry. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You want to fight for benefits? How can there be such a good thing? Do you think I deserve to be bullied by you? I don't care that much about you. If you want to be shameless, then do as we agreed before. I am the one who will accept this personal disciple, not you, old drunkard. Xinnong waved his hand and said, You take your disciple, and I will take mine. I won't interfere. There are other kids. If you like them, you can take them. But this kid, I must take him. Then there's no room for negotiation. You want to fight? Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the two Saint Emperors quarreling with each other and their faces turning red, Saint Li couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he waved his hand at the two and said, I say, you two old guys are really not embarrassed at all. You are the rulers of the human world, the high and mighty holy emperors. When you quarrel, it feels like you are on par with the common people. Well, haha, you two continue quarreling. I will watch the fun. In the future, I will tell this as a joke to my holy disciples. How interesting. Let them see what kind of virtue the sage emperor that they worship and believe in is like. I think when they find out about this, their faith will collapse instantly, right? Emperor Xianyuan and Emperor Shennong looked at Li Xing and said in unison, "Then what do you think we should do?" Li Xing said, "If we want to talk about origins, then it should be you, Shennong, who takes this disciple. However, according to the agreement, it should be Xianyuan who takes this disciple. You are both holy emperors, the rulers of the human world. You should keep your word. Otherwise, won't you become the laughing stock of the world? So, there is still a way to solve this matter now." "There is a way?" Emperor Shennong and Emperor Xianyuan looked at Li Xing and motioned for him to continue. "Haha, you two are really confused by quarreling. This matter is simple. Since you both want to take him, then take him together. Isn't this good? You don't have to quarrel. That kid Zhang Yang got a big bargain for nothing. He became the disciple of two holy emperors at the same time. However, nominally, it is still Xianyuan who will take him. If not, it is not good for both of you to stand out at the same time. Shennong, you have always been indifferent to these things, so you should not care if you don't announce your master's name to the public. What you care about is nothing more than the fire seed of the fire god in Zhang Yang's body. Look, isn't this a perfect solution? It's good for everyone. Isn't that great? And Xianyuan, don't feel that you are at a disadvantage. Zhang Yang has the body of the fire god. In terms of understanding of the body of the fire god, Shennong is definitely more experienced than you. Together, you can definitely nurture a new fire god." Emperor Xianyuan and Shennong were thoughtful for a while and soon nodded. They really felt that what Li Xing said was reasonable. At this time, Prince Zhongyang, who was on the battlefield, naturally did not know that he was being observed by three big shots at the same time. Even two of them were fighting to take him as a disciple. Once the body of the fire god broke out, Prince Zhang Yang's battle strength soared a lot, as if he was the reincarnation of the fire god. The fire god was the strongest war god, the invincible war god. The flames of war of the fire deity could burn everything. It completely burned Ing Hanmo's magnificent army. In the end, Ing Hanmo was defeated by Zhang Yang's invincible fire god of war. However, this battle was also difficult for Prince Zhang Yang. After defeating Ing Hanmo, he almost collapsed to the ground, half kneeling on the ground, and could not get up for a while. It would appear that he had given his all in this battle, exhausted everything he had. But he still won. It was worth it. Zhang Yang won. Qin Shao was also very happy for him, although he was still brooding about the previous incident. Prince Zhang Yang broke out the body of the fire god and won this battle, which indeed surprised many people. The god of Ing Long World came out to nurse Prince Zhang Yang's body, and soon let Zhang Yang recover to his heyday. The fifth battle was announced. The fifth battle was naturally Qin Zhao's turn. Obviously, many people were looking forward to this battle. First of all, Qin Shao and Zhang Yang were both dark horses. When the two dark horses met, there would be a good show. Second, Prince Zhang Yang just showed his invincible power and defeated Ing Hanmo. Naturally, everyone wanted to see if he could continue to show his strength. If he won another battle, Prince Zhang Yang would enter the top 10. Then, he would really complete a perfect counterattack. First, he defeated Gue Hongyun in the last battle and entered the top 10 of the holy list. Now, he was going to enter the top 5. But for Meng Dali of Wufeng City, they did not want to see this battle. It was not a good thing for their own people to fight against their own people, no matter who lost. It was not appropriate for anyone to lose, so naturally, it was a little awkward. However, this battle was unavoidable. It was a battle that had to be fought. Under everyone's gazes, Qin Shao slowly walked up the martial platform. Many people also began to talk about it. This battle is going to be interesting. Qin Shao is also a character with a lot of experience, a big dark horse. These two people meet. Who do you think will win? I think the probability of Prince Zhang Yang winning should be higher. I bet Prince Zhang Yang will win. Haha, I also think Prince Zhongyang will win. Vulcan's war body, an invincible war body. With the Vulcan's war body, it's difficult to lose. Well, Vulcan's war body, that's the war body of Vulcan Zhurong. In historical records, only Vulcan has Vulcan's war body, and Prince Zhongyang is the second one. Once the Vulcan's war body is activated, it's unstoppable. I also think Prince Zhongyang will win. Not only will he defeat Qin Shao, but I think he may go further. It's not impossible for him to enter the top 3. Chapter 23:54. Fu Zhongshuan was invincible. No one would be able to snatch his first place away. Xia Dongho and Tian Jiao had been occupying the second and third places. The two of them were evenly matched. The battle between the two of them should be interesting to watch. Want to get into the top 3? Then you have to defeat one of them. Xia Dongho also had an immortal body. Coupled with his own strength, it was difficult for anyone to challenge him. Tian Jiao was a reincarnator. He was a semi-sage in his previous life. He had accumulated strength for 2 lives. His strength was unfathomable. These 3 people were like 3 tall mountains standing there, making it difficult for people to climb over them. They could only stand there and look up. But soon everyone's eyes fell on the stage. The 5th battle was about to start. The later the battle, the more exciting it would be. Whether one could get into the top 5 or not, the significance would be extraordinary. Seeing Qin Shao coming to the stage, Prince Zhongyang grinned at Qin Shao. Qin Shao went straight to Prince Zhongyang and gave Prince Zhongyang a punch. He said angrily, "Why did you hide your strength last time? Don't you treat me as a brother?" Prince Zhongyang immediately said, "Qin Shao, calm down. Don't be angry. You are my best brother. How can I not treat you as a brother?" The situation in the previous battle was not what you imagined. I have the fire god's battle body. But it is related to the body. When we entered the divine realm, it was only our consciousness, not our body. My body does not care. In the divine realm, it is natural that the fire god's battle body cannot be used. Is that so? After listening to Zhang Yang's explanation, Qin Shao gave it some thought and realized that it was indeed the case. The immortal body should be related to the body. It was not like the immortal technique, which was related to the consciousness. So even if it was used in the divine realm, it should not be very powerful. Thinking of this, Qin Shao felt relieved. It seemed that he had really taken advantage of Prince Zhongyang in the immortal realm. Not only did he take advantage of Prince Zhongyang, but he also took advantage of other people. Qin Shao said, "If that's the case, you'll have to use your fire god's battle body in the next battle. Although I might lose to you, even if I lose, it's not a big deal. There's no need to talk so much between us brothers. No matter who won, it was a good thing. If you lose, you don't have to think too much. Come on, go all out." "No, no, no," Prince Zhongyang made a gesture and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I'm afraid we can't win this battle. We've already fought once before and I lost to you. Therefore, there's no point in fighting this battle. I admit defeat." "What? Admit defeat?" Qin Shao was really angry. He immediately put on a sullen face and said, "No, I don't need you to let me win. If you talk like this again, you don't treat me, Qin Shao, as a brother. If you let me win, you're humiliating me. I can't accept it." Prince Zhongyang immediately said, "Brother Qin Shao, don't get angry. Listen to me first. It's my great fortune to have a brother like you. But I can't lie to you about some things. Although I have the fire god's battle body, I haven't fully awakened it. If you carefully recall the scene when I used the fire god's battle body just now, you'll notice something. I was forced to use the fire god's battle body when I was in a desperate situation. And obviously, I didn't have good control of the fire god's battle body, so the power I used was not great. So after the battle just now I was exhausted. If Ing Hanmo could hold on a little longer, I'm afraid the loser would be me. My fire god's battle body is powerful, but I can't control it at will. There's no way to make good use of it, and the number of times I can use it is very few. If I told you that this is the third time I used the fire god's battle body after awakening it, would you believe it? What? The third time? Can't control the fire god's battle body well? Is there such a situation? Qin Shao didn't know much about the immortal body. After all, he had little contact with it. He had a better understanding of Princess Little Jade's peach blossom body. However, Princess Little Jade seemed to be able to control her peach blossom body at will. It was not like what Zhang Yang had described. But looking at Prince Zhang Yang's sincere eyes, Qin Shao believed that he would not lie to him, and it was impossible for him to deliberately make up a reason to deceive him because of this matter. That was unnecessary. It seemed that Prince Zhang Yang's situation was indeed a little special. That is to say, even if you are in a desperate situation again, you may not be able to use the fire god's battle body again? Qin Shao asked. Prince Zhang Yang nodded honestly and said, "Yes, Qin Shao. That's what I mean. Because I have encountered many difficulties and dangers before. Every time I expected the fire god's battle body to be able to use it, but most of the time I was disappointed. I didn't expect it to be able to use it in a desperate situation just now. So, even if we fight, I guess it's almost impossible for me to use the fire god's battle body again." Such a situation was really strange. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "Even so, I think you can still fight. Although I defeated you once before, it doesn't mean that I can defeat you again now. Maybe after being stimulated by me, your fire god's battle body will be activated again. If that's the case, you will be the winner. No matter what, I still think that we should fight, and you shouldn't just throw in the towel and refuse to fight. In that case, I will feel that I have taken advantage of you. I will feel like I have been defeated. You know, this feeling is not good." It's like being humiliated. Prince Zhang Yang shook his head and said seriously, "Qin Shao, listen to me. I know what you are thinking, but I also have my own ideas. You should know that if I can't use the fire god's battle body, I will definitely be no match for you. We have already fought once before. There is no need to fight again to prove it. I have already lost to you once. Do you want me to lose to you again? That won't be good for me either. Besides, if I don't use the fire god's battle body in the end, I will definitely become a laughing stock. Not only will they laugh at you, but they will also laugh at me. Therefore, the best way now is for me to admit defeat. After all, I have lost to you before. It's not a big deal if I admit defeat now. Don't say what if. I know my own situation better than you. I have already used the fire god's battle body. The possibility of using it again is infinitely close to zero. Moreover, even if I use the fire god's battle body, I may not be able to win against you. You only need to stall me, and I will still lose. Therefore, if I fight with you, there are only two possibilities. One is that I can't use the fire god's battle body. Then what will happen? Both of us will be laughed at by others. There will definitely be a lot of people who will scold us. What if I really use it in the end? Then I may be stalled by you until I run out of divine power and finally lose. In that case, I will still be ridiculed. How can the fire god's battle body lose to you, a mortal body? I will also lose face. Therefore, brother Qin Shao, the best way is not to fight. Don't you understand? Listening to Prince Zhang Yang's words, Qin Shao could not help but hesitate slightly. What he said seemed to make some sense. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Even if he had to fight, Qin Shao would not easily admit defeat. Prince Zhang Yang was close to collapse when he fought with Ing Hanmo just now. As long as Ing Hanmo could hold on for a while, he might be the winner. Therefore, even if he fought with Prince Zhongyang, even if Prince Zhongyang used the fire god's battle body, he might not lose. That was the reason, but if he really wanted to do it, he would feel very awkward. If he did not fight directly, he would feel that he was taking advantage of Prince Zhongyang. If it was a small matter, he would let it go. There was no need to stick to those trifles between brothers. But this matter was too important. It was related to his own destiny and future. How could he be careless? However, although Qin Shao wanted to fight, Prince Zhongyang did not want to fight. Moreover, Prince Zhongyang had said so. If Qin Shao still refused, it would be unreasonable. So, what should he do? Before Qin Shao could think about it, Prince Zhongyang suddenly clasped his hands to Qin Shao and said in a loud voice, "Lord Qin Shao, we had a fight in the divine realm. I lost to you in that fight, and you became a saint in one fell swoop. You were ranked 10th on the list. We both tried our best in that fight, but I still lost in the end. I didn't expect that we could meet here and fight again. The previous fight is still vivid in my mind. I lost to you before. Fighting again now? Then there's no point in doing so. So, I will give up this fight. I lost to you once, but I don't want to lose to you again. That will leave a shadow in my heart." Prince Zhongyang directly admitted defeat and did not want to fight anymore. This forced Qin Shao to the point where the knife was on Qin Zhao's neck. If he were to object now, wouldn't that put Zhongyang in a difficult position? Wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? So, what should he do now? There was no other way. He could only accept it. What? Admit defeat? Are you kidding me? What the hell is going on? I was looking forward to this fight. Why did Prince Zhongyang just admit defeat? Did I hear it wrong? Zhongyang admitted defeat? Why should he admit defeat? How can someone with the fire god's battle body admit defeat? Isn't this a joke? I heard that Zhongyang and Qin Shao are sworn brothers. But even if they are sworn brothers, they shouldn't play like this. How can they admit defeat? I thought there would be a good show to watch. I didn't expect him to give up. This is interesting. Isn't it normal to admit defeat? Didn't you hear what Prince Zhongyang said? He lost to Qin Shao in the celestial realm. What's the point of fighting again? How is it meaningless? After all, the celestial realm is the celestial realm. It's different from the real world, right? If he doesn't fight, how do you know he will lose? Forget it. Since Prince Zhongyang admitted defeat, he must have his reasons. We don't care so much. Let's just watch. Perhaps we underestimated Qin Shao too much. Since he can defeat Prince Zhongyang in the celestial realm, it means that his strength is not as simple as we thought. He is definitely a dangerous character. This Prince Zhongyang is too cowardly. He just admitted defeat. What a disappointment. Chapter 23:55. Since Prince Zhongyang admitted defeat, Qin Shao was the winner. Qin Shao won the battle effortlessly amidst the jeers and ridicule from the audience. Qin Shao didn't want to win in such a way. Of course, he also wanted to fight a spectacular battle and let everyone witness the victory of this battle with his true ability. But he had no choice. Since it had come to this, he did not care about other people's opinions. The next battle would be the battle to prove himself. If he lost this battle, he would be laughed at even more. If he won, it would be enough to prove his strength. The sixth battle was between Qin Shao and Jiang Lixian. Jiang Lixian had been ranked 4th on the holy list for a long time, which showed how strong he was. Qin Shao, you're really lucky. Zhongyang has the fire god's combat body. If I fight with him, I have to be careful. However, against you, Qin Shao, it is much easier. Of course, Qin Shao may not have the strength to make it this far. The talent sneered in his heart. He was very disdainful of Qin Shao. In the past, he was disdainful of Qin Shao. Now, he was still disdainful of Qin Shao. Jiang Lixian had already walked up to the fighting ring. He was wearing a green robe embroidered with flowers, which made him look very handsome and heroic. Holding a green sword in his hand, he walked toward Qin Shao step by step with a cold face. Although his expression was calm, there was an indescribable sense of coldness, and his aura revealed a sharp edge. It felt like Jiang Lixuan was very aggressive. He was like a peerless sword. Although it was still in the scabbard, it could not hide its peerless edge. As soon as Jiang Lixian stepped on the fighting ring, the sharp edge on his body turned into solid sword qi. Countless streams of sword qi shot towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao had actually attacked without saying a word. The moment he stepped onto the martial platform, he had already made his move. He was truly decisive. Countless streaks of sword qi weaved into a huge killing net. Like a huge storm, it surged towards Qin Shao with incomparable ferocity. Sword qi whistled, sweeping through everything. Every beam of sword qi was like the light of Taihao, containing supreme sharpness. It was a display of the power of laws. Time and space seemed to have frozen under the countless rays of sword qi. The world was controlled and sealed by the sword qi. At this time, Qin Shao was standing in the middle of the martial stage, but he felt like he was being enveloped by a huge whirlpool. This huge vortex was formed by countless rays of supreme sword energy, enveloped by the power of the laws of the immortal Tao. The vortex swallowed everything. The first beam of sword qi had already arrived in front of Qin Shao. Before it landed on his body, Qin Shao felt the peerless sharpness. Jiang Lixian's first move was his ultimate move. This move was indeed extremely terrifying. The sword qi vortex was a cage of sword qi that could kill everything. It trapped Qin Shao in it, as if it wanted to kill him on the spot. This terrifying sword qi gave people the feeling that it could sweep everything away. It was unstoppable. As expected of the fourth on the Saint rankings, this strength is indeed terrifying. From the very start, I can already feel how terrifying it is. It's forcing me to go all out. Qin Shao was secretly shocked. He smiled bitterly. There was no other way. He could only fight with all his strength. Qin Shao flipped his palm and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. Although the heaven-opening sword was a sacred object, its power was sealed after all. It should not be considered a violation. He unsheathed the heaven-opening sword and performed the heaven-opening sword art. At the same time, the power of the explosion art in his inner world was pushed to the extreme. He used his strongest move to fight against the sword qi vortex that filled the sky. However, the sword qi vortex spun faster and faster. The more it spun, the sharper it became. More and more sword qi surged toward him. Qin Zhao's sword could split the sky, but it could not break the sky of the sword qi vortex. Strength could break all techniques, but it could only temporarily block the sword qi's sharpness. It could not break the sword qi vortex. What kind of move was this? So strong, so powerful. However, regardless of whether it was attacking or defending, the sword qi vortex was terrifyingly powerful. Even when Qin Shao attacked with his full strength and unleashed his strongest attack, he was still unable to break open the sword qi vortex. Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. This is troublesome. Jiang Lixian's strength is indeed formidable. His moves are also formidable. My strongest attack is actually unable to break open this sword qi vortex. If this continues, even if I use the doppelganger technique and heart force, or even Li Sheng's flying dagger and true word of Lin, it will not be of much use. It's too difficult to turn the tide. It's really too difficult to fight for a good ranking in recent years. Such a situation really gave Qin Shao a headache. He now knew very well where his shortcomings were. Although I seemed to have many moves, such as the dragon-slaying technique, the dragonization art, the heaven-opening sword art, the Buddhist 6 syllables, the true word of Lin, Li Sheng's flying dagger, heart force, and the power of the inner world. The great Tao that I cultivate also includes the immortal Tao, the great Tao, the heart force Tao, and the true meaning of strength Tao. It sounds very scary, but how useful is it? What I can use in battle now is only the great Tao and heart force. I have not cultivated the true meaning of strength Tao. Its level is still low and basically useless. Although the great Tao has reached the level of a 4th step, heavenly venerable, it does not have a suitable cultivation technique after all. Apart from the heaven-opening sword art, there is not much use. There are also minor Taos, such as the mechanical array armor and the flying dagger Tao, but they are not very profound. And I do not have an immortal body, nor am I born into a noble family. I am just a lowly life form with no identity or background. I can't be more ordinary. In terms of capital, I am far from being able to compete with those young talents of the 100 schools of thought. In terms of body, there is no way to compete. That is why I am in such an awkward situation now. In the divine realm, I still have some advantages, but in reality, this advantage is naturally gone. Without this advantage, my shortcomings are completely exposed. There are some things that I have to admit and accept. It is too difficult for me to fight for it again. Being 5th on the Saint rankings is actually enough to be proud of. Qin Shao understood these principles in his heart. At this moment, he saw it clearly and thoroughly. But understanding was one thing, and the principles were another. From the beginning, Qin Shao knew that it would be very difficult. Being able to maintain this 5th place was already very good. But how could a person not have ambition and dreams? How could a person not have a goal to pursue? If from the beginning, he thought that it was impossible to take another step forward, then he would not even have the courage to fight. If he did not even have this courage, then he might not even be able to maintain this 5th place. Qin Shao had always been a person who did not admit defeat. No matter how strong the opponent was, Qin Shao would never admit defeat, not even until the last moment. It was precisely because it was difficult that it was all the more worth challenging. Completing an easy task would not give him any sense of accomplishment, nor would there be any improvement. It was even more impossible to have the opportunity to transform and sublimate. But completing an impossible task would definitely give him a great harvest, and there would definitely be some transformation and sublimation. Miracles were often created in this way. What was a miracle? It was to make the impossible possible. That was a miracle. If everything was possible, then there would be no such thing as a miracle. Qin Zhao's favorite thing to do the most was to make the impossible possible, to create a miracle that belonged to him. Therefore, even in the face of the powerful Jiang Lishuan, Qin Shao did not flinch at all. He was still determined to fight to the end. Not only did he want to fight, but he also wanted to find a way to win and create a glory that belonged to him. But how could he win? With Qin Zhao's current strength, he was afraid that even if he did everything he could, it would be difficult for him to win. It would be very difficult for him to break through this vortex of sword qi. If he wanted to win, he was afraid that he would need to transform himself. After all, this was not a battle of intelligence, but a battle of strength. Strength was everything. Without strength, even if you had heaven-defying luck and amazing intelligence, it would be of no use. In the end, strength was what determined everything. What did he need to do to transform? Then he needed to make a breakthrough in one aspect. What should he do? Heaven-opening sword technique? Obviously, it was very difficult and the possibility was very low. Of course, it was not completely impossible. He could still give it a try, but it would be much more difficult. Heart force? If his heart force broke through to the 9th level, there was still some possibility. The power of the inner world could not be broken through. Otherwise, it would be an improvement in the immortal Tao or the great Tao. A breakthrough was definitely impossible, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, there was still hope for a breakthrough in the Flying Dagger Tao. If the Flying Dagger Tao could break through to the next level and used the 9 Li Sheng Flying Daggers, the power might be able to help Qin Shao defeat Jiang Lishuan. Other than that, there was probably no other way. If there was still a way, it might be the true word of Lin. If he could understand and control it to a deeper level, it should be possible. But the possibility of this was still very small, much smaller than the previous 4. The true word of Lin was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. To make a breakthrough in any of these 5 aspects was far too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Qin Shao had no other choice. This was the only path in front of him. How could this be easy? If he could make it, he might win. If he could not make it, he would definitely lose. No matter what, Qin Shao had to give it a try. The battle in the arena was like fire and tea. Jiang Lishuan suppressed Qin Shao as soon as he came up and took control of the situation. His sword Qi Vortex dominated the sky and suppressed everything. He stood there proudly with an unparalleled posture, looking down on the world. Chapter 2356. Humph, you were talking big just now. Now you are suppressed and can't fight back. It's ridiculous. You're only able to make it to 5th place on the Saint rankings because you're so weak. Yet, you want to challenge me? What a fool. In your dreams. Seeing that Qin Shao was suppressed by Ing Hanmo, the Heaven's Pride ridiculed him disdainfully. Although he wanted to deal with Qin Shao personally and humiliate Qin Shao. But if Qin Shao couldn't even stand in front of him and be his opponent, he would be very happy. That was enough to prove that the gap between Qin Shao and him was not small. He had always disdained Qin Shao, and now he was even more disdainful. He was even more convinced that the reason why Qin Shao was able to charge into the top 5 of the holy rankings was entirely because he ran into dog's hit luck. It seemed that it was difficult for him to enter the top 10 with his strength. Li Yuanji was the most powerful contender for the top 5, but he was eliminated by Yi Shiwen. Many people also began to talk about it. Some people even felt injustice for Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji, you are just a little unlucky. If you don't care about the divine world, Qin Shao can't be your opponent. Yes, I have always believed that you are the most powerful contender for the top 5. You are just unlucky. It seems that we all overestimated Qin Shao. I didn't expect his strength to be so weak. You can't say that. After all, Ing Hanmo is the 4th place on the saint list. His strength is there. Even if he loses to Ing Hanmo, it's nothing. It's nothing. Look at Qin Shao. He can't resist at all. It's also possible that Ing Hanmo is too strong. Qin Shao can reach the 5th place of the saint list, which is enough to explain everything. But it's not only Li Yuanji who was defeated by Qin Shao. There are other people. Are they all unlucky? No way. Go. Wu Feng City's Meng Dali and the others were also worried for Qin Shao. If this continued, Qin Shao would really be defeated very quickly. Actually, I think that even if he loses, Qin Shao is still ranked 5th on the saint rankings. This ranking is enough to shine and glorify the world. Princess Ru Xin consoled everyone. That was indeed the case. However, there were still some things that had high expectations for them. Everyone had high expectations for Qin Shao. Prince Zhang Yang admitted defeat and gave the opportunity to Qin Shao, so everyone naturally thought that Qin Shao would win. At the very least, it would be good to win one match. In fact, everyone knew that the person Qin Shao wanted to fight the most was a prodigy. The person he wanted to defeat the most was also a prodigy. If he were to lose this battle, he would no longer have the chance to fight against the geniuses. However, it was useless for them to be anxious. Everything still depended on Qin Shao. Ming Yuexin frowned slightly, seemingly a little worried. Prince Zhang Yang said without any worry, "Just watch, Miss Ming Yuexin. Qin Shao will definitely win. I believe in him." I didn't admit defeat for nothing. The reason why I admitted defeat is because I'm certain that even if we fight, I'll definitely lose. Hearing young Master Zhang Yang's words, which did not seem like he was comforting her, Ming Yuexin could not help but look at young Master Zhang Yang. Puzzled, she asked, "Looking at Qin Zhao's situation, it doesn't seem good, right?" Prince Zhang Yang shook his head with a smile. He said with certainty, "No, no, no. You're only seeing the surface. On the surface, Qin Shao is indeed in a bad situation right now. But people, the more dangerous the situation, the more they can transform and the more they can unleash their limitless potential. Qin Shao is that kind of person. Therefore, I believe that he can break through his limits and create a miracle that belongs to Qin Shao." Ming Yuexin couldn't help frowning again. She said, "Miracles can't be created just because you want to. It can't be created all the time, right? Most of the time, reality is quite cruel. Although I believe in Qin Shao and hope that Qin Shao can turn the tide, the situation is very different. But I'm a little worried about the current situation." "Ah." Prince Zhang Yang smiled and said, "There's nothing to worry about. What's going to happen will happen. No one can change it. It's just that I'm willing to believe that Qin Shao can bring us a surprise. If you believe in something, then don't change your mind because of external forces." Ming Yuexin nodded thoughtfully. She agreed with what he said. She was worried about Qin Shao from the very beginning. She was anxious for Qin Shao, so no matter what Zhang Yang said, it was hard for her to change her mind completely. But would a miracle happen? No matter how much discussion there was outside, Qin Shao, who was trapped in the vortex of Ing Hanmo's sword qi at this time, frowned slightly with cold eyes. Even though he tried his best to block Ing Hanmo's offensive, he was still unable to resist. The situation was obviously precarious. Ing Hanmo took the advantage as soon as he came up. He suppressed Qin Shao and took control of the situation. Therefore, the more he fought, the braver he became. He wanted to defeat Qin Shao in one go. In such a predicament, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't hold on for long. If it went on like this, he would definitely be defeated in less than 10 breaths. More or less, he had already forced himself into a hopeless situation. He had to make a breakthrough. He had to make a breakthrough in order to turn the tide and create a miracle. Now, what he needed was indeed a miracle that defied the natural order. Breakthrough, breakthrough. But a breakthrough was not a slogan, a saying, or a groundless imagination. A breakthrough needed to rely on practical actions to transform and sublimate oneself, and it had to be completed in a very short time. It could be called a miracle to be able to do so. Miracles needed people to write them down, but to write them down, it was too difficult. Qin Shao had always been brave in challenges, but it was obviously impossible to create miracles every time. He could only say that he had to do his best. At this time, he was already in a desperate situation. Qin Shao could only make one last fight. Using the doppelganger technique, a doppelganger flew out. Wielding the berserker sword, the doppelganger unleashed a heart force attack. Heart force, invisible and formless, could penetrate all the obstacles of power and directly attack Ing Hanmo's soul. However, Ing Hanmo was obviously prepared. I knew you were a heart force cultivator. I knew your heart force method was good. Li Yuanji was defeated by your heart force method. So I have been prepared. This is the outside world, not the divine world. Do you think I don't have a soul treasure? You want to affect me with your heart force? You are still weak. Qin Zhao's heart force attack was blocked by Ing Hanmo, and it did not cause any substantial impact on him. Such a situation was actually within Qin Zhao's expectations. If heart force alone could turn the tide and reverse the situation, then that would be strange. After all, this was not the divine world. In the real world, who didn't have a soul treasure? The soul was extremely fragile and important, so the protection of the soul was naturally more important. Ing Hanmo, as the young genius of the Ing family, one of the 8 great ancient surnames, probably had a lot of treasures on him. If it weren't for the rules of the competition, there might have been even more treasures that would have appeared. However, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao's heart force method was indeed a little weak. After all, his heart force was only at the 8th layer and had not stepped into the 9th layer. There was a limit to relying on the heart force stone's amplification effect. However, Qin Zhao also felt that although Ing Hanmo said it very easily, it was difficult for him to resist his heart force attack. It was because of the soul treasure. If there was no soul treasure, he would definitely be able to affect him. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart stirred. If my heart force can break through to the 9th layer, it should be able to form a big impact on Ing Hanmo. At that time, I will have a chance to turn the tide. But to break through to the 9th layer, it was difficult. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but want to shake his head. But did he have any other way? If there was a point where he was most likely to break through, it might be his heart force. After all, his heart force had been stuck at the 8th layer for quite a long time. These years of cultivation had indeed made his heart force improve a lot, and it hit the barrier again and again. It was just that this barrier wasn't so easy to break through. Moreover, Qin Zhao had never wholeheartedly devoted himself to the cultivation of his heart force. At this moment, all his thoughts were put into it. This was his path to the light. If his heart force could break through, then his chances of winning this battle would be very high. If he lost this battle, then he wouldn't have a chance to fight against the geniuses. He wouldn't be able to take revenge for what happened in the past and vent the anger in his heart. In fact, he would be ridiculed and humiliated by the geniuses. Such a situation was something Qin Zhao absolutely didn't want to see. Therefore, the strength of his heart surged, howled, and refused to admit defeat. He had to win this battle. This was his resolute belief. Heart force. All things are based on the heart. All powers are based on the heart. All laws are based on the heart. The heart is everything. The heart contains heaven and earth. The heart contains the world. The heart contains time and space. The heart contains everything. The will is the will. The will is the law. The law is the power. The power can shake the heavens. The heart is like a blade. The heart is like a boulder. The heart is like the 3,000 weak waters. Under the impact of this resolute belief, Qin Zhao's heart calmed down even more. There were no distracting thoughts. Thoughts surged out one after another. This was the Tao of heart force. The difficulty of the Tao lay in one's comprehension and understanding. Only then could one attempt to control the Tao. The laws of the Tao were the foundation of everything in the world. They were the rules of the world's fate. They were the bricks and tiles that built the world. The cultivation of heart force was the most difficult. Everything was based on the heart. The heart was everything. Starting from the heart, one could control the heavens and earth and see through everything in the universe. The heart was the most illusory thing. It couldn't be seen or touched. Qin Zhao didn't have the guidance of a cultivation method. He had to rely entirely on his own comprehension and understanding. Naturally, this was even more difficult. However, no matter how difficult the Tao was, there was still a way to break through. There was also a path of light that led one into it. It was just a matter of whether or not one could grasp this light. If one's thoughts were clear and the Tao was clear, then the light would be illuminated. If one comprehended and grasped it, then one would have the ability to transform and sublimate. With a single thought, one would leap to a completely new realm and step into a new level. Everything in front of him was completely different. The barrier had been broken through with a single thought. His heart force had finally broken through as well. Heart force, 9th level. With this breakthrough, Qin Shao could clearly feel his heart changing. His soul was transforming. His willpower was transforming as well. The feeling of breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly once again descended upon his body. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly wonderful. Whoosh! I've finally taken this step. A breakthrough in heart force is only a single thought away. Chapter 23:57. After taking this step, Qin Zhao's state of mind had obviously transformed. Qin Zhao's eyes became brighter. Through the vortex of sword qi, he looked straight at Ing Hanmo. At this time, Ing Hanmo, who was in control of the situation, suddenly saw Qin Zhao's cold eyes. He was inexplicably shocked. What's going on? This gaze, it's so scary. And? No, something is wrong. Something's wrong. Sure enough, when Ing Hanmo thought of this, he immediately felt Qin Zhao's eyes were like deep black holes. A terrible force suddenly rushed to Ing Hanmo's soul and will like a raging tide. It was the heart force. But at this time, the heart force attack was more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, Ing Hanmo was indeed able to block it, but this time, he obviously felt that he could not block it. The strength of this heart force attack was like a tsunami that could collapse the world. It was enough to overturn this world. How can it suddenly become so strong? Ing Hanmo was also a little dumbfounded. He just thought that the battle was about to end. But he did not expect that in the blink of an eye, there was a sudden change. Qin Zhao's heart force attack was more than 10 times stronger. Under such a crazy increase, Ing Hanmo's soul defense was obviously broken. The powerful heart force attacked Ing Hanmo's soul and will, trying to destroy his soul and will. Of course, Ing Hanmo's soul and willpower were also strong enough to fight against this attack. The soul and will might not be strong in attack, but the defensive power was particularly strong. Even if it could be suppressed in a short time, it was not easy to erase the soul and will. But the impact was enough. What Qin Shao needed was to affect Ing Hanmo to win. In this way, Ing Hanmo could not concentrate on dealing with Qin Shao. The power of his sword qi vortex naturally decreased in an instant and weakened a lot. As the attack weakened, the pressure on Qin Shao suddenly reduced a lot. As soon as Ing Hanmo's offensive weakened, Qin Shao counterattacked. Of the two Qin Shao, one suppressed Ing Hanmo with a heart force attack, while the other launched a counterattack with the heaven-opening sword art. The sword could split open the heavens, sweep through the heavens, and destroy everything. The supreme sharpness stirred up the wind and clouds in this area. Ing Hanmo's sword qi vortex was weakened a lot, so its power was greatly reduced. His power had been greatly reduced, but Qin Zhao's power had increased. Naturally, the situation had undergone a metamorphosis. The tables had turned. Ing Hanmo's offensive was quickly disintegrated by Qin Shao. Little by little, the situation was reversed by Qin Shao. Soon, Qin Shao gained the upper hand and took control of the situation. He suppressed Ing Hanmo completely. It was very difficult for Ing Hanmo to resist Qin Zhao's heart force attack. Coupled with the fierce offensive of Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art, how could he resist? The situation reversed in a short time, which really made everyone a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Did I see it wrong? Wasn't Qin Shao suppressed by Ing Hanmo just now? How come it's reversed? Cough, you really didn't see it wrong. It turns out that this guy has been pretending to be weak and hiding his strength. Isn't he too shrewd? He was suppressed like that, and he only broke out his strength at the last moment. Maybe Qin Xiao is afraid that Ing Hanmo has other tricks that he hasn't used, so he has been pretending to be weak. TSK, look at you. Just now, you all mocked Qin Xiao. Now you are slapped in the face, aren't you? Humph, you said it as if you didn't say it just now. Ha ha ha, as I said, Qin Xiao must be strong. He can be in the top 5 of the holy list. Do you really think he is just lucky? You may believe it, but I don't. Now look, I am right. How can he play like this? This Qin Xiao is really not simple. It looks like he is going to win. I feel that this guy is too good at pretending. He is simply a master of pretending. He is just pretending to be strong and slapping people's faces. His tricks are so deep. Haha, that's right. This time, many people have been slapped in the face by him, right? Among the crowd, the people of Wufeng City were the happiest. They all thought that Qin Xiao was going to lose. But they didn't expect that there would be a desperate turnaround. However, they actually knew Qin Xiao's background, so they also knew that Qin Xiao was not pretending all the time. He didn't hide his strength, but he broke through at the critical moment. Therefore, there was a desperate counterattack, and there was such a beautiful reversal of the situation. Li Yuanji looked at Qin Xiao with a stunned expression. To be honest, he was a little unconvinced. He always felt that the divine realm greatly limited his strength. Otherwise, he should not lose to Qin Xiao. Just now, when he saw that Qin Xiao was suppressed by Ing Hanmo at the beginning, Li Yuanji felt that he lost unjustly. He thought that his strength should not be worse than Ing Hanmo. But now, seeing that Qin Xiao turned the situation around and suppressed Ing Hanmo, the unwillingness in his heart was suddenly suppressed by a big stone. In this way, it seemed that he lost unjustly. Haha, Ming Yuexin, as I said, Qin Xiao will not lose easily. He has a heart that will never admit defeat. He has a heart that wants to strive to be better. He has this resolute belief. This is his greatest motivation. As long as he has this heart, then he will not lose. He will win. See, miracles always need people to create them. And Qin Xiao is a person who is very good at creating miracles. Prince Zhongyang was very happy for Qin Xiao. He was also a little excited. He was more excited than when he won the game. He was encouraged by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's spirit also deeply infected him. He was also a person who wanted to create miracles. He was also a person with firm belief. But what he did was not enough. Compared with Qin Xiao, he was still a little worse. He had to work hard to make up for the gap. Ming Yuexin was also very happy for Qin Xiao. Ming Yuexin was indeed a very special person, a person worthy of admiration. What do you think, Tianjiao? You misjudged him, didn't you? Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and looked at Tianjiao with a smile. Tianjiao still snorted with some disdain. He glanced at Prince Zhongyang and said, "So what? Even if he beats Ing Hanmo, Qin Xiao can't get past me." Haha, I think you'd better not boast too early, lest you bite your tongue again. Prince Zhongyang said sarcastically. Tianjiao was just making sarcastic remarks. Now he was slapped in the face. On the battlefield, after Qin Xiao took control of the situation, there was not much suspense. There was no thrilling reversal. In the end, Qin Xiao defeated Ing Hanmo and won the game. Ing Hanmo, who lost the game, looked at Qin Xiao unwillingly. He was unwilling to leave the arena for a long time. He really didn't understand. How could he lose? He was in control of the situation at the beginning. He was supposed to win. How could he lose in the end? He was unwilling to lose. He was very unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, he still lost. Finally, I won. If I had lost, I would have let young Master Zhongyang down. Qin Xiao let out a sigh of relief and smiled. If he lost, he he would really be laughed at. And he would be sorry for Zhang Yang. Fortunately, he won in the end, although it was a little thrilling. However, the breakthrough of heart force still made Qin Xiao very happy. Being able to make a breakthrough at the last moment fulfilled Qin Xiao's long-cherished wish. Qin Xiao had long wanted to make a breakthrough in heart force, but he had never been able to. Now, he finally got what he wanted. His heart force broke through to the 9th level, almost reaching the realm of perfection. The level of heart force was very high. With the heart force stone, Qin Xiao's heart force attack became very powerful and terrifying. It could be seen from the suppression of Ing Hanmo just now that Qin Xiao's heart force was more than 10 times stronger than before. Ordinary 4th step Empyreans, Qin Xiao would probably be able to obliterate them with a thought. Above the 9th heaven, among the clouds. Wow, this little guy's performance is not bad. The old drunkard suddenly said. Emperor Xianyuan glared at him and said, "Of course it's not bad. You made such a big scene. Isn't it because of this little guy? He is a person with great luck that you have deduced. His fate is not controlled by the heavenly Tao." The old drunkard also glared at Emperor Xianyuan and said, "Can you blame me? If it weren't for the ghost wine you gave me back then, would I have accidentally lost it? Okay. Don't mention what happened in the past." Emperor Xianyuan immediately stopped. He had also been observing Qin Xiao all this while, and he had some praises for Qin Xiao. But speaking of which, this little guy's performance is indeed very eye-catching. If he wasn't so flamboyant, then I might really have the heart to accept this kid. Okay. But now that I have accepted Zhang Yang, I can't accept this boy. Maybe I can ask Yinglong to accept this boy. It's possible that Yinglong has already taken a fancy to him. We don't need to say anything. Li Xing looked at the two and smiled. It seems that there are many stories between you two. Qin Xiao is really not bad. He was born in such a humble place, but he can reach such a level in such a short time. He is not inferior to the top geniuses of the immortal realm. It's really rare. Which of the top geniuses of the immortal realm is not born with a silver spoon in their mouths? Which one of them is not a dragon or phoenix among men? Which one of them is not born in the immortal realm and has a unique advantage? Among the top 10, except for the chosen one and him, the others all have great backgrounds. This chosen one is a reincarnator, so he has his own advantages. Only this Qin Xiao boy, who has no background, can overpower a group of top geniuses. He can cultivate the heart force to the 9th level, make a breakthrough in a desperate situation, and reverse the universe. In all aspects he is extremely good. But Zhang Yang has the fire god's war body. It's normal for you to choose him. Qin Xiao is a good seedling. It's not a bad thing for Yinglong to accept him. Emperor Xianyuan said jokingly, "Li Xing, if you are so interested in him, why don't you accept him? Then you can have the best of both worlds." "Ha! Accept him?" Li Xing shook his head and said, "That won't do. I only accept cultivators of the way of the flying knife. No matter how monstrous and heaven-defying this Qin Xiao is, I also won't accept him. No matter how good a seedling is, he is not suitable for me to teach. I'm only good at the way of the flying knife, and I only teach him the way of the flying knife. I don't teach anything else." Chapter 23:58. In the 7th match, the biggest dark horse of this year's student competition would fight against the second biggest dark horse, Qin Xiao. The battle between the two dark horses would be very interesting to watch. Moreover, both of them came from the southern wasteland and the Fu Tu Immortal Palace. They used to be fellow disciples. A lot of gossip about the two of them had been dug up, including some of their past grudges. Everyone knew about it. Therefore, this battle was also called the Battle of Old Enemies. It was the Battle of the Dark Horses, the Battle of Old Enemies, and the Battle of the Top Three. Each of them was very interesting to watch. The three main attractions were gathered together, so there were naturally many highlights in this battle. It was worth it for people to watch the battle properly. Fu Long, what do you think now? On the viewing platform, the Tianshan city lord asked Fu Long with some jealousy. He appreciated Qin Shao very much and always believed that it was wrong for Fu Long to give up Qin Shao for the sake of the Heaven's Pride. Fu Long would definitely regret it. However, Fu Long had been stubborn and refused to admit it. Therefore, the Tianshan city lord also wanted to see whether Fu Long would regret it or not. Qin Shao defeated Ing Hanmo. Now, it was time to test him against the Heaven's Pride. Moreover, the Tianshan city lord was very confident in Qin Shao. He felt that Qin Shao would win this battle. Humph! How could Fu Long feel comfortable in his heart? He had been very uncomfortable for a long time. The more outstanding Qin Zhao's performance was, the more uncomfortable he was. He hoped that Qin Shao would be defeated as soon as possible. He didn't even have the qualification to fight with the Heaven's Pride. In that case, he could say to the Tianshan city lord arrogantly, "You see, my choice is not wrong." However, reality did not turn out as he wished. Qin Shao did not lose. Instead, he fought his way through and killed his way to the front of the geniuses. Ing Hanmo was defeated by Qin Shao. Was the Heaven's Pride sure to win? At this moment, in fact, Fu Long did not have much confidence in his heart. Qin Zhao's performance was too monstrous and heaven-defying. He was creating his own glory, his own miracle. Qin Zhao's unparalleled aura and strength made people feel that there was no enemy he could not defeat. What's more, the genius was his old enemy. Qin Shao had been waiting for this day for a long time. No one knew how strong his desire to win was. Qin Shao in this state was the most terrifying. So what if I've reached this step? So what if he's qualified to fight against a Heaven's Chosen? With his little bit of strength, he's no match for the geniuses. He'll be defeated very soon. Trying to get into the top three? That's just wishful thinking. Fu Xiong gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. The heavenly mountain city lord smiled indifferently. He naturally knew that Fu Xiong was just refusing to admit his mistake, but who cares? In the arena, the Heaven's Pride walked up with his hands behind his back. His sword-like eyebrows were raised coldly and his eyes were like cold knives. Under his powerful aura, the entire arena suddenly froze as soon as he stepped onto the arena. Instantly, it felt like falling into an ice cellar and became bone-chilling. Qin Shao also looked at the Heaven's Pride with cold eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. After more than 10 million years of waiting, this day finally came. But speaking of which, the time it took was much shorter than he had imagined. Seeing the Heaven's Pride, the scenes of the past could not help but come to his mind. He especially remembered that when he had just entered Linfu City, he had heard the name of the Heaven's Pride. It was like thunder in his ears. At that time, the Heaven's Pride was the sky, the law, and the supreme God. No one could go against the will of the Heaven's Pride. Even the Heaven's Pride dared not. No force dared to disobey the Heaven's Pride. At that time, the supreme prestige of the Heaven's Pride was deeply imprinted in Qin Zhao's heart. He regarded the Heaven's Pride as the sky. He also remembered that because of the Heaven's Pride's order, several forces did not dare to help him anymore. Only the immortal court was willing to continue helping him. He also remembered that when he first met the Heaven's Pride, he was taught a lesson by the Heaven's Pride. In front of the master of Fuxia Immortal Palace, the Heaven's Pride treated him like an ant. He also remembered that the Heaven's Pride flew into a rage out of humiliation and forced him to leave Fuxia Immortal Palace. From the beginning, the Heaven's Pride had treated Qin Shao like an ant and stepped on him and humiliated him. The heaven's pride and arrogance looked down on him. The seed of hatred had been planted long ago. From a long time ago, Qin Shao had set the heaven's pride as his goal to surpass him. Later on, he set the heaven's pride as his goal to defeat him. Now, he had to take revenge for what happened back then. Only then could he appease the anger in his heart and wipe away the hatred in his heart. The heaven's pride was like a mountain that stood in front of him and in his heart. Today, he finally had the opportunity to face this mountain and shatter it with his own hands. We are considered enemies, right? Qin Shao suddenly opened his mouth and said coldly. Enemies? The heaven's pride still had his hands behind his back. He was still as arrogant as ever and looked down on the world. The heaven's pride glanced at Qin Shao and chuckled. If you want to treat me as your enemy, that's your business. In my eyes, you are not qualified to be my enemy. All this time, I have been the one stepping on you. In my eyes, you are just an ant. Have you ever seen a giant dragon treat an ant as its enemy? Everything is just your self-righteousness. In fact, you think too much. Qin Shao was not angry at the heaven's pride's mockery and humiliation. Instead, he said, "That's good. In that case, I am relieved. Okay, we can fight now." Qin Shao did not say anything else and directly attacked. Relieved? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the heaven's pride could not help but frown slightly. He thought to himself, what does this guy mean? What is this guy scheming now? What did he feel relieved about? However, the heaven's pride did not have much time to think about this matter at this time, because Qin Zhao's attack had already reached him. The moment Qin Shao made his move, he clearly did not hold back in the slightest. He went all out and displayed all of his method. The dual body technique created a clone. The clone used all its strength to launch a fierce attack on the heaven's pride. The main body used all its strength to execute the heaven-splitting sword art and attacked the heaven's pride. The berserk explosion technique was also used. The berserk explosion technique did not last long, so the fact that Qin Shao used the berserk explosion technique meant that he wanted to end the battle quickly. He was using all his strength to fight against the heaven's chosen with all his might. In a battle of this level, there was no need to hesitate. Naturally, he attacked ruthlessly. Humph! The heaven's pride seemed to have expected Qin Shao to use this move. He was already prepared. A peerless heaven's pride is invincible. The heaven's pride shouted. Golden light spurted out from his body, and like golden water, it quickly formed a circular golden bell shield, enveloping the heaven's pride. Ancient runes flew around the golden bell shield, each of them blooming with holy light and exuding an ancient power. It was as if there were ancient sages hiding in it. The golden bell shield isolated all power outside. Even Qin Zhao's heart force was blocked. The heaven-splitting sword art's sword chi was also completely blocked. Qin Zhao's attack was completely blocked. It could not even get close to the heaven's pride. It was really invincible. One must know how strong Qin Zhao's attack was. But it still could not break through the golden bell shield, and still could not get close to the heaven's pride. Such a situation was a heavy blow to Qin Shao. It was a situation he had not expected. He had not seen the heaven's pride in action before, so he did not know what kind of moves the heaven's pride had. But the move in front of him was indeed powerful. How could this be? For a moment, Qin Shao was indeed a little dumbfounded. In an instant, he felt a strong sense of defeat. Even if he had encountered a powerful opponent, he had never felt like this. His strongest attack, his all-out attack, could not even get close to the heaven's pride. What kind of feeling was this? This was the feeling of striking a stone with an egg. He felt small and insignificant, as if he was about to be grasped in the other party's hands. This feeling was naturally very unbearable. Even if he had lost, he would not feel this way. The blow to his heart was too great. I can't break through his defensive means? In other words, with merely this defensive ability of his, he is capable of dragging me to death, leaving me completely helpless. And he hasn't made a move yet. He has only used his defensive means. The Heaven's Pride's strength must not be limited to this. His means of attack should not be inferior to this. If I wait for him to make a move, won't I be defeated soon? No, no, no. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao could not help but gnash his teeth fiercely. This was not the situation he wanted to see. He did not want this. No, no. He did not want to lose. He did not want to lose. If he lost to Xia Dongho, he could accept it. Even if he lost to Ing Hanmo, he could accept it. But the only thing Qin Shao could not accept was to lose to the Heaven's Pride, to his enemy, to the old enemy he had been waiting for more than 10 million years. He wanted to defeat the Heaven's Pride. He wanted to wash away his shame. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to break this mountain. He wanted to fulfill the obsession in his heart. So, how could he lose to the Heaven's Pride? How could it be enough? The determination in his heart would never allow him to lose. He would not allow it. When the crowd saw the Heaven's Pride's means, they also exclaimed, "What kind of means is this? How can his defensive power be so strong? It's really invulnerable. It's a bit like the Chaos Protection secret skill. I don't know if it's true. I've only seen such a similar means in ancient books. How can he fight? Qin Shao has already made a move with all his strength, but he still can't break through the Heaven's Pride's golden bell shield. Even if the Heaven's Pride does not make a move, he can drag Qin Shao to death. No wonder he is the third on the holy list. He is really powerful. The Heaven's Pride has not made a move yet, but Qin Shao has no way to deal with him. Awesome, he really is awesome. The Heaven's Pride is a reincarnator. His reincarnation is very successful, right? I don't know where he got such a powerful means. It seems that Qin Shao is going to lose this battle. Don't worry. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Don't forget that you were slapped in the face just now. Who knows, Qin Shao might have other means of harming him. What else can he do? I don't believe Qin Shao is so powerful. If Qin Shao doesn't lose this time, I will eat dog shit. Haha, I also think Qin Shao is going to lose this time. The Heaven's Pride is too strong. There is no way to defeat him. Zhang Yang and Ming Yuexin could not help but shake their heads. They also saw that Qin Shao was going to lose this battle. Even Zhang Yang's confidence was a little damaged. Qin Shao had created a miracle just now. Could he create another miracle this time? Creating miracles again and again? That was too difficult. It was hard to say who would win this battle. Tianshan City Lord, what do you think now? Seeing that the Heaven's Pride had taken control of the situation, Fu Xiong looked at the Tianshan City Lord proudly. Chapter 2359. On the martial arts platform, the Heaven's Pride was bathed in golden waves, like an ancient god of war. With his hands behind his back, he stood there with his arrogance, looking down at the world. Looking at Qin Shao, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. The curve of his smile was like a crescent moon, with a hint of ghostly charm. This was the posture of a winner, the aura of a superior, the demeanor of a king who looked down on everything. At this moment, he was really like a high and mighty god, while Qin Shao was just an ant who overestimated himself. The Heaven's Pride walked towards Qin Shao step by step, and his playful voice sounded, "Back then, I could trample you under my feet, and now I can still trample you under my feet. Back then, I regarded you as an ant, and now I can still regard you as an ant. You want to fight me with just the likes of you? It's just a joke. If I want to trample you, it's just a matter of lifting my foot. but you can't change anything. In front of me, you have to lower your proud head and admit defeat." His aura was very strong, like a god who had descended to the mortal world, and no mortal could resist him. Supreme power, supreme power. He could suppress everything in the world, and even heaven and earth would have to bow down to him. Could he not change anything? No, 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 he must change. He must change. He could not be trampled under the heavens' pride's feet. Although the situation was not good for him, Qin Zhao's confidence was not affected at all. He was still as firm as ever. Qin Zhao looked at the heavens' pride coldly and said, "You used to be a dragon, but now you are not. You are at most a snake. You used to be the unsurpassable blue sky, but now you are not. At best, you are just a small hill. You used to be able to control me, bully me, and humiliate me at will. But now you can't do that because I, Qin Zhao, am no longer the Qin Zhao of the past." "Humph." The heavens' pride chuckled and said, "That's just what you think. In my opinion, you are still the same as before. Everything I could do to you in the past, I can still do to you now. You are still an ant in my eyes, and this can't change." "Can't change? Then let me change it." Qin Zhao waved his hand, and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew out, whistling between heaven and earth. The Tao of Flying Dagger was the most domineering and fierce Tao. The 9 flying broadswords of Li Sheng also showed their sharpness and displayed a bit of saintly might. 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, together, had the power of a holy artifact. The flying dagger pierced through the sky and charged towards the genius. It heavily struck the golden bell shield, creating a series of sparks. However, the final result was still unsatisfactory. It was not the result that Qin Zhao wanted to see. Even the 9 Li Sheng flying knives couldn't break the golden bell shield. But Qin Zhao displaying Li Sheng's flying dagger drew quite a few people's attention. Li Sheng's flying daggers? The Tao of Flying Daggers. This guy has practiced the Tao of Flying Daggers. Is he Li Sheng's disciple? No, I've never heard of him being Li Sheng's disciple. Yes, he can't be Li Sheng's disciple. Li Sheng's disciples have always been aloof from worldly affairs and rarely come out. Even if he is Li Sheng's disciple, he can't participate in the selection of the Saint Academy. But he has Li Sheng's flying daggers and has practiced the Tao of Flying Daggers to such a high level. If he is not Li Sheng's disciple, then what is he? It's strange. I don't know. The heavens' pride smiled coldly and said with disdain, "I told you, you are still an ant now. No matter what you do, what means you use, or how you resist, it will all be in vain. You can't break my defense. You are so weak that you can't even break my defense. You are not even qualified to get close to me. You want to fight with me? Don't you think you are ridiculous? What other means do you have? Just use them. I'm not in a hurry. I'll let you attack me slowly." The heavens' pride had full confidence in his golden bell shield. It was hard to believe that he had full confidence in it. It was indeed very powerful. At least, Qin Zhao still had no way to break it. But Qin Zhao was unwilling to give up and admit defeat. Above the 9th heaven, among the clouds. Well, Li Sheng has a flying dagger of the upper grade fairy weapon level. He has also reached the basic realm of flying daggers. But his level is still a little low. If his flying daggers can reach the profound realm, it will be no problem to break the golden bell shield. This boy is not bad. He has not been my disciple, but he has practiced the flying daggers to such a high level and has obtained 9 flying daggers. Not bad, not bad. If he had been my disciple, I'm afraid he would have reached the profound realm. This boy can be taught. Seeing Qin Zhao display the flying daggers, Li Sheng was quite impressed. Emperor Xianyuan laughed and said, "Haha, it's rare to hear you praise someone. I think this boy is also a top genius in the flying daggers. He is a good seedling. If I can become Saint Li's disciple, I'm sure I'll have a bright future." Not to mention the profound realm, he can even reach the peak and the complete realm. Oh, by the way, it has been a long time since you have a disciple who has reached the complete realm of the flying daggers. Li Xing rolled his eyes at Emperor Xianyuan and said angrily, Xianyuan, are you humiliating me? It has been a long time since I have a disciple who has reached the complete realm of the flying daggers. What are you worrying about? How can it be so easy to reach the complete realm? Hee, that's why. Isn't there a good seedling in front of you? Your chance is here. I dare say that Qin Shao definitely has the potential. Why don't you take him as your disciple? Emperor Xianyuan said again. Li Xing smiled at Emperor Xianyuan and said, Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you know that you are deliberately provoking me? I won't clean up the mess you made. I just came to see my daughter. I don't have the time to take a disciple for you. Although this boy has some talent and potential in the flying daggers, I have many disciples like him. Why do I need to take him as my disciple? With his little bit of potential, it's not enough for me to take notice of him. Li Xing's flying daggers still could not break the defense of the talent. Of course, this was also expected by Qin Shao. After all, the power of Li Xing's flying daggers was not strong enough. The main reason was that his level of flying daggers was indeed a little low. If he wanted to break the golden bell shield, he must have a peerless sharpness. Although the heaven-opening swordsmanship was sharp enough, it was not enough. The heaven-opening swordsmanship was powerful, but the heaven-opening swordsmanship could not exert its real power, so it could not reach an extremely powerful level. Qin Zhao's flying daggers were weak, but with the peerless sharpness of the 9 Li Xing's flying daggers, they would complement each other and become much stronger. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to try using Li Xing's flying daggers. The result also made Qin Shao understand that the level of his flying daggers was too low. The sharpness was not enough to break the golden bell shield of the talent. Therefore, if he wanted to have a chance to win, he first had to break the golden bell shield of the talent. If he wanted to break the golden bell shield of the talent, the most promising thing now was to make a breakthrough in the flying daggers. As long as he made a breakthrough in the flying daggers to the advanced level, Qin Shao believed that there should not be a big problem. If he made a breakthrough in the flying daggers, together with the 9 Li Xing's flying daggers, he would be able to destroy the world and sweep everything in the world. He could break the sky and crack the earth. Who could stop him? But it was too difficult to make a breakthrough in the flying daggers. Qin Zhao's flying daggers was only comprehended and cultivated from the inheritance left by Tsang Dao King. He did not have any cultivation method to assist him, nor did he have anyone to guide him. Basically, he was completely relying on his own groping to move forward. Naturally, it was extremely difficult for him to move forward. How could it be easy to make a breakthrough? Humph, Li Xing's flying daggers are useless in your hands. Those who don't know can really be fooled by you. They will think that you are really Li Xing's disciple. Your flying dagger Dao is really inferior. It doesn't have any power at all. Qin Shao, is that all you have? I saw that you were boasting shamelessly just now. Are you going to take revenge on me? You are daydreaming. Haven't you woken up yet? The talent sneered again, and he became more and more playful. The flying daggers, make a breakthrough. But how can I make a breakthrough? There is no direction, no guidance, and no light to move forward. How can it be easy to make a breakthrough? Qin Zhao's thoughts were all on the flying daggers. The flying daggers was not a great Dao. It did not exist in this world, in all things, and under the great Dao of this world. The flying daggers was just a subsidiary Dao. Therefore, it was impossible to feel the path of Dao, the root of Dao, and the true essence of Dao through understanding all things in nature. To understand the flying daggers, you must have someone to teach you or a cultivation method to guide you. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to have any new insight. It was because of this that it was impossible for Qin Shao to make a breakthrough in the flying daggers. Is there really no other way? Am I really going to lose? What other methods can I use? The true word of Lin. The true word of Lin won't work either. The power of the true word of Lin is at most on par with the flying daggers. It can't play a decisive role. Unless I can make a breakthrough in the true word of Lin and achieve perfect control over it. But to achieve perfect control over the 9 esotericas is easier said than done. At the very least, Qin Shao did not have any leads for now. Without any leads, there was no direction for his cultivation. If he did not even have a direction for his cultivation, it would be almost impossible for him to make a breakthrough. It was very, very difficult to make a breakthrough in the true word of Lin. What should I do? Is there no other way? Is there really no other way? The possibility of a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword skill was infinitely close to zero. His heart energy had already broken through to the 9th level, and there was no more room for another breakthrough. No matter how he thought about it, there seemed to be no place for him to make a breakthrough. Am I really at the end of the road? Towards this situation, Qin Shao was still somewhat indignant. But what could he do? He could only sigh. What? Out of tricks? Out of tricks? The prodigy mocked. Was he at his wits' end? At this moment, Qin Shao really had such a feeling. He had already used up all his tricks, but there was still no other way. Wanting to make a breakthrough was easier said than done. Just then, a beam of light suddenly surged into Qin Zhao's mind. It appeared out of nowhere in his sea of consciousness and tore through the sky. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.